We now return to our coverage of the 14th sitting of the Senate, the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Tuesday, April 12th, 2016.
Senator Ameen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before we went to the break, I was mentioning the myth that the government continues to repeat, that the partnership left the country in debt for the naval vessels, for hospitals and schools. And I reiterated some of the information that is already on public record as to the amount of debt that the PNM left and the People's Partnership took responsibility for and managed when it came into office in 2010 to the tune of several $70 billion, as mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues. I was about to go into a point that the present Minister of Finance, I believe, was the Minister of Works, when the day after the general election in 2010, while the cabinet still existed in office, after it was known that the people of Trinidad and Tobago had voted out the PNM, and the new cabinet and new prime minister was not yet sworn in, that on that day after the general election, that the NIDCO had informed OAS by a letter that it was the preferred contractor for the highway. I'm sorry the minister is not here, but I am sure in his winding up he could indicate why they were so eager to sign with OAS when they knew that the people of this country had voted them out and elected a new government. But, and I am surprised to hear the leader of government business here in the opposition, in this Senate, speak so as though he is against that project, when, as I indicated earlier, the PNM did play a role in planning that project, but it was the People's Partnership who executed and ensured that it came to fruition. I want to use some of the remaining time I have to mention another thing that they continue to repeat. They give the country the impression that the partnership government somehow illegally or unethically raided NGC.
Could we just listen to Senator Ameen in silence, please? Everyone is now familiar with Standing Order 51. So could we listen to her in silence, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, the irony is that when a member of the government is speaking, the first person to bring the chair's attention is often the Honorable Minister, who makes the most noise when a member of the opposition is
Senator
speaking.
Ameen, let me handle order in the Senate. I have brought it to the attention of all members that they are to listen to you in silence.
I was thanking you for your ruling, Madam President. I was saying that the minister gives the impression that the partnership did wrong by utilizing funding from NGC. NGC increased its profit during the term of the People's Partnership from $3 billion to $9 billion. Their dividends increased from $1.5 billion to $4 billion. The only exception was in 2015 when there was additional special dividends, and $1.5 billion was requested as a result of the Phoenix Park IPO. Madam President, I shudder when I think about the things that were done and the impact they would have had if they were not done. The Honorable Minister of Local Government, Mayaro Boy, I'm sure he knows Shell Recreation Ground. I am mentioning that ground. I am mentioning that recreation ground because I have worked with that community and the local government representative for that area. And I know that the people in that community were very keen on seeing their recreation ground developed, as well as numerous other facilities throughout the country, and projects and programs that benefited ordinary people. So when you criticize, I wonder if you are saying that it would have been better if those projects were not done. And Madam President, the final one that I have time to bring the nation's attention to is the myth that this country borrowed, that the partnership borrowed to the hilt. The fact is that the debt to GDP is 46%, and the IMF referred to it as a low but rising debt. The Minister of Finance had indicated in a previous debate that if the PNM borrows an additional 50 billion, the debt to GDP will be 65%, which according to him will be reasonable. And that is a significant increase compared to what was under the partnership. Yet you criticize and you give the country the impression with all hysteria that the partnership borrowed to the hilt. I want to quote the Minister of Finance when he spoke in the Development Loans Act debate, this was on the 8th of December 2015, and he indicated, and I quote, he was referring to Senator Mahabir, who had mentioned something about Greece, and he said, we are nowhere near that. And I think a debt to GDP ratio of 65%, if we ever get there, is quite manageable. Honorable Minister of Finance. Madam President, I want to touch on some points raised by the Honorable, Dr. Lester Henry, and I was deeply disappointed to hear an academic like him whose word carries weight because of his occupation in another place. And I wonder, when I listen to him speak, I wonder if he knows that the United National Congress created the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. In 1999, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Brian Quaitong, had budgeted oil at $16 a barrel. And during the course of that financial year, the government recognized that the revenues would be higher because the oil prices were increasing. And the government at that time in that budget proposed the excess to go to a stabilization fund. It was called the Interim Revenue and Stabilization Fund, and that is how it was born. Yes. And it was set up under Section 43(2) of the Exchequer and Audit Act, Chapter 69(1), the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. The PNM amended it in 2006. Yes. Yes. And the fund existed, and so you had that continuation in 2006, going into 2007, when MOUs and so on were signed. And I expect a learned man like Dr. Henry to know that, even if the politicians choose to forget and mislead the nation. Madam President, still on the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, the Minister of Finance indicated, and I quote, "We must also avoid mistakes made in the last 5 years, that is, underinvesting and undersaving." Here is the fact. The quarterly reports coming out of the HSF indicates that in 2010, the fund stood at $3 billion US. In 2015, towards the end of the term of the People's Partnership in Government, it stood at $5.7 billion US. There were challenges with falling oil prices at that time, but the People's Partnership remained committed to that fund and did not even think about deciding to take out of it. The increase was 90% under the People's Partnership government. I don't know how Dr. Henry neglected to mention that. The partnership saved this country more money in 5 years than the PNM did in the 8 previous years. And the revenues were much healthier during that time. Franklin Khan boasted about it there being Senator Franklin Khan, my apologies. Senator the Honorable Minister of Local Government. Indicated earlier in his contribution, and as he referred to periods of, that could be considered periods of boom in this country. Madam President, I also want to touch on the facts with regards to foreign reserves. In September of 2015, the foreign reserves were listed as $10.3 billion. In March of 2016, this year, it is listed by the central bank as $9.3 billion, a difference of $1 billion. Recently, and during the questions to Prime Minister session in the other place, the Prime Minister indicated that there was, in response to a question, that there was no significant change and that they remained the same, referring to the foreign reserves. And the Minister of Finance also later gave a similar answer when this matter came up. The PNM is yet to even admit that there is a decrease in the foreign reserves, much less to say why. And I want to demand an answer from the PNM and from the Minister of Finance as to where $1 billion in foreign reserves went over the last 6 months. And the answer, Madam President, cannot be blame the partnership. It cannot be blame Kamala. You have been in office for 7 months, and you must answer to the people of this nation.
Answer to the people.
Madam President,
Answer to the people.
the GDP in 2010 compared to the GDP in 2014 also showed significant increase, as well as in the non-energy sector, such as agriculture, insurance, real estate, and so on. The PNM inherited a robust economic platform. And yes, there are challenges, as many countries have faced internationally.
Control that group.
As many countries have faced internationally. But the difference, and I want to endorse sentiments expressed before, the difference is the style of management that you choose. It is very clear that this government has no clue, has no plan, and will continue to lead this country down a dangerous precipice. Madam President, in closing, I want to call on this government to stop playing games and to open the Couva Children's Hospital.
Yes.
I join with calls made in other parts of this country. The people of Trinidad and Tobago deserve quality health care for every person free of cost. The PNM must not punish the people of this country for the good things done by the previous administration. The stalling tactics being employed, we have seen them before with the Beach High School and with numerous other projects. And I call on you to open the Couva Children's Hospital now.
Senator Creese.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it was on I-95 radio last Sunday that the management consultant and motivational speaker Anthony Watkins was making the point with respect to the budget presentation of the Honorable Minister that it was by and large a transitional budget, and that he didn't have much of a problem with it because he expected that the measures taken would be along the way to a more transformational phase. So that he was citing a lot of the measures that were indicated by the minister as being transitional and as being, as it were, a temporary plaster. But I have a concern with that, in the sense that at the presentation of the original budget last year, we were told that there would be a mid-year review, and we were told about the consultations to come. So that I had expected that in the ensuing period, these consultations would have taken place, and that at this juncture, we would have been presented with a set of measures that were not only short-term in terms of balancing the budget, but medium to long-term in terms of the prescriptive remedies that we expected to come into being. So we find, as it were, and perhaps this is because of the spread of the casino institution in our country, we find the Minister of Finance and the government by extension to be gallaying, as they say, in the gambling industry. That they seem to be playing for what's in the pack. That they expect to get a better hand out of what the banker has. And I'm not sure that that is satisfactory or even acceptable. Playing, gallaying as it were. Or is it fiddling, in fact, while Rome burns? Because we have lost 6 months. We probably have lost more than that when one looks back at what has happened over the 5 years preceding that. But time is of the essence. And it is a quantifiable wasting resource. And therefore, there has to be concern about what has really transpired over the last 6 months and what could have transpired. You see, the People's National Movement is no longer a new national movement. It's 1956 now to 2016. And that passage of time that has transpired, there are in fact two consequences for them in their return to office. Consequence number one is that enough time has passed for that national movement to have established clear politico-economic positions. We should have been able to, as a country, to identify them with a set of policy perspectives in the way, let's say, for instance, one can identify in the USA to the north, the Republican Party with conservative traditions, with religious perspectives, with certain stances on pro-choice or pro-life, etc. The People's National Movement has been around from 56 to 2016, and much of that time in office. So they would have had the benefit of office to establish clear positions. So that's consequence number one. Consequence number two, and this is at the heart of the identity crisis which plagues the two dominant groups, the two dominant demographic groups in our society. In a sense, our ruling regime as a party is as much a victim of the racial demographic and seem unable to marshal it. I know you might be saying, what does all this have to do with the mid-year review? But there's a dialectical link, Madam President, between process and product, between methodology and outcome. And consultation, public consultation, relates to process or method. And that's where it fits into the whole question of the mid-year review. The mid-year review provided method, provided process by which these potentially, I don't want to say warring, but potentially different groups can meet. The last 6 months should have been a period of intense consultation. Instead, what we have had and what is now an old national movement is a dysfunctional party, and in a sense an underdeveloped party structure. And consultation, would have facilitated the backbenchers, for instance, to become a part of the process. You see, the problem for our regimes when in power is that they don't adapt, they don't morph sufficiently into a new machine, a new machine where the cabinet members function as cabinet members, function as cabinet leaders, and the backbenchers play a different role, and they take over the party machinery and strike a balance between the two entities. And this is the kind of evolution that we have not gotten to, and that we need to get to if we are to be able to carry out the business of governance in the modern era. Anything less, and all of us who watch CNN see it every night, but we don't recognize it. We don't recognize that we are not evolving as political machines. We are evolving as party electioneering machines. But modern life requires much more than that. We are not up against our old colonial order. We are up against ourselves and the rest of the world. And we have to rediscover ourselves within that process. And I'm arguing today that consultation provides the mechanism through which that growth, that quantum leap to the next level can take place. You see, the parliamentary debate of the day should not now be over these minuscule measures, the fiscal measures, but should be really about all of those prescriptive remedies that our people in their various walks of life, gathering in their various communities, when confronted with the issues, when confronted with the government's white paper, green paper, on particular approaches to particular aspects of our national issues, would begin to project their minds and give their take on what remedies can be applied, given their various experiences, whether at the workplace, whether as academics, whatever their walk of life. But instead, we are still at the stage of being almost, as it were, 6 months behind. And in that sense, we are out of time. And it's more than 6 months, really, because the problems that we are facing were staring us in the face since 2008. And therefore, we have had enough time to have engaged ourselves in this debate as to whether the national economy, where is Trinidad and Tobago going in all of this? And I want to return to consequence number one, in the sense that enough time has passed for the now old national movement to have some core beliefs and to develop strategies out of these core beliefs. For example, what is the present regime's philosophy on ownership of the commanding heights or critical sectors of the economy? After 1970, and particularly after the oil boom, and there have been references to that first oil boom, the People's Charter was developed. I don't know if all of us remember that. And in that, the question of ownership of the national patrimony came up. Where is that today? And what are the consequences of such an approach? Is it that ownership of certain resources, and at that time they were arguing that because of the paucity or the scarcity or the underdeveloped nature of local capital formations, that the state was venturing into certain industries in order to fill that gap, to fill that breach, as it were. And if that was the basis of the approach, then the question of disengaging from ownership, that is ownership by the corporation sole, and the breakup of those entities and ownership being transferred to the ordinary man. But somehow along the way we have seemed to have lost sight of that perspective, and the state seems to want to retain ownership of certain cash cows. But then they should come and say to us, and that should be the national perspective, listen, we are going to own these cash cows because we want that cash to flow into the treasury, we want that cash for national development, or we're going to own these entities because we the state, in the absence of other pioneers, are going to pioneer this particular industry and then transition out of it and use the proceeds of that asset sale to fund ventures into other underdeveloped areas of our national economy. But we have to sit and think it through. And the consultation process was a mechanism available for engaging that debate and bringing our people into the heart, the meat of the matter. And one of the problems I consistently have with the changing regimes is their lack of a willingness, of the lack of a political will to bring our people and engage our people in meaningful debate across the length and breadth of this country. In a sense, and as a result of the loss of direction, the loss of perspective on the question of ownership of the national resources, whether the state is going to own on behalf of us and then bring us into the ownership, because it's our tax dollars they use to purchase it anyway, to develop it anyway. What has transpired in terms of the social formations has been the emergence under one regime of a black elite, replacing the old colonial elite, and under the other of a brown elite, edging out the black elite, and we get caught up in this color game, which really leads nowhere. So that there's an emerging class totally dependent on the purse strings of whichever regime is in power. So that's why I'm saying that the consultative process is critical. Critical in terms of ensuring that collectively we all move forward together. instead of these two sets of hyphenated Trinidadians, the Indo-Trinidadian and the Afro-Trinidadian. We've had enough of hyphenated people. So that we need to say to the ruling regime that they have to think through the question of ownership of the resources of the country, whether we're going to be owning some of these enterprises as cash cows to generate revenue for the state, or they are supposed to be transitional. But I'm saying we need to be wary, because in the process, they create an opportunistic elite who, at the end of the day, act out the roles that they grew up seeing, the roles of the old colonial elite. And that has its own set of problems. Consequence number 2, the two Trinis. Again, if we are to forge a nation state of a country dominated by two groups, process becomes important. It is the extent to which people can see that the mechanisms allow for a level playing field for meaningful participation and not appropriation. Well, I'm the leader here and you will do as I say. We'll be forever going down that divided highway. If we are to resolve the racial divide, we have to find ways of bridging that chasm. Which brings us back to the whole question of process and product, of method and outcome. And the irony is that we almost equate the ideal Greek polis or city-state. We're a small twin island nation. Just about everybody knows everybody. And everybody has access to everybody. And that is one of the critical advantages of smallness. Yes, there are certain disadvantages when it comes to economies of scale and so on. But when it comes to the social organism, smallness is an advantage. It is possible to gather most of us inside of a week, most of the voting adults inside of a week, and discuss any matter we deem to be important. And in going forward, we have to understand that if we are going to win the battle against exclusion, of alienation, then consultation has to be seen as a liberating journey of self-discovery. You see, because consultation is the quintessential democratic participatory procedure. It is what allows us to share each other's pain. It exists almost as a marketplace for sharing, for airing, for appreciating each other's fears, hopes, dreams, and aspirations. You see, the debate is not really about the particular and specific fiscal measures. Debate is about the larger goal of building democratic traditions, of building inclusiveness, of pulling disparaging elements together, of founding a nation. You know, it was just this morning on, again on 995, I think Daily Knock were inviting people to comment on the question of consultation, and whether the issue, you know, of having these consultations over the last 6 months before coming to the variation bill, whether or not people thought that was critical. And I think at the end of his, you know, his little poll, telephone calling poll, the conclusion was that government should go ahead, not be held back. You see, the efficacy of consultation strikes at the core of the post-colonial experience. In a colonial order, we are the objects of history. In a post-colonial order, we have to transform into the subjects of history. And if we understand that the Marlborough House arrangements, the failed federation, all these things were a function of a colonial order trying to quickly discharge its responsibility in the post-World War II period, we have to understand that the arrangements put in place then, even the 1976 Republican Constitution, really did not embrace the length and breadth of this country. The people in the floodplains, the people at the further extremes of the East-West corridor, to what extent we are satisfied that they were part of that process? To what extent we are satisfied that in the ideal social contract phenomena, that we really have forged a social contract? And the extent to which that is really not so, we have to grasp every opportunity to bring our people into the process. Because it is the process that is critical. At the end of the day, we won't solve all these economic problems in one fell swoop, in one parliament, in one cabinet, or even in one political regime, Make no mistake about it. But the process brings with it commitment, staves off alienation. So if we want to get to the stage where, as we would see on CNN, how an elderly gentleman like Bernie Sanders could attract the youngest group in the society, and the younger people like Rubio and Cruz are unable to do that, then we begin to understand the importance of process, of involvement, of participation. So the challenge is how to move when we have a history of being the objects of history to becoming the subjects of history. You see, the budgetary measures, the fiscal measures, are really the means to an end. It's not an end in itself. And the consultation, that consultative process, is about the larger end, the greater goal, the bigger ambition, the bigger country that we are hoping to build. The particular means would follow once the consultation process has begun. Because you see, our people have the collective wisdom, Our fishermen out there could tell you what to do, where to put the pot in Mayaro, or Moruga for that matter. Because they've been out there that long. And the brothers on the drilling rig could tell you a thing or two about what the multinational doing and not doing, because they've been out there. And they see and they know what's underneath the platform, and what the multinational wants us to know at a point in time and not know at a point in time. That is why it's important to let the sovereign people speak. But within all of this, we have certain social and cultural practices that we ourselves have to rid ourselves of as leaders, as managers, as the enabling elites in the society. And included in that is the need for a rejection of autocracy, for a rejection of authoritarianism, for a rejection of being large and in charge, for a rejection of the arrogance, that power, arrogance of office, that power tends to breed. and the need to eschew participation, inclusion as the way forward, as the way in which we do things. You see, the UNC, the PPP, may very well go down in history for their contribution to local government via the provision of offices for councillors, for bringing that level of dignity to councillors in the local government system. The question is, will the current regime, will the PNM be remembered for the elevation of the town hall debates? Because when I heard consultation last September, October, like I say, I'm a victim of watching CNN. So the expectation, I remember most of this country sees some form of American TV. So the expectations, the level of expectation rose. And I think we had 2 consultations since. But the attendance level, because I myself couldn't get into the San Fernando City Hall, had to stay in the lobby area. But the level of expectation of our people, and I must admit that there has been so many local government consultations. I myself, as an employee there, participated in several of them all over the country. So many of them. So I was a little skeptical at first. But the turnout, as Honorable Minister Khan would remember, is indicative that our people want to and need to speak and be spoken to. So what are we afraid of? Why aren't we encouraging that process? That's why I'm saying the question of autocracy, of authoritarianism, of the arrogance of power is something we always have to be mindful of. We grew up with certain colonial political traditions, and it takes a while to purge ourselves of that. And therefore, we missed the boat this last 6 months on consultation, on the elevation of the town hall concept. And this is critical. It is critical because the slaves of yesterday, the indentured people of yesteryear, this is what they were denied. And in all that we do, if we are to develop our people, if we are to raise the level of aspirations, that's the road we have to travel. If we want to put an end to rum shop politics and rum shop discourse, then it's our duty to provide a place for equivalent parliamentary discourse to take place in our communities. Otherwise, we'll lose everybody to watching CNN and TV. And there's a danger there. Because as the world becomes increasingly a large village, what you fail to provide here in this country, on whatever front, is an expectation they have because they've seen it on TV. And if you aren't delivering it here, there would be a consequence. There was a consequence in 1970, and there was a consequence in 1990. The question is, what are the triggers for the next consequence of such a nature? I also want to look at the question that that has come up in terms of some of the specific measures. And we've seen that this debate has degenerated into one about new car importers, who's protecting new car importers versus those who are protecting the used car dealers. And then on the other hand, the question of online shopping versus countertop retailing. And And we have to be careful, both as the ruling regime and as the parliament, that we are able to strike a balance. I take the minister's point that those who have been doing online shopping have been accessing a facility without paying the requisite taxes. But something somewhere in there reminds me of the scenario I used to witness of custom officers in the 1980s and in their role with the traders of that period. Remember that period when Chinese used to be going Panama and Curacao and Aruba and so on, and airlifting goods back to vend on the streets of Port of Spain. And the customs officers used to be particularly gritty, as though they saw their only role as winners of revenue for the state. And they weren't too concerned about the rest of us standing in line, because there were only 2 custom officers on duty and a whole plane load of charter full of people coming back from a weekend in Curacao or wherever, and they're busy looking to win revenue and not studying the rest of us who came in on a midnight flight. So we have to be careful that we strike a reasonable balance, and we don't appear to be punishing those who are entrepreneurial. So a word to the wise, they say, is sufficient. Because the question that is being asked in some quarters, has the state become, the cheap tool of the business class, the big business class? And in that sense, from that vantage point, that viewpoint, the debate on the, albeit petty measures, almost descends into a kind of very pedestrian fiscality, which distracts us from the larger picture. So the little subsidies removed here, the little taxes placed here, as small onions really, when viewed against what are the critical flaws in the national economy. And really, historically, it has been the high import bill, inclusive of the food bill, and the need for foreign exchange to purchase that, and then the inability to produce in the non-monoculture sector. I say non-monoculture sector because these days you interpret that to be oil and gas, but it was something else before that. It was cocoa, it was sugar, good? Because if you remember, during slavery, everything was geared towards the production of whatever the plantation decreed as relevant. So food for the slaves came out largely from Canada, where they brought in the pickled meats and flour. And if we understand that, then we understand we have a history really of monoculture production and import everything else. Matter of fact, there was some light manufacturing. Of course, when I came out of high school, it had factories like Eagle Shirt Factory, it had Trisha Jacks and so on. So we were into garment production in a big way, and all of that has disappeared. So we really have probably come nowhere in a sense with all the oil we're talking about and the point leases and so on. We've come full circle back to one crop production and everything else being imported. So that the larger picture has to deal with getting down to the business of producing more things here and producing things that we can sell abroad. And therefore, given when we look at what is being imported, and we found out by chance that PriceSmart is one of the biggest consumers of foreign exchange, And when you go into Price Mart, there aren't really any essential items there, quite frankly. But what's there in Price Mart?
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. What's there in Price Mart that we couldn't organize differently or have a better value system governing how that is assessed? So we are back to where we were in the old days of foreign exchange control. And the headache for us really, if we take a short history, and I think was Senator Mabia was trying to give us a quick short history. 1797 to 2016 is a monoculture of cocoa, sugar, oil and gas. Imported slaves for the indentures, imported slaves, we imported labor, we imported food for the labor. The critical thing is what became of the profits of that enterprise. It went to the British Crown, the absentee planter class, Tate and Lyle. Currently, the profits are whisked away to Soro, Texaco, BBTT, Slumberger, Chevron, Chinese and Indian capitalists who have been brought in here, the Chinese construction firm, Mittal at Point Lisas. Transfer pricing is the method I think Senator Mark was harping on. So we are really back to where we were in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. And I think I can say, without fear of contradiction, that Mittal had been transferring the profits out even before taxes were due to other cost centers. So Trinidad was supposed to actually have been, a profit-making enterprise. And they made sure that those profits were moved. And then, of course, now the closure. So it would seem to me that neither the PNM nor the UNC has been able to deal with these multinationals effectively. The former Minister of Labour irritated Southerners with his blue lights flashing on the crowded North-South Highway, leaving the South late to arrive early in Port of Spain. Such was his legacy. I'm hoping that our new Minister of Labour will not have such a legacy as a Labour minister. And I'm hoping that within the period ahead of us, the legislation that would deal with protecting workers' benefits would come through this place and the other place so that Mittal and company will not be able to perpetuate the current injustice. And finally, in closing, Madam President, I want to refer to two things. Senator Small dealt with the issue of the subsidy inherent in our electrical bills, because it's the same gas that PowerGen and T&Tech access. And there's a subsidy in the bill. The question I have for this House, of the two subsidies, the one that's in our fuel at the pump bill and the one that's in our electrical bill, of the two of them, which has the greater potential, if we remove it, for spiraling through the economy, having a multiplier effect, and which has a greater potential, if we tinkered with it, for being more egalitarian. In other words, in this building, in the house, in our residences, electric stoves, air conditioning systems, which we use for hours as opposed to the cars which we probably could never drive more than 2 hours, 3 at the most at any point in time. Which of the two has a more egalitarian effect if we were to implement the subsidy reduction? In other words, who does burn more current and who does burn more gas? Because if you're subsidizing the people who are burning more current, then know what you are doing. You are in fact subsidizing the wealthy. And I want in closing to turn my attention, because I think the issue about the banks came up. I can't remember which presenter did it, but I want to raise this matter here. The question of remittances for pensioners. I think Senator Mahabir had made the point that through his committee's intervention, NIB started paying people without going through the long process of life certificate and so on. I wish to note that NIB also pays.
Senator Creese, your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I just wish to thank Madam Speaker for the opportunity to have presented and to say to the Minister of Finance, look into the question of paying taxpayers through their credit unions rather than through banks, their pension. Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for allowing me to enter this debate on this bill, the variation of Appropriation Bill 2016. And while I want to use my time very efficiently, Madam President, I just want to give 2 minutes to correct the record in relation to what some of the things Senator Ameen has said. Madam President, it's a matter of record. Heritage and Stabilization Fund was created by Act Number 6 of 2007. And if it means anything under P&M administration, the bill having been laid by, at the time, Senator Conrad Enel, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and as far as I recall, he was then and remains a P&M member. And while Senator Ameen in previous sit-ins had problems acknowledging my own Mayaro roots, let me just remind her of the true accomplishments of the People's Partnership in relation to Mayaro, and I'll just give 3 accomplishments. The first is the Rio Claro Library, ready for opening in early 2015. It's a matter of public spectacle that in June 2015, a formal opening was scheduled. One Winston Gypsy Peters, the then MP for Mayaro, was awaiting his turn to go up to the podium to speak at that formal opening. And instructions came from somewhere. The opening was aborted. And in October 2015, I had the pleasure of joining Minister Maxi Coffey in my hometown to open that Rio Claro Library. Spectacle number 2, the Mayaro Fire Station, opened with great fanfare in the days leading up to the 2015 election. To date, that fire station is incomplete and unable to respond to any call of distress in that constituency. It is not equipped, it is not staffed, and it is still not able. And perhaps the biggest scandal of them all, Madam President, in Mayaro, very few, I don't think I've stood here on any occasion and not referred to the Guayaguayari fish facility. It was the largest expenditure on agriculture under the People's Partnership, a $60 million facility. It was opened in June 2012. There are 2 driveways, one on the eastern side and one on the western side. But not a single boat has been able to land a single fish in that facility. In other words, Madam Speaker, Fish could walk in on the eastern side, or fish could walk in on the western side. But not a boat shall land a fish in that facility after $16 million was spent. Let me jog her memory on that famous Shell recreation ground. It's 400 feet from where I was born. I still play on that ground. Let me remind her that her government was about to take rusted drill pipes to erect lights on that ground. And one Louis Castillo led a march around town, and they were stopped. And on November 7, 2015, I had the pleasure of turning those lights on for the first time and playing football on that field. So just to provide the context, Madam President, just to provide the context of this bill seeks to increase the allocation to the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Community Development, Ministry of Planning, but in relation to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the increase to the Ministry of Labor will provide this ministry access to OJTs, would provide this ministry access to the retraining expertise of the Ministry of Labor and other facilities offered by that ministry. In relation to the allocation to the Ministry of Planning, the increase in expenditure will provide the research services of the Institute of Marine Affairs, as well as town and country planning and land use planning services and other things provided by the Ministry of Planning and Development. And that is the context in which I would speak. The approach of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Madam President, to dealing with the allocation for this fiscal year is based first on this issue of agriculture's contribution to GDP. Now, I've been reminded many times agriculture's contribution to GDP is minuscule. It's 0.4% and declining. In fact, over the last 5 years, agriculture's contribution to GDP declined by more than 15%. But we also recognize, Madam President, on all three benches, and I think it's not in dispute, that local food production is critical, and critical for two reasons in particular. Critical to the country's food security, much talked about, but still to be achieved, and critical to the country's nutrition security. Again, much talked about. Agriculture is very critical to the rural economy, Madam President, and I think there's no dispute about it. While agriculture contributes a very small amount to national GDP, it is significant in rural communities. In particular, that belt from Matlot, right down the eastern side, down to Marak and Moruga, and down in southwest Trinidad, agriculture contributes in some cases more than 50% to GDP. And we also recognize things like poultry, for example, where in the constituency of Mayaro, we have the highest production of poultry by contract farmers. A lot of women are involved, and agriculture is critical to the income earning capacity of rural households, in particular, putting money in the hands of women. So agriculture, food production, fisheries, is very, very critical as a country, but in particular to rural Trinidad and Tobago. And every time we've spoken for the last 20 or 30 years, Madam President, about agriculture, we always refer to the Food Import Bill. Senator Creese referred to it a while ago. And last Friday, when I spoke in the other place, I referred to the fact that I've heard as minister this notion of the Food Import Bill and the link to agriculture so many times that I wondered if as politicians we've ever taken the time to figure out what is in the Food Import Bill. Because every minister that preceded me made it a point of setting a target of reducing that Food Import Bill. The reality, Madam President, is that in that Food Import Bill, There are things over which this country has control. But more importantly, there are things over which this country has absolutely no control. We will continue to import, and we will continue to import food items. And looking at the food import bill, and one of the first things the ministry did was to appoint a cross-sector committee to review the history of this food import bill and identify the main components of that bill, and also identify those things which we can produce locally in order to substitute imported items. And the top 10 things which are in that food import bill are food preparations which are used in, and this is the number one, food preparation, food items that are used for value-added purposes by local manufacturers, a lot of which is then exported to other countries. And that includes a wide range of peas, like pigeon peas. The country doesn't produce pigeon peas for canning and exporting. The country doesn't produce the base tomato products that we use in ketchup and other products for export and for local use. For food preparations, much of which is value-added and exported, is the biggest item in that food import bill. Wheat, Madam President, and we know we don't produce wheat in Trinidad. Cheese, a still high percentage of chicken, because this country, as I made the observation previously, this country ought to be fully self-sufficient in chicken. Maize, soybean, beverages, both non-alcoholic and alcoholic, beef, and other meat products, and pastry. And in fact, when I made that comment in the other place on Friday, the opposition leader questioned me on this pastry and what made it so significant. And I made the point that a lot of things sold by the fast food companies, for example, are pastry products brought into the country, minimal value added, and sold over the counter. So this issue of the food import bill, the approach of the government is to examine this food import bill and identify those components of the food import bill for which we can provide substitutes grown and produced locally. And there are things over which we have no control. There's always going to be, and in fact, Rafik Shah in his column today in the Express makes that point. There are things in relation to which we will continue to import, and we'll have no control over the world market prices, and we would have to pay what the market demands of us. So in relation to the food import bill, that's the approach of the government and the approach of this ministry, to look for opportunities in which local producers can place an alternative to an import side by side and give local consumers a choice. We must remember, Madam President, also, that these are not the old days of which Senator Creese spoke. Trinidad and Tobago cannot erect tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers. We cannot protect the local markets in the way we did before. We have entered into a series of bilateral and multilateral agreements. And in trying to push our products, many of which were energy products, Trinidad and Tobago has conceded market and conceded space. And we have to leave our markets open, in particular to agricultural products from our trading partners. So that is the context in which this country will continue to operate. We'll continue to rely on imported food. We will be able to provide substitutes in areas where we can produce, and we'll have to continue to compete against imports because of the free trade agreements that we have in place. Let me now talk about some of the key issues in agriculture, Madam President. The most, and as Senator Creese made the point about consultations, and consulting with the man on the rig and the fisherman on the shore, the ministry, I, together with Senator Singh, Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretaries, and the technical officers, over the last 7 months we've been out more than 90 consultations with fishermen, farmers, all interest group, land users, people across this country, east, west, north, and south, listening to their views, having understood, because not a lot has changed over the years. The demands have not changed significantly, but still listening to them in relation to their expectations, their needs, the policy direction they would like to see the government take, and some of the physical needs. And I have been able, and we've been able as a ministry, to identify land tenure and land administration as the #1 issue facing farmers and anybody who wants to use state lands in this country. Every politician faces the problems brought to them by their constituents. Every senator, I'm sure, hears the issues of land tenure. Senator Creese chaired a committee last week that heard from users or people that have vested interest in state land some of the problem, and that remains a problem. And what is this thing called land tenure? There are many aspects of it. One aspect is the fact that we've had farmers who have been granted leases of state lands for agriculture purposes in places like Wallerfield and Carlsonfield, and those leases have expired in some cases for decades. In some cases in Wallerfield for more than 30 years. We've had people who wish to access new lands for the purpose of agriculture. All different types of people wanting to use lands for all different purposes and not being able to access those lands. And we have other people who use state lands in this country, including those who use lands for residential purposes. For example, in St. Augustine and Curep, most of those lands around the university area are state lands, given out on leases, which again have long expired, and many of those families cannot make long-term planning decisions in relation to their land because the leases have long expired. And the other elements of this, what I regard as the complete collapse of the administration of state lands in this country. In 2003, when the government offered the VSEP to the Caroni workers, that VSEP included the offer of 2 acres of land for agricultural purposes to any worker who was interested, and the offer of a residential lot of land to those workers who qualified for that lot. What that meant, Madam President, that Caroni VSEP program brought 17,000 new files onto the land administration portfolio of the state. 8,885 former Caroni workers signed up for a residential parcel of land. 7,246 ex-Caroni workers signed up for a 2-acre parcel of land for agricultural purposes. And that brought onto the already overburdened state land administration division an additional 17,000 files. And when the whole portfolio of Caroni was transferred back to the state, the 76,000 acres of land owned by Caroni were transferred back to the state, that brought with it 6,000 residential tenants, 5,000 squatters, and about 6,000 cane farmers who rented land from Caroni 1975 Limited. At the end of it, Caroni alone has brought into the state land administration system about 30,000 land files. And given the priority with which the Caroni VSEP workers were treated, it meant that in trying to create, because those residential lots and those 2-acre sites had to be created, lands had to be identified, those plots had to be surveyed, the infrastructure had to be put in. What that meant, and the priority given to that program, it meant that the regular occupants of state lands for agricultural purposes were set back completely, and in this case by an additional 13 years, because 13 years after that VSEP, those leases to the colony workers have not been given out entirely. And those other persons who rely on state lands for agricultural purposes have not been able to access new leases or renewed leases. We also have PSAEL. Sometimes we forget about PSAEL. But PSAEL sits on significant acreages, more than 5,000 acres of arable lands which should be put to agricultural purposes, but which have been left there and unutilized for that purpose. And then we have state lands across the country still available for use for agricultural purposes, still available for forestry, which many persons across this country, including the private sector, who would like to access these lands cannot because of the backlog. I estimate, Madam President, that the extent of the backlog, when I count the colony lands, the colony files, the PSAEL files, and the existing files where leases have been granted a long time ago and have expired, I estimate the backlog to be about 75,000 files. And let me give you an example of how that impacts food production. I use the example of Sakir Trace and Navet village in Rio Claro. Navet village is a very vibrant agricultural community. In 1999, 17 years ago, close to 100 plots were surveyed for distribution to farmers in that village, that community, Sakir Trace. Those lands happen to still, 17 years down the road, be in very good production. A lot of your dashin and dashin bush in this country comes from there. But those farmers have not been able to receive a lease of their lands so that their families can be comfortable knowing that they have security of tenure and they can continue to invest in those lands. Pinda in Siparia, similarly, 1999, surveys done, and those files of those farmers who should be given those leases and given the stability and the tenure to allow them to invest and make farming a sustainable business, those leases are nowhere near to being prepared. And in Orange Grove, highly productive land, close to the east-west corridor, close to the markets, those leases have not been given out to those farmers of the Orange Grove land. Losiro, very productive land. Many of those plots identified 20 years ago, surveyed, awaiting the preparation of leases, have not been given out to farmers. Tabakit and Felicity, across this country, lands that should be in the hands of bona fide farmers, lands that should provide stability to farmers and their families, lands that should be making a contribution to rural economies. Those farmers being kept back because for more than 30 years we've not found a way in this country to clear the backlog and move those leases along. And this is a plan, Madam President. When the government came in, we said that we were going to audit the state lands portfolio, what was formerly the Ministry of Lands. We are going to audit it. We are going to identify all the files which had been outstanding and all the work that remains to be done. And we are going to provide the resources, first the structure for the Commissioner of State Lands and the resources to get those files going. And we also took a decision that when those positions in the Ministry of Lands expire, those contract positions, we are going to allow those positions to expire and those employees to go. And we are going to do the appropriate human resource assessment to ensure that the persons who work on land transactions in this country are qualified and competent to be able to close a file in the shortest possible time. So that work is going on, Madam President. And I expect in the next 2 weeks, people across the country will start seeing positions advertised from under the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries for competent persons to come in and apply for positions in relation to all these land transactions. I'm also hopeful, Madam President, that by mid-year, the ministry will start, just as we've done with the former colony workers, just as we have a lease distribution ceremony every month for former colony workers, I expect by mid-year that the ministry will have distribution functions for farmers across the country to be able to receive their state land leases and be able to continue and in some cases begin to contribute to food production in a sustainable way, knowing that they've gotten the tenure. Let me talk about agriculture generally, Madam Speaker. The first thing I would say is that during the last 7 months, and based on these consultations the ministry has had, I believe that these mega farms have been misconceived. Most, if not all, of those mega farms are severely underutilized. And the ministry has made an assessment that that is not the direction that we should be going. We believe that there is a role for the private sector. Many of those mega farms were put in the hands of the private sector. But based on discussions with potential investors and the business community, we believe that the role of the private sector is to introduce technology and innovation into agriculture and not go the way of planting a 100-acre parcel of land in the traditional way. We believe that the private sector should be the ones investing in greenhouses and other forms of modern farming in order to reduce the reliance on labor, one, reduce the use of pesticides, reduce the reliance on other incentives, and allow for food production to take place in a very controlled environment in a way that they can control the final product. And that is why, Madam President, I'm pleased to say that one private sector group is about to embark on a $30 million project dealing with agriculture in the way I've described it, and using innovation, technology, and using a very modern approach to agriculture. Again, we can only permit this type of investment if we have the land administration system that can deliver a title, a lease to this private sector group in the shortest possible time. And I expect, Madam President, that in all categories of agriculture production, whether it is cocoa, coconut, short-term crops, fruit, there will be and there is an interest by the private sector. And I believe that the future of agriculture in this country will rest in the hands of small and medium families for continuing on their farms, and the private sector making significant investments and adding to the food production. So there is a role for both the farmers, the traditional farmers, using their traditional methods, and the private sector introducing new capital in the sector. And what is the future of the mega farms? These farms are sitting there. Again, many of these farms would have to rely on existing farmers to assist in bringing the acreages into production. And we see that in Orange Grove, where one particular mega farm owner has had to use a traditional farmer from the East-West corridor to bring that mega farm into production. And the farm is doing well, it is producing, and I'm sure that that is the way forward for what we described as the mega farms, using real farmers to bring them into production. Let me talk a little bit about fisheries, Madam President, to add to what I said about the Guaya Fishing Port earlier. A lot of investment has been made into in this country on the infrastructure for fisheries. And across the country, still, even after that investment has been made in physical infrastructure, it is difficult to find a fishing facility that is fully functional and equipped and going in the direction that we should go. In particular, a lot of these facilities have suffered damage and do not present fish in a hygienic manner. So again, this year, the ministry will make an investment in upgrading of the infrastructure, but we will also make a shift in how these facilities are being managed, moving away from having these facilities managed by the communities and managed by the fishermen, and using, in the case of Ottawa and Guaya, the Seafood Industry Development Company to manage those facilities on a pilot project basis to see if that would make a difference in the long-term management of these facilities. So this year the ministry would make capital development works on the Las Cuevas facility, Toco, Matlot, Celebia, Balandra, Otahiti, Ottawa, Guayari facilities. And of course, my colleague Minister Khan was down in Moruga a few weeks ago, and he launched the work that would lead to the $200 million Moruga fishing port. But it's not just infrastructure, Madam President. This country, around this island, and all the fishermen have long recognized that this country faces severe decline in fish stocks. The catches across the country are not what they used to be. And the experts have said continuously, a major issue affecting fish stock and the catches of the fishermen around the country is the decline in quality of the breeding ground for fish to reproduce and for the catches to increase. So, Madam President, the government intends in this year to make a decision on the future of industrial trawling in this country, to make a decision on whether we have the capacity in this country to man the seas and patrol the seas and keep the industrial trawlers where they should be so they do not encroach on the breeding grounds, or whether we should, through legislation, ensure that those trawlers do not continue to harm the breeding ground. And that's a decision that the government would make with the appropriate consultation and through the appropriate legislation, recognizing that it does not matter how much new infrastructure we create for the fisheries sector, the issue remains we have declining catches and declining stock, and we have to address that issue. Madam President, a critical issue in relation to agriculture and farmers has been this issue of agro-processing. And I don't think that in the last 20 years of budget speeches and in the last 5 general elections, we've had a manifesto in which we've not addressed the issue of agro-processing. But the fact remains, we've not been able to create that opportunity where the primary agriculture production of this country gets an extended shelf life through processing, through packaging, in the case of fisheries, through chilling and smoking of fish, and doing other value-added things where we could extend the shelf life and we can increase the value that goes back to the primary producers. So what we have, and that is the way it has operated for generations, we have farmers, for example, in visiting Sakir Trace in Navet on Sunday, I also visited the Dashin farmers, and the Dashin are grown under Dashin and Dashin bush. I'm not sure if you are aware, Madam President, grown under very difficult conditions. So every time you consume your callaloo, think of those farmers who go into their Dashin plantations in water up to here to retrieve your valuable Dashin or Dashin bush. It's under very difficult conditions. And then it's brought to the roadside where it's picked up by a middleman. Farmer is paid a price a pound. And that Dashin passes through several hands. before you pick it up at the San Fernando market at $8 or $10 a pound. And that is the way farming and that is the way marketing has been done in the country in almost every commodity. If you look at fishing, the fishermen in Guayaguayari or in Ottawa or anywhere else in the country, in Matlot, the fish is landed and there's a middleman waiting there to take the fish off the fisherman's hand at a price and take it on to some other buyer or several buyers or through several hands, where it eventually fetches the price of $50. And the way to deal with that, the way to reduce that impact on the primary producer is either through agro-processing, through providing the adequate, in the case of fishing, the adequate facilities for chilling, for packaging, the marketing support, and bridging that gap between farm to table, reducing the proliferation of middlemen and allowing primary producers to get the highest value. And the government intends, once and for all, under the farm to table policy of the government that has been handed to NAMDEVCO for execution, to bridge that gap during the course of this year from commodity to commodity. And we've chosen, NAMDEVCO has selected pineapple, extensively grown in southeast Trinidad, but offered in Trinidad and Tobago in the same form for the last 25, 30 years, as a fruit, unprocessed, so that it has to be sold in a particular time frame, otherwise it has to be dumped. And pineapple has been selected by NAMDEVCO for their first agro-processing project for 2016, and they have identified the unopened another facility of the last government that was opened with much fanfare, notwithstanding electricity is not connected and there's no equipment in it, and that facility at Brickfield will be used for agro-processing. The government has already decided to, Madam President,
Mr. You have 5 more minutes. 5 more.
to establish in Wallerfield a 130-acre agro-processing estate, to establish in Moruga a 20-acre agro-processing estate. The ministry has already received and is considering an application from Central Farms, the biggest duck producer in the country, an application for expansion of their facility. The ministry is currently considering from Arawak an application for 90 acres of land to expand in Wallerfield. And then the ministry is currently considering an application for land in Couva for the establishment of a $75 million hatchery facility. In closing, Madam President, the government believes that through land tenure and proper land administration, granting the stability to the farmers, through the interaction between private capital and traditional farmers, by creating the right policy environment, by reaching out to farmers and fishermen and all other state land users and understanding their needs, by being proactive and sensible, and by moving from conceiving ideas that all administrations are very good at to implementation, we will once and for all provide the stability in the agriculture and fisheries portfolio in this country so that we could move towards greater food security and nutrition security, recognizing that the objective is not to reduce the food import bill, but deal with those aspects of it in which this country is capable of providing import substitution. I thank you.
Senator Solomon.
Madam President, I rise to contribute this evening to this honorable House. I'm humbled to make this presentation and grateful for the opportunity to comment, and hopefully my contribution may make some difference to the budget presentation as we have been shown by the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Finance Variation and Appropriation Bill 2016. Madam President, I believe that there are two burning questions that the citizens of our country and the government, they're calling upon the government to answer. And the first one is, are we better off now than we were in August 2015 or prior to September 2015? Based on this budget review, as it is called, presented by the government, which totally ignores the serious effects and negative impacts of the current turbulent pressures, economic and otherwise, that are foisted upon our citizens, I say that on a daily basis, our citizens are suffering, and the answer is a resounding no. We are not better off. As the Honorable Minister says, no. Madam President, no. We have regressed as a nation, given that the state of the economy has also regressed. According to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the unemployment rate has increased and is projected to increase further in the upcoming quarters. It's easy to understand, Madam President, why unemployment rate is projected to increase, as in under 7 months, our nation has witnessed over 5,000 employees being dispatched, retrenched, a figure which doesn't come from this side of the bench, but comes from the government itself. On our side, we say that those are the figures that are just officially recorded. And in fact, the figure is far more. We don't put it at 6,000, Madam President, 7,000, 8,000. We put it at 10,000 unemployed persons. The significance of this to this country is horrendous. That is not just 10,000 individuals. That is 10,000 households, 10,000 families, children, wives. That is families that are now facing increased cost of living, increased fuel prices, increased food prices, and no income coming in whatsoever. So, Madam President, are we better off now than we were in August 2015? No. Madam, according to the Central Bank, once more, the headline inflation has increased from 1.5% in December 2015 to 3.5% in February 2016. Food inflation has also drastically increased by 4.5% to 9.4% in the month of February 2016. Madam President, that is a doubling of the food inflation to 9.5%. That was something that the previous government was battling hard to bring down. And as the PNM legacy had left us with massive inflation since 2010, we now see it re-emerging rapidly. Again, this sustained increase can be easily attributed to the change in the VAT regime by the current administration. Madam President, the exchange rate for the US dollar has increased from 6.37 Trinidad dollars in August 2015 to 6.6 Trinidad dollars in March 2016. This is according to the Central Bank, Madam President. However, we do know, as everybody does, except apparently the Minister of Finance, that there is a crisis in terms of foreign exchange and that there's a massive black market that is occurring in the country, and persons are paying up to, as is reported in the media, up to 10 to 1 to obtain foreign exchange. If you go to the airport now, when you try to buy foreign exchange in the Cameo, it's 7.81 if you can get it. So, Madam President, are we better off? No. Is there a foreign exchange crisis? Yes. Therefore, Madam President, one can culminate from the official facts and figures that our economy is in dire straits. And the second and two of the two most critical questions, what are the strategies to be undertaken to alleviate these economic burdens? Madam President, our population, our citizens, we were expecting to hear strategies from the government that would be implemented to protect our citizens from these turbulent and grave economic times. We wanted to hear clearly defined strategies being undertaken to cushion us and to stabilize this economy. In October 2015, the government projected an expenditure of $63 billion, while only projecting a revenue of $43 billion. An economic path of $21 billion deficit which I believe, and I stand to be corrected, is the largest in our nation's history. Back in October, Madam President, the minister stated this deficit would be reconciled through a number of state resources, for instance, the sale of CLICO and IPOs, as well as the Revenue Authority would be activated. We have heard some more details of that, and we are grateful for that, but we need to hear much more about the specifics of how these assets are actually going to be utilized and maximized for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We don't want to just see a fire sale where these assets are sold and we don't know what is going to come after and where the money is going to be used for. Madam President, I suppose one of the most irking and difficult matters that the nation has had to deal with is the fact that on top of all these hardships, there is a sense that the government is being autocratic. We are being told that we will have significant consultations. In fact, and I can quote from the Hansard, where the Minister of Finance had said in October, and I quote, "Madam Speaker, there is no denying the need for fiscal stabilization in order to facilitate faster economic growth over the medium term. However, it must be an adjustment strategy based on consultation with the public, and one that protects the most in need, in which the costs are shared proportionally by all." Madam Speaker, the 1-month period since the general election has not been sufficient time to conduct full consultations with our various stakeholders. Accordingly, over the next 6 months, we plan to hold a series of consultations with all main stakeholders and with the country at large on the state of the economy. Madam President, that's the Minister of Finance speaking in the October 5th in the other place. And what do we find ourselves? Did that happen? Has there been consultations with the public? Has there been any sort of consultation whatsoever? And if I may, Madam President, I'd like to refer to an article from the Business Guardian, dated 1st of April, where Joseph Remy, president of the Cooperative Credit Union League, said, "It is unfortunate that the government did not consult with representatives of key sectors in the country ahead of next week's budget view. There has been no consultation, no discussion with civil society. The Cooperative League was not consulted, and we are one of the sectors that contribute to the GDP." He said, "In the past, cooperatives movement have served as a buffer for the working class people in times of recession." Madam President, we want equity in society, he says. We want to, not only those who live in opulence should benefit. And then he goes on to say, we have over 500,000 members. An opportunity surely lost. Hopefully the Minister of Finance and this government will change from this bottom-down approach and start consulting with the nation as they promised they would. Often the nation and the people of the country have the solutions. And if you had listened to them, we may not be in this position now. The budget review, Madam, lacked a clear economic way forward that will allow Trinidad and Tobago to prevent further contraction of its economy, spur on growth, protect and grow its foreign reserve, as well as generate employment while combating inflation. Madam President, this is a view shared by the Executive Director of the Lockjack Business School, Professor Miguel Carrillo, who in an article published in the Newsday of April 6 said, "I would like to see a real economic strategy going forward. I would love to see as well a set of clear investment projects that will not only lead Trinidad and Tobago out of a recession, but prevent a similar one from recurring in the future." Madam President, this is what we have seen. We are seeing a lack of a vision, a lack of implementation. One is forced to question what is going to happen in the short term, the medium term, and the long term. How is the government going to generate revenue to reconcile its deficit? And Madam President, if I may refer, Professor Miguel says, I would like to see a real clear economic strategy going forward. I'd love to see as well a set of clear investment projects that will not only lead Trinidad and Tobago out of this recession, but especially help us to prevent a similar and recurring in the future. Asked what sort of measures he had in mind, Carrillo told Newsday that should include an industrial policy which supports those sectors that have a multiplier effect on the economy, such as manufacturing and construction. This policy should also, in a very decisive way, promote exports, because the issue we have right now with a foreign exchange shortage is that we don't have enough economic power outside of the energy sector. And with energy prices low, it is exports of products with significant added value that will earn Trinidad and Tobago the valuable foreign exchange. So, Madam President, what we are saying is that because of this lack of vision, the lack of imagination, there's no plan. There's no investor confidence. This leads to a panic amongst the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And although the minister has said that there is no foreign exchange crisis, the perception in the public is that there is a foreign exchange crisis. That has the knock-on effect of persons hoarding dollars when they don't in fact need to hoard dollars, according to what the Minister of Finance says. So it is a matter of not only sharing through consultation, this will ease the confidence of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And confidence, as we know, in markets and economies is crucial to stabilization. In the Newsday article, dated Thursday 7th, it was said that the TT economic outlook remains weak. And what is quite ironic, Madam President, is that the government forecasts to spend $63 billion in this economy, but is unable to stimulate growth. That is bewildering. We therefore question whether this $63 billion is in fact being spent, or in fact, if the figure is a lot smaller. Now, Madam President, the lack of consultation was echoed in the papers by many, many people. I'll refer to April 11th Guardian article by Fishermen and Friends of the Sea that said, noting here that there was no forum or consultation process ahead of Friday's presentations, and they criticized that the top-down administrative approach. The group is calling on government to widen its consultative net to allow the best minds an opportunity to examine and comment publicly on the issues therein. Failure to consult will surely deprive our country of valuable perspectives on the way forward as we continue to face unpredictable dangers ahead. So, Madam President, when you have a lack of consultation and you have this top-down approach, what you lead to is the old repeating itself, repeating itself, repeating itself. And if I may refer to the Sunday Express, 10th of April, Mid-Year Shallowness is the title of this article by Rambharat, and it describes it so well. He says, to prove that old habits die hard, notwithstanding the recognition of reality, the minister's mid-year review was still trapped in the hoary confines of the energy sector, ruminating uselessly on incentives to bring in revenues as before, unable to depart the old paradigm, and sounding like a voice from the past, stale, anomalous, irrelevant. It was all predictable revenue-raising measures, nothing new or directional, nothing significant on new foreign earnings, the only sustainable path from the abyss, nothing except ritualistic regurgitation about financial services, tourism, merchant marine, and agro-processing. After 7 months of dithering in office, whilst $1 billion is evaporated in import cover. And as usual, Imbert tried to disguise his emptiness with trademark aggression, arrogance, sneering, and cynicism. This minister's attitude, easily brushed aside normally, is most offensive in these trying times when people are looking for direction and get mainly declamation and derision. Although I might add, Madam President, to be fair to the minister, who is not here, that his demeanor was a lot more amicable and acceptable in this August House, as it should be. Mr. Raj goes on, when last have we had foreign direct investment in Point Lisas? Instead, ArcelorMittal is departing for Iran with its 34 million cubic meters of gas reserves, 18% of the world's total. The world is leaving us behind, but Colm Imbert does not get it. He is unable to see it. So last Friday it was mere bookkeeping. No plan for restructuring the economy, greater productivity, redefining the role of government, positioning private sector as the engine of growth. Madam President, this mid-year review keeps the nation crippled. It lacked depth, was bereft of philosophy and vision, provides no roadmap, keeps us marking time, stagnating and declining. It was all shallowness and staleness. Madam President, the nation needs to know where we are going. We need to know what is the vision, what is the plan, in order to restore confidence, for persons to not be hoarding money, persons not to be firing unnecessarily. We need a clear path forward. We have not gotten that. There's just absolutely no plan. Madam President, it's been over 7 months since the People's National Movement has assumed office. In that 7 months period, the modus operandi of Trinidad and Tobago has changed from the execution of strategic objectives to ensure equitable and sustainable development to the implementation of haphazard policies to place a financial burden on our citizens. All we're getting is tax, 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 cut, cut, cut. It's time that the current administration inform the nation of the policies they have undertaken and what they intend to pursue. 6 months ago, those opposite came to this honorable house stating their plans. Today they have come once more not showing the results, but just dreams, dreams, dreams. This budget review was the opportunity, and they did not take that opportunity. As was reported in the Newsday, Monday, April 11th, budget review, same old, same old. Anselm Richards Saturday dismissed, Anselm Richards, a political commentator and economist, said, "When you go through the presentation, there is no innovation and creativity in these economic times. They have used the same old economic model, oil, gas, tax, spend. Richards said this model had led the country on a downward spiral economically. But there has been nothing to treat with our situation in the medium and long term, especially in the area of treating with new streams of foreign exchange activities." The Trinidad and Tobago Farmers Association, meanwhile, also lamented the lack of attention paid to agriculture. I would have thought that something would have been said in terms of diversification, but now I am confused. I don't understand the signals I'm getting, said Shiraz Khan, president of the association. On the income-generating measures implemented in the review, Khan said the association was peeved by the fuel increases. That is a blow to the farmers, because many of them use diesel for their tractors and pumps. Colm said that there has been a significant increase in diesel over the past 6 months. It has moved from $1.50 a litre in October to $2 in April. That's a 33% increase. And this will only put pressure on the farmer and the small man. Again, Madam President, what we see is that the pressures are just being put on the poor, on the small man, the farmers, and that is what the problem is with this government, that instead of coming up with creative and innovative ways of getting foreign exchange, of creating employment, of diversifying the economy, what we find ourselves doing, what the government finds themselves doing through lack of consultation and autocratic culture, is just punishing the small man and shifting the entire economic burden onto the population of this country. Madam President, as a nation, we agree and we acknowledge that the global drop in energy prices. As a nation, we adhere to the fact there is need to increase revenue in light of decreased energy prices. However, as a nation, we are better off with the changes in tax regime of the VAT. Are we? Are we able to sustain minimal lifestyle required to ensure the realization of the true potential of our citizens for the sake of increasing revenue? It was only a few weeks ago, Madam President, that the central bank issued a media release, as I said before, providing information on the sustained increase of food prices within the past months, resulting in an increase in food inflation by 4.5% as of February. It is apparent that the current administration has foregone, abandoned, and given up its responsibility of protecting, maintaining, and bettering the standard of living of its citizens with this specific policy change of VAT. Shoppers are paying a lot more. As is published in the Sunday Guardian article on April 2nd, shoppers are digging deeper into their pockets to pay for their monthly groceries. Some are paying as much as $1,000 more. We must ask ourselves, Madam President, why have the food prices increased so rapidly and suddenly? It's not a result of unethical pricing. It is the ultimate Trojan horse. We were told by this government, by their manifesto, and perhaps many people voted on the basis that VAT will in fact be lowered from 15 to 12.5%. When in fact what we really were doing, and that was not in the manifesto, is that they were actually going to put VAT on 7,000 separate items. Household necessities such as rice and flour are now VATable, which means that consumers pay higher prices than they did before. As a consequence, any savings derived from the decrease in the VAT rate on some products by 2.57% have been eroded by the 12.5 increase. So what you have, Madam President, is you have a number of retrenched people with their families looking at increased food prices, higher cost of transport, higher cost of living. It's a recipe for disaster, Madam President. Madam President, what is also quite troubling is that there are occasions when this government not only does not consult, but it appears to ignore the plight of some industries and would make rash decisions such as the ones that they're doing in the midterm review and with the VAT, which seem to be unfair, make no sense, and actually damage the lives of persons, damage the economy, reduce foreign exchange income, and reduce employment. Madam President, I could give you an example where this has happened, and I turn to the yachting industry. The yachting industry has since had a 12.5% on goods and services. They, as I understand it, have met with the Minister of Trade and Industry. I understand that they've written to the Minister of Finance about their plight. And I understand that they've also met with the Honorable Prime Minister on this issue. And there was much hope that, in fact, in this midterm review, that this VAT for this industry would not apply. This is VAT for services on yachts, Madam President, that hitherto didn't exist. Now what you have is mainly in Chagaramas is a yachting industry, a yacht service industry, which supplies over 2,000 jobs, is a massive foreign exchange earner of up to $40 million a year. It's a major tourism input, as these yachtsmen come from all over the world, sometimes spend as much as 6 months to a year while their yacht is being repaired. They employ numerous amounts of tradesmen, welders, mechanics, sailmakers, fabricators, electricians. It's one of the few places in Trinidad where a young educated man, perhaps from Carenage, can actually go and work and earn US dollars. That is being stifled and deliberately killed by this government. Madam President, the Yachting Services Association of Trinidad and Tobago also put out a press release in the hope that the media and someone would take up their plight. Boats are leaving in droves, companies are shutting down, US dollars are not being earned any longer, massive unemployment is happening in that industry, all because of this draconian measure. And I'll read the press release. The Yacht Services Association of Trinidad and Tobago is extremely worried that the imposition of VAT on the provision of goods and services provided to foreign yachts will result in a significant drop in business, leading to reduced foreign exchange earnings and layoffs in the yacht service industry. In virtually all countries, services provided to foreign vessels which will be leaving the country are treated as an export and are deemed VAT-free. By imposing VAT, more cruisers will choose to have work done on their yachts in other Caribbean islands. This is completely contrary to the government's stated intention of promoting export earnings and boosting employment. Ultimately, the imposition of VAT on the export of these products and services will lead to a reduced workforce, many of whom come from already depressed areas around Port of Spain and Carnage. Yacht Services Association of Trinidad and Tobago therefore calls on the government to review this decision and remove the VAT and put other incentives in place to enhance the competitiveness of this industry, instead of stunting the growth of this vital foreign exchange earning. It absolutely fell on deaf ears, Madam President. The Minister of Finance, the Minister of Trade, and the Honourable Prime Minister are all aware of this situation. Madam President, I suppose that the best way to describe the impact this has is to actually have it from the lion's mouth. And here's a letter written by one of the ship captains who's been coming here for years to have their boats refurbished, stored, as the Honourable Member of Diego Martin has said. The Minister of Finance has said that this is a hurricane belt, and that is why these yachts and shipbuilding is attractive, but they've been offered no support. So what is happening is these yachts are actually leaving and saying, look, we're not going to pay the 12.5%, we're going to go to Grenada, where they don't have the 12.5% and have more or less the same services available. So this is a letter that I want to read. Well, the title is blunt, but unfortunately it really is the bottom line in this email. For 6 years, we hauled our sailboat out at powerboats for hurricane season, a minimum stay of 6 months, often longer. Along with the boatyard fees to haul, chock and store our boat, we also bought from the grocery store and chandlery, rented apartments and a locker, purchased laundry, shower and internet tokens, and employed contractors for painting, varnishing, and engine repair. Here are some of the other businesses that we purchased from.
Could you say who the letter is from, please?
Yeah. Dan and Cindy Cross. The ship Sitatunga.
Senator Solomon, could you also give the date of the letter?
Sure. The letter is dated March 8, 2016. It's addressed to the Director of YSAT. Here are some of the other businesses that we purchased from. Shagaramas Metalworks for welding, alternator repairs at Tardier, dinghy repairs at Maxwell, canvas purchases at Alpha Canvas, canvas and zipper repairs at Calypso, canvas purchases at Radar Trading, cockpit cushion, foam cushions at Majestic, canvas and sheet fabric from Jimmy Abood, hairstyling at Sea of Styles, 2 weeks dockage at Cruisin', dinners at the Wheelhouse Pub every night, 2 dresses for weddings, Price Mart shopping, Massey shopping, daily purchases at all the chandleries, taxi drives, tours, turtle tours, weekly purchases from various vendors at Western Main Road, and the list goes on and on. These vessels, Madam President, average about 15 to 25,000 US dollars. Sorry, apologies, I see there's been a switch. We had every intention of hauling our boat out next month, but the pricing at the new marina in Grenada is a saving of 2,000 US dollars. Factor in the private attacks on yachts traveling to Trinidad, and it made no sense for us to stay another season. Believe me, this was a very difficult decision, as we have come to know many of the Shagaramas employees as friends, and some we have come to know their families. Our hope is that your government will eliminate or at least dramatically reduce the 12.5% VAT, so that we may return and everybody may benefit mutually. So, Mr. Vice President, you see the issues that we're facing. I have another letter which I'd like to read. It's dated Friday, January 29th, and it's addressed to one of the managers at one of the companies that, one of the larger companies that store and restore the vessels. We spent about $60,000 last year at your company for storage and a keel job. The work and service was great, and we are looking forward to returning to your company in June 2016. However, we have made arrangements to store the boat in Grenada due to the VAT tax and the refusal of the Trinidad government to provide safe passage for boats, both foreign and domestic, transiting the passage from Grenada to Trinidad. With the addition of the VAT tax, your storage rates are now significantly higher than that quoted tax-free from Grenada. In addition, sailing to and from Grenada has become very dangerous since September 3, 2015, when the crew of the Tug Ann was boarded and robbed at gunpoint within sight of the Trinidad Coast Guard station, followed by the December boardings and armed robberies of 2 vessels at sea near the Hibiscus platform. We sailed from Chaguaramas about November 5th, just 2 days after the Tug Ann robbery. We asked the Trinidad Coast Guard to provide us with an escort for 3 sailboats leaving that morning. They politely declined to assist us. As much as we like the people we worked with at your company and appreciate the good service they provide, my wife and I are not willing to risk our lives and our vessels so that we can be taxed at 12.5% by a Trinidad government that will not protect us or their own citizens from crime within their territorial waters. I hope that you are successful in getting the government to change its policies so that we can return to you in Trinidad in 2017. So, Mr. Vice President, I have a number of letters, and I think that it's fairly clear what is happening here. This government has not paid any mind to this industry. In fact, it has stifled this industry. It has chased tourism, and it cannot say that it's done anything to enhance the foreign exchange. This shows a lack of imagination, it shows a lack of respect, it shows a lack of consultation, and I urge this government to review this situation with the yachting industry and the associated small business and tradesmen that have been suffering as a result of it, before we lose all our business to Grenada. Grenada actually has started advertising no VAT to the boats. They also make it a lot easier when these vessels come in. In other Caribbean islands, there's one form for customs and one form for immigration. It takes 10 minutes. In Trinidad, we have numerous forms, numerous documents. It takes hours, there's massive confusion, and it turns the visitors off of coming here, spending this money, spending their money on the vessels, employing contractors, and staying in Trinidad. Also, the time for staying in the country is limited to 90 days, depending on the immigration officer that you get. In other islands, it's up to a year. So what happens is a lot of these yachtsmen come here and they have to leave to renew their immigration status to come back. This is added cost and added inconvenience. These are things that this government can facilitate easily. It doesn't require investment, it doesn't require foreign exchange, and it can be done immediately with the stroke of a pen. So, Mr. Vice President, I urge this government to please take into consideration the plight of this industry. Another industry which has been suffering as a result of this government's callous attitude is the foreign and used car policy. Madam President, this government in the past 7 months has implemented a number of harsh policies, Mr. Vice President, which have not been based on merit or within reason, but as I have stated before, have negatively impacted on lives of the hard-working population of Trinidad and Tobago. One such instance can be demonstrated in the change to the foreign used car policy by the Minister of Trade. The most significant change to the policy was the change in age of the used vehicle being imported. The new policy prohibited vehicles over the age of 4 years from being imported into Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, this change in policy saw an increase in the price of used vehicles, as the 4-year-old vehicles are most costly than that of the 6-year-old due to being slightly newer. One must question why a government would want to make it more difficult for lower-income families to own a vehicle in a time period where a vehicle is seen as a necessity. In January, when this policy change was announced, the Minister of Trade informed the public as well as the stakeholders within the industry that an audit will be undertaken and completed by March 31st, which was confirmed by the Express story. Here is the revised used car policy, published on January 15, 2016. However, in an article published by the Express on Wednesday, 6 April, entitled Review of Used Car Policy, Minister of Trade says the review is due on April 31st. So, Mr. Vice President, when is the actual date of the review, I would ask? Is there actually going to be an audit? Based on the results of the audit, will the industry be returned to the previous policy, or will more measures be taken which can further negatively impact the industry? Mr. Vice President, one might ask, what is the relevance of this policy and the budget review? As mentioned before, our nation and its citizens continue to face tough economic times.
Senator, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think that in short, Mr. President, this is another industry that has been stifled, attacked, the livelihood of the industry, the businessmen themselves, the surrounding tradesmen, the mechanics, the painters, the welders, the brokers, the music technicians. I think it amounts to over 15,000 persons have been also negatively affected. And again, as has been the thread of this government, there's been absolutely no consultation, no consideration. It's been an autocratic, top-down approach, which is completely contrary to what we were told this government would be doing, and these has been negatively affecting the citizens and the lives of persons in this country. And it always appears to us on this side that it is the middle class and the poor and the small businessmen, the farmers, the mechanics, the tradesmen, people who are trying to earn a living are being punished the most. So, Mr. Vice President, I urge this government to please become more compassionate, become more caring, and start consulting with the citizens of this country and hearing what they have to say. A year ago, those oppositors said, we are red and ready. It's more like they are dread and dreary. We have experienced as a nation the last 7 months is pain, pain, pain. And we see as the headlines of the Express, more pain to come. Have we improved the lives of our citizens? Have we improved people-centered development? What about the life of the single mother? How do we protect her? What about the children? What about the protection of the breadwinners of the family? How are we creating jobs? Our greatest asset, Mr. Vice President, is our human capital. It's our people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we need to be treated with respect. We need it to be spoken to. We need consultation. We need to be protected. And we need to see a way forward. That is what this government has to do, Mr. Vice President. Thank you.
Senator Roach.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you and embrace the opportunity to make a contribution to this debate on the finance variation of appropriation, financial year 2016, Bill 2016. As expected, this mid-year review of the government's 2015-2016 budget was eagerly anticipated by many across the wider society, and rightly so, Mr. Vice President. At the time, government had sought time to fully assess and appreciate the realities of the country's economic situation, having only assumed office a few weeks before the national budget was due. It was no small feat to accomplish, but it was done with the human service of tried and tested public servants. Many members of the public had agreed that this new administration needed to be given some measure of time to effectively review the realities of the day, plan appropriately to address dynamic economic challenges, communicate a clear strategy for dealing with same and inspire robust confidence in the nervous and anxious public who have been bombarded with constant news of oil and gas price decline and speculations of doom and gloom. As a result, the Honorable Minister of Finance and his government have kept their promise to present a review of the budget within 6 months. That was done last Friday and today. Mr. Vice President, after listening to the subsequent debate in the other place, reading and listening to a number of analysis and commentaries on the reviews by several stakeholders in the economy, and also contributions made by fellow senators here today, I am of the view that the Minister's review has shed some light on the country's economic position while highlighting some of the government's strategies to tackle a number of urgent issues directly related to the significant decline in oil and gas revenues. The fact is that what our country is facing economically did not happen overnight, and therefore there is unfortunately no quick fixes to be had at this time. The old adage, Rome was not built in a day, is true. But rebuilding our economy, we can do day by day with earnest effort and national will. What is clearly needed going forward, as we must, is confidence in our government and the identification of fruitful opportunities in the economy to reset productivity and stimulate economic growth in every facet of local industry and enterprise. Mr. Vice President, what our country now needs are captains of industry and leaders in government who are visionaries, willing and capable of taking us into a new era of post-oil and gas reliance, an era of diversification of the economy, not in words and intentions, but by aggressive and assertive political and economic strategies and actions. It is time we do and stop talking of doing. It cannot be like my reservations for this Honorable Senate that I view as a place of endless talk and blunt actions. If we as members of Parliament were paid per word spoken, with the hurricane of words that occurred during debates, some of us would be multimillionaires. Mr. Vice President, please permit me to give you and members of the public a most apt and current example of what I am speaking about when I say we need visionaries in our leadership. I have noted that other members may have either read or listened, as I have, to the Deputy Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, who was interviewed by the editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, John Mickelworth, and Glenn Carey on Wednesday, the 30th of March, 2016 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Deputy Crown Prince is 30 years old, the son of Salman of Saudi Arabia, King Salman of Saudi Arabia. The interview features the Deputy Crown Prince in an over 5-hour interview laying out his vision for the Public Investment Fund, PIF, which will eventually control more than $2 trillion and help wean the kingdom of oil. As part of that strategy, the Prince and Saudis will sell shares, as we heard Senator Small and some other senator again hinted today, in Aramco, parent company, and transform the oil giant into an industrial conglomerate. The initial public offering, the IPO, could happen as soon as next year, with the country currently planning to sell less than 5%. He said the IPO of Aramco and transferring its shares to the public investment fund will technically make investments the source of Saudi government's revenue, not oil. He also said, what is left now is to diversify investments so within 20 years, we will be an economy or state that does not depend mainly on oil. The editor-in-chief of Bloomberg said that after almost 8 decades since the first Saudi oil was discovered, King Salman's son, 30-year-old son, is aiming to transform the world's biggest oil exporter into an economy fit for the next era. As his strategy takes shape, the speed of change may shock a conservative society accustomed to decades of government handouts, much like our own. He further said that the sale of Aramco, or Saudi Arabian Oil Company, is planned for 2018, or even a year earlier, according to the Prince. The fund will then play a major role in the economy, investing at home and abroad. It will be big enough to buy Apple, Google, Alphabet Inc., Microsoft Corp., and Berkshire Hathaway Inc., the world's 4 largest publicly traded companies. That is buying Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, if you please. Public investment funds plans to increase the proportion of foreign investment to 50% of the fund by 2020, from the 5% it is now. Most importantly, it was noted, the blueprint for structural change follows a series of measures last year to curb spending and prevent the budget deficit from exceeding 15% of GDP. At the end of December 2015, authorities raised the prices of fuel and electricity and pledged to end wasteful budget spending after oil prices plunged. More will follow these quick fixes as part of a national transformation plan to be announced within a month, including steps to raise non-oil revenues readily through various measures, including fees and value-added taxes. Madam President and, and Vice President, and Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking here of one of the leading movers and shakers in the oil industry, who has now set about with a sense of urgency to replace the country's reliance on oil revenue to non-oil revenue with a focus on earning income from investment both locally and foreign. This I certainly would like the Honorable Minister of Finance to look into from our perspective and see how we too can leverage a homegrown strategy to move away from the mercurial revenues of oil and gas as the main source of national income, and similarly, like the Saudis, move towards other opportunities of investment income generation. Madam President, this brings me to one of the items in the Honorable Minister's review for plan action that may be reconsidered in light of what I have just said about investment opportunities. I quote from the Minister's statements as follows. We have requested the central bank to transfer to the government Clico's shares in Angostura, Home Construction, CL World Brands, valued at $3 billion, more or less. And after this transfer, we will take appropriate decisions to dispose of these assets in a sensible and productive manner, unquote. Minister Imbert went on to say, and I quote again, with regard to the other assets held by Clico, such as the shares in Republic Bank, we have requested the central bank to start the required preparatory work to allow the orderly disposal of these shares in 2017. Madam President, it is to this intention I would like the Honorable Minister and his technocrats in the Ministry of Finance and any other competent experts in finance, economics, asset management, and the like, who he may involve to consider retaining these highly valuable assets identified for disposal to be instead kept like the proverbial gift that keeps on giving. Banks in Trinidad and Tobago continue to make significant and sustained profits, so why dispose of Republic Bank shares instead of keeping same in the creation of a public investment fund that can help transport the economy and country to a new era of non-oil and gas income generation and reliance? I noted that the Honorable Minister Franklin Khan, in addressing a concern similar to what I'm raising here, said that the government, in selling, disposing of some of the shares of Clico, some of the assets of Clico, was doing that so as to recoup the money that was loaned to Clico. But which is unlike, which he said, and he drew a parallel with the United States when they were bailing out the various entities from their difficulties to recoup their money. But again, as I said earlier on, if we can engage in a homegrown strategy, we don't necessarily have to follow blueprints of everybody, be it the developed country or a developing country. We have a unique society here, unique people, brilliant people. And we have to fashion, we have to engineer a different type of approach. This is a unique situation. And it's something that we need to look at. We need new ideas. We need to be creative. And a number of senators that preceded me have all embarked and hinted to that effect. It's a commonality. We need to realize we need a new approach. Madam President, this possibility excites me, as I hope it will the Minister and other stakeholders in the economy. This may again give impetus to Trinidad and Tobago being a financial hub for investment, which was an intention of a former administration. Madam President, all I am saying and urging is that we need creativity in our thinking, approach to remodeling our economy and our society generally. Speaking of the banks sustaining their profits, Madam President, I must state that the banks also have to share in the economic burden of the country. Again, you heard a number of my colleagues lamented about the banks charges. Something, therefore, has to be done to curtail the financial abuse by banks through their unconscionable interest rates and administrative charges for what, in a lot of instances, are unjustified. They take your deposit and use it to lend other people and invest lucratively, yet do not pay you a reasonable interest rate for using your money. This is legalized financial abuse of the clients of the bank and cannot be allowed to continue in the face of the obvious strain many in the country are currently facing with the loss of jobs, reduction in income, rising prices for food, transportation, and services. Madam President, through you, I implore the Minister of Finance and the Central Bank to intervene and bring some measure of moderation on the charges and interest that banks can legally impose.
Exactly. Central Bank Act.
The bank, despite economically difficult times, are still making very significant profits. Tell me how this is possible. Probably the banks can hold seminars for the public on how to make and even increase profit with economic austerity measures being put in place. Madam President, the imposition of a 7% tax on online shopping in the face of the stated $1.8 billion spent in 3 years on online purchases cannot be argued with, but should be supported, especially in light of two of the country's largest commercial banks saying that it was a way to reduce foreign exchange leakage, although more discussion is needed. For my part, Madam President, 7% is really a modest tax, and I will have no difficulty if it were to be pegged at 10% instead. This is not a compulsory tax per se. You will only be required to pay same if you shop online. However, having said that, one cannot ignore the fact that goods locally sold are at times triple what you can get the same for online, and discourage the buy local initiative because of the local retailers' greed for supernormal profits. Something at the same time has to be done to rein in this widespread unscrupulous behavior by traders here in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, as the government seeks ways and means of creating new employment, assist in the redeployment of the recently displaced workers, make better use of URP and CPEP workers, and source new avenues of foreign exchange revenues outside oil and gas, the value of sports as a viable economic initiative across the whole spectrum of economic enterprise cannot be underestimated or ignored. A sport industry at this time is a treasure begging to be embraced and nurtured into the billion-dollar cash cow it is for many other countries who take sports seriously alongside other mainstream financial enterprises. The government has spoken about having a sports policy task force put in place upon assuming office some 7 months now. And I cannot say if that has become operational to date. If this has not yet been done, Madam President, I urge the government to do so with dispatch. The benefits to be gained are too numerous to contemplate. I have said before in these chambers that the large allocation made to the Ministry of National Security by successive administrations are not justified in terms of value for money. The state cannot seem to buy enough arms and ammunition, build sufficient prisons, detect and convict criminals fast enough, and employ needed prosecutors, magistrates, and judges. And the criminal justice woes go on and on, much to the frustration of the population at large. Sports can provide employment, training, discipline, and education for the youth of our nation. It is a tested and proven means of channeling young minds in productive and potentially lucrative careers in many areas locally and abroad. This aspect brings me to a matter that has caused me much concern and bewilderment. How the Ministry of Sports, the sports company, or whoever is the responsible state body or official whose responsibility it is to hire young coaches in track and field, have not seen fit to employ a young, talented coach, well qualified from the University of Trinidad and Tobago, UTT, who had first been working as an OJT with the sports company before his term of employment came to an end and is now unemployed but keeps coaching our young talent with much success and free. My daughter is one of his most recent achievements, winning a silver medal in the girls under 18 shot put event in Grenada. He has also trained Isaac Taylor, who won a gold medal last year in Carifta in the boys under 18 shot put event, as well as Portia Warren, also a former gold medalist at Carifta and a silver medalist at the Pan Am Games. These are two names, this is just to name a few of his athletes. I am talking about Karen Brown. Madam President, I am not one that I have promised myself not to call person's name here in any disrespectful or to bring them in any way in disrepute. But at times I think I have taken the liberty to call this young man's name because it sheds a positive light on a young person coming from one of those challenge areas that we call a criminal high risk den. I'm talking about Mr. Karen Brown, an ambitious, driven, tertiary educated, well-mannered young man who has not allowed himself to be recruited into the criminal world, but choose to educate and elevate himself to be a productive member of society, helping many young athletes to achieve success in sport. He himself is a former junior athlete in track and field. Instead of buying another gun or bullet for the Ministry of National Security, employ Coach Brown, who has given the past and continues to give now value for money. I remember Minister Shamfa Kojo stating in one of her contributions in the other place that her government is keen on developing sport tourism as a source of foreign revenue. I hope the Honourable Minister or her colleague, the Minister of Sports, can address this regrettable situation. It is young men like Coach Karen Brown who can make a great difference to youth of our nation as a role model and as an ambassador of making right choices in life. Madam President, when we do not support young talent like Coach Brown, we may be considered as being part of the problem and not the solution. It would be a pleasant change to see a resident from the so-called crime-ridden area featured on the front page of a daily newspaper in a positive light, instead of the too often negative pictures and headlines like that of the police having shot and killed a young man in a gunfight 2 a.m. in the morning. Let us change that. Let us, who can encourage and reward them for their dedication and unselfish hard work, do just that. Madam President, I turn my attention to the issue of VAT, relief on medical supplies and equipment that is necessary and frequently used by many differently able persons, such as categories and wheelchairs. These items are expensive. Most differently able members of our society who are able to work in some way prefer to do so with dignity and not depend upon handouts and charity. But this they can only do if adequate provisions are made for them in an environment that is user-friendly to their functioning. There's a lot of work to be urgently done in this country to bring our laws in line with the international conventions adopted by Trinidad and Tobago, which is yet to be given effect to. As a disabled person and an attorney at law, and now an independent senator, I had a most distasteful experience that has left me hurt and very annoyed to know that an able-bodied person acting as an adjudicator will tell my clients that they should get another lawyer because I am disabled and a senator, etc. I would not go into details. Persons with this type of outrageous behavior should not occupy any public office since they clearly lack the temperament and sensitivity to represent the people's interests fairly. I say no more of this as I have taken certain actions and I'm waiting to see how it will be handled. I can give you a complete different and positive example of my recent encounter with public officials in Grenada. It warmed my heart to know that human decency is alive in public service, even if not at times in my own. And I speak of my experience recently going to witness the Carifta Games a couple of weeks ago. And I was escorted to take the elevator to go to the 4th floor of the lounge where the invited guests, special invited guests, will be in house. During the course of the day, the elevator malfunctioned and stopped working. Of course, the elevator was built by the stadium was built by Chinese, and everything was in Chinese. So there was some difficulty in having it rectified. Unfortunately, when it was time to depart, the only way, there was 4 floors. This was 4 floors high. They willingly and gladly lifted me up in my wheelchair and took me down those 4 floors of stairs. And returned, when I returned, did the same thing, expressing to me was a pleasure for them to do that, because I ought not to be treated differently, as they are certain that I didn't bring this on myself. I was warmed beyond words. Similarly, so before departing, in the afternoon to depart, I was approached by, I think, the CEO of the facility, who thanked me for coming and engaged me in conversation, saying that my presence assisted them in tweaking how they can better equip the most recently built stadium so as to accommodate everybody, in particular people who are differently able. And I certainly will have caused them to think that one elevator is not sufficient, in addition to having some other means of transporting and making my stay more comfortable. So, again, this unfortunate circumstance I spoke about in Trinidad and Tobago has not been a regular feature. By and large, I have been very well assisted in my difficulty in moving around Trinidad and functioning. So that experience I spoke about is an exception to the rule, and I'm glad that that is so. At this time, Madam President, I want to make a plea to the powers that be that it is totally unacceptable to have a national stadium, or stadium for that matter, that is open to all members of the public, but is only accessible to able-bodied members of society. That in itself is discriminatory against the differently able ones. It may even justify a constitutional motion for inequality of treatment by a public entity. It has been some 3 years since the inauguration of President Anthony Comuna, when, unlike many others who were invited to his swearing-in ceremony at the Hainsey Crawford Stadium, I was forced to stay down on the tracks during the proceedings due to the non-functioning elevator and escalator. To date, both of them remain non-functioning. 3 years have passed and the situation remains the same. It is a shame on all those responsible for correcting that situation, and to date have not done so. Again, I can give you an example of the indignation that differently able people experience too often in this country. Again, I went down there just short of a month ago when my daughter was being interviewed, not interviewed, she was being advised about what is expected for as a national athlete to represent Trinidad and Tobago. The meeting was going to be held in the executive lounge of the stadium. I went down there, I indicated to the president of the entries at that time what my difficulties were. I said, I'm differently able and so forth. He said he will make some arrangements. After 3 days, with advance notice, obviously no arrangements was made. I presented here, like all of the parents, eager to go to see my daughter being, the whole excitement and so forth. And I sat in my car while everybody else was going up there. Came and he told me that I'm sorry, they couldn't make no arrangement. I spoke to somebody that he sent to me, and what was that? Much to my surprise, so I eventually spoke to the manager of the team, and I told him, I said, listen to me, I do not want to be treated specially because you may know I'm a senator or anything like that. I'm a Trinidadian, I'm a citizen of this country, and I deserve the right to be treated like anybody else. I want nothing more than what is fair and due to me, that I would like to be like any other member, parent. Excuse me. Much of my surprise, when I migrated there, the very said president saw me in the lobby while the other Grenadian officials were making their arrangement to get me up to get the elevator fixed. Came to tell me he's trying to organize. I said, please, you can't organize in your own country. Come here to organize for me. It's not necessary. All right? So such is the type of experiences that, unfortunately, I'm an isolated case. There are a number of persons. I'm coming here today, and I saw one drive in the middle of the road because he certainly can't use the pavements. They're uneven, and if you get up, you can't get out. Somebody park and blocking the access. It's totally contrary to the experience I just had coming back from Miami, where I went for medical, where I could have gone anywhere without any assistance from anybody, and sometimes forgot I was paralyzed, because you are made to feel as though you are part of what is going on. This is the 21st century. This is 2016, and this cannot continue like this. My very presence here was to help to bring a consciousness to the powers that be that we must rapidly and quickly address the disadvantaged needs in our society. And today, still is lagging and has not been done with the dispatch that I thought that will be attended. I know things cannot be done overnight, but we are too well off as a country in many respects. We have had
Just a minute. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of matters on the adjournment.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of matters on the adjournment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Roach.
Thank you, Madam. Madam President, I hope the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Minister of Sports will find money in their budget to carry out the repairs of the stadium that is well used as a sporting facility by many clubs, schools, and others. Much has already been said by many in this debate that I consider constructive, and I will associate myself with them, therefore relieving me of the task of repeating what has already been dealt with. I will take a few minutes on another matter I consider to be very important as the government moves forward to stabilize the economy and stimulate economic growth, however modest it may be under prevailing circumstances. The government undertaken to consult with the stakeholders in this tri-party arrangement. If you say you will do so, then do just that. Consult in a meaningful way. Consultation does not necessarily mean that there will be agreement at all times or at all, but it allows for the process of the exchanging of ideas and the fortune of trust and transparency in your undertaking. People must be made to feel that they are in fact part of the initiative to rescue our economic predicament. Madam President, I have learned a long time now that it is not what you do, but how you do it that matters most when dealing with difficult situations, which can ease its harshness and make it more palatable to accept. These are difficult but not impossible times to overcome. People are understandably anxious over the level of economic uncertainty we face, more so now than ever, and effective communication by government to the public is necessary and should not be neglected at all. What we, the people of this country, cannot afford is ignorance due to a lack of information by the government of its clear intention to tackle the economic situation we are now grappling with by necessity together. So I end by saying the government consult and inform you must. It is not an option but an obligation. It will inspire needed confidence among the stakeholders if they are two to do this thing together. Not my words, but the Prime Minister's words, which was well stated and now needs to be put into action. I thank you, Madam President.
The Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam Madam President. And Senator Roach, let me let you know that I think everyone in this House has listened to you and the concerns of the differently abled and the disadvantaged. And I can assure you that all of our colleagues, those who are connected with those concerns, the Minister of Social Development, the Minister of Works and Transport, and of course the Minister of Finance when it comes to funding, will all take on board what has been said and what has been articulated so many times before, but to let you know that it is, we have noted, and I'm sure that they will be responding in some which way. Yeah. Let me, Senator Daniel Solomon, unfortunately has walked out of here, but I just wanted to correct a very erroneous statement made by him, which is that rice is now vatable. that, and let me make it very clear, I don't know if he's only used to basmati rice and jasmine rice, but rice and flour and a host of other items, basic items, remain non-vatable items. And you can advise him, Senator Khadijah Ameen, that he can look at the website.
I just want to correct, I believe he spoke of the increase in price. It wasn't only the VAT, the increase in price.
No, I'm very, very clear. I'm very, very clear. He said that rice and flour were now vatable, and I'm making it very clear to you all that it is I am responding to Senator Daniel Solomon.
Speak to her. Speak to the president.
Senator Daniel Solomon, who said that rice and flour are now vatable. I'm correcting that statement. It's an erroneous statement. Rice and flour, along with a whole array of basic foods, including chicken and fish, dry peas, unprocessed foods, sugar, cheese, all of those matters remain non-vatable. Okay, he also raised a concern about the foreign used car policy as well, and with regard to the change in the age of the used cars from 6 to 4 years, that policy remains as is. No cars older than 4 years old will be allowed in this country, and it's now a harmonized policy. As that age limit also relates to CNG vehicles as well, and any other used cars that are coming in whatever form. They are all, no cars older than 4 years old will be allowed into this country as well. And this is a policy that has been accepted by the entire population as well. As to the concern whether or not we are doing the audit is being done, yes, the audit is being done. It's almost completed, and the consultation will in fact take place. As I reported in the newspaper, it will take place after April 31st, by which time the audit responses would have come in. And the objective is not about whether or not we would go back to the old, to bringing in the older cars. That's not what it is about. It's about improving the systems and to curing some indiscretions, and I'm using a very pleasing word here, but there are some indiscretions which need to be cured in this industry, and that's what the audit is about, and we will be consulting thereafter with all of the members in the industry so that we can all come to some common ground as to how the industry will operate in the future. Senator Solomon seems to know a lot about the yachting industry, and I was pleased to hear him speak of it, but I'm going to respond to him in the course of my debate. Madam President, firstly, let me thank the Minister of Finance for a very comprehensive, very thoughtful, and a very astute presentation made last Friday in the other place, in the lower house. And what it calls for, the measures call for sacrifices but it does so in a very fair and equitable manner. Everyone in this country is asked to make a sacrifice towards improving our economic circumstances. And the presentation dealt with the past, the present. I think that the minister presented a vision for the future as well, and he began to unveil the reforms and policies that are necessary to take this country forward and to make Trinidad and Tobago into a stronger and a more resilient place, Madam President. And indeed, we have begun to put, contrary to what the other side has said, we have begun to put in place the necessary structural reforms. But Madam President, part of the reason why we are here is because of the behavior of the last government with regard to the economy. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't go back and just make reference to some of the areas of reckless management and its manifestation and how it has affected Trinidad and Tobago into where it is today. And I make reference again to the expenditure and compare fiscal 2010 with fiscal 2015. Our total central government expenditure increased from $46.7 billion in fiscal 2010 to $61.8 billion in fiscal 2015. An economy in decline, yet our expenditure grew by 30%. And despite the increase in government expenditure, Madam President, of $15.1 billion over that 5-year period, government revenues grew at a much slower rate, very, very slow rate. Most importantly, the gross domestic product of the country grew from $91.7 billion in 2010 to only $94 billion in 2015, a mere increase of just $2.3 billion. The average annual GDP growth for the period 2005 to 2009 was 5%, compared to 0.5% for the period 2010-2015 under the last government as well. There was a constant decline in real output in the energy sector from $36.8 billion in fiscal 2010 to $32.8 billion in fiscal 2015. And oil production fell from in excess of 90,000 barrels per day in 2010 to under 80,000 barrels per day by the end of 2015. Total energy exports were only $7.5 billion US in 2015, and that is a significant decline when compared with the annual average $12.7 billion in the period 2010 to 2014. The net public sector debt increased from $45.4 billion, or 32.1% of GDP in fiscal 2010, to $76.5 billion, or 46.3% of GDP in fiscal 2015. And that, Madam President, is the legacy of the last administration, and it contributes to why Trinidad and Tobago is in the place that it is now. And they are, when I listened to the last debate, and they were advocating that this government should continue an expenditure profile which will carry the economy into further ruin. Well, we will not listen to them. From the Ministry of Trade's point of view, we have a very, very important role in reversing this country's economic fortunes by assisting in increasing foreign exchange inflows through greater and more diverse trade in new and existing markets, and also in attracting larger, high-quality investments into Trinidad and Tobago as well, in strategic sectors as well, and doing so through effective public-private partnerships as well, ensuring that there are relevant and timely policies and plans as well, and insisting on an effective execution so that in the long run there are more jobs and there is in fact a stronger economy. So that one of the reasons that we can certainly improve the fortunes of Trinidad and Tobago is by international trade. And it is therefore critical that our private sector remains resilient and competitive, and that too is the work of the Ministry of Trade, and ensuring that there is an enabling environment and where our private sector can in fact be competitive and thrive, and in fact improve their capacity as well. It's the role of the Ministry of Trade to create this enabling environment as well, and to assist in capacity building as well, and other technical areas, and also to facilitate increased trade through multilateral and bilateral trading agreements, so that our manufacturers can in fact enter new and emerging markets as well. And it is for those reasons that, Madam President, we have looked at all of the existing trade agreements, and we are also looking at those countries we would wish to enter into new trading agreements as well, so that we, by extension, can improve the country's trade performance. And one of the strategies for improving trade, and in particular our exports, is through the development and implementation of a national export strategy, which the Ministry of Trade and Industry is developing as well. And that roadmap for a national export strategy will be a very practical one, and the idea again is on developing export capacity as well in all of those sectors where we do believe that there is a competitive advantage for our manufacturers as well. We've had many stakeholder sessions with all of our exporters and our manufacturers, and we believe that this national export strategy will be completed by August 2016 and presented to the Cabinet and to the population as well. Only yesterday, I attended a seminar at the Hyatt. It was done by the Arthur Lockjaw School of Business, and doing a presentation there was the former president of Mexico. And President Calderon gave a deep insight into how he was able to turn the fortunes of Mexico around following the 2009 international economic crisis. And certainly one of the fundamental ways in which there was a resurgence out of the crisis which they were in was in terms of its manufacturing. And during that period, and perhaps after just about 2 or 3 years, you will be surprised that Mexico became one of the world's biggest exporters, supplying at about 60% of the needs of the Latin American and Caribbean regions. And that is all through particular policies of being competitive, encouraging free trade as well, ensuring that there was ensuring the creation of private investments and so on. But it was a phenomenal turnaround which contributed to the growth once again of the Mexican economy. So in Export TT, we are going to be focusing on capacity building, market intelligence, market penetration as well. Because the manufacturing sector is in fact a great contributor to jobs. Currently, they provide 55,000 jobs in Trinidad and Tobago. This may not be known, but 55,000 jobs. We would like to see this sector provide a 50% increase in jobs, perhaps in another 2 years or so. Difficult. Statistics like that and targets like that seem probably a bit out into the sky, but at the same time they are very realizable if we focus, if we go back and we look at the policies that Export TT is in fact doing. And as I said, we focus on capacity building, focus on market intelligence, focus on market penetration as well. And those targets can in fact be achieved. The manufacturing sector currently, at least at the 2015 review of the economy, the sector contributed about 8% to GDP. We would like to see this double, certainly by the next 5 years. But I can see perhaps in another 2 years, I can see at least 20 to 30% growth, and those are the kinds of targets that we feel that are reachable if we put our minds straight. And the Ministry of Trade and Export TT are in fact committed. The government is committed to in fact focusing on the manufacturing sector as a means of increasing revenues. We're very, very proud of this sector in terms of the quality of products that we are producing, and however, the markets that we've entered into so far, the market is largely the region, and it's almost saturated, so that we really do have to look outside of the region, into Latin America, into or even within the region, into Guyana, emerging markets like Guyana. We have to look at Venezuela as well, which has a large market as well, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, all large markets again, and also into Latin America, into Europe as well, into the UK, into the US, where we can in fact establish linkages with our diaspora who would have a desire for our local products. I'm talking about into Miami, into New York as well, and also into Canada as well. So those are the markets that we will in fact be focusing on, and I'll speak a little bit more about them. But I just want to touch on some of the agreements which exist, but it makes no point having these contracts and agreements with other states if we don't in fact put them into effect and utilize the agreements. And one of them that I'll speak of is the Trinidad and Tobago Panama Partial Scope Trade Agreement as well, which was signed on to in 2013, and which we intend to bring into force by June 30th, 2016. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in fact preparing its cabinet note, and all that is required since it has already been passed in the lower house and in the upper house as well, all that is required now is the cabinet note approval, and also the proclamation by the president as well. And that will provide duty-free access for over 200 goods in and out of both countries as well. Both the TTMA and also the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce have been involved, and you'll be pleased to know, the public will be pleased to know that the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce will in fact be embarking on a trade mission to Panama in June, which the Ministry of Trade is strongly supporting, and I'm trusting that they have that in that agreement, that partial scope agreement, in hand with them when they go to Panama. There are some other agreements which we would like to give effect to, which have been in place for a long time now. The CARICOM-Colombia Trade, Economic and Technical Cooperation Agreement. As I said before, the Latin American markets are large markets, so that there's plenty of opportunity there for us. This is an agreement which was negotiated since in 1998, and which provides reciprocal preferential treatment between CARICOM, MDCs, and Colombia as well. But as it is, our data tells us only 5 countries export currently into Colombia as well. And therefore, we're going to put measures in place to encourage our local firms to exploit those markets and to access opportunities, because I'll tell you, the population is about 49 million consumers in Colombia as well. So the opportunities are in fact phenomenal. With Venezuela, I've said it before in this house, and I'll just briefly mention it. We are considering Venezuela Oil for Goods Agreement, where the cooperation can be done on the basis of a barter system, where we would exchange energy products for manufactured goods as well. The details of that still has to be worked out, but there are high-level delegations going to and from Venezuela as well. And the Ministry of Trade has prepared the list of goods which we can offer to Venezuela as well. But we are, between the two countries, we are trying to put the mechanisms in place so that we can facilitate the finalization of such an agreement. There's also the CARICOM Dominican Republic Free Trade Agreement. That is another sizable market. You're talking $10.5 million, but only 10 firms are in there now. And so it's another useful market, and we would encourage our exporters to go into the Dominican Republic as well. Costa Rica as well, where there's in fact a mission, a Trinidad and Tobago mission. That agreement was signed in 2004. It's a CARICOM agreement, CARICOM Costa Rica Free Trade Agreement as well. And emanating from the agreement, there was a CARICOM Costa Rica Business Council established, and so that there are now joint council meetings between both countries, and we trust that arising out of this, we can see our products being also brought onto those markets as well, and being exported duty-free as well into those markets as well. There's also the CARICOM Cuba Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement. And of course, everyone would know about the very historic United States, the visit by the United States President Obama, after 90 years, is a powerful symbol. And what we can see happening now is a gradual opening of the Cuban economy, and which really would give rise to significant opportunity, significant business and investment opportunities as well, which Trinidad and Tobago firms, and we will encourage them, should take advantage of as well. So that we do the mission, our trade office, which had been established a number of years in Cuba, has been actively receiving businesses from Trinidad and Tobago, and quite many more businesses are now doing business with Cuba, so that the outlook for doing business with Cuba is in fact great. And the Ministry of Trade and Industry, through Export TT, intends to give full support again for entry into that market as well. One of the things that we had been looking at is probably a line of credit, because the system, the mechanism for export and import in Cuba is very archaic. And it's not even archaic, it's unique. It's in that all export and imports are done actually through these state agencies. And my understanding, I didn't know before, is that there are about 100 state agencies which handle all of the exports and imports into Cuba. So that some of there are those that operate more efficiently than others. And you would find then that you may engage with one of the state agencies where you probably will not be paid for an entire year. So that we have been looking since 2009 under the last PNM government It was dropped under the last government. We have been looking at a line of credit to facilitate exporters into Cuba being paid earlier by the Exim Bank. This is still under review by us, and it's and just as an alternative, we're also looking. In fact, I've gone to the market and had some preliminary discussions with a banking institution which has a connection there, and which is actually doing all of these trade discounting facilities for goods emanating out of Panama and out of Italy and all across the world. And so that we're also looking at, gone to the market to see if there's another way that we can do this that will not impact, that will not add risk to the Trinidad and Tobago government as we seek to guarantee the Exim Bank for such a facility. The European Union, again, we spoke about it again, that agreement was completed since 2008, but of course during the 2010 to 2015 period, absolutely nothing was done to assist firms in exploiting this agreement, which is beneficial and really does have market access opportunities as well. The agreement does in fact provide, and so that we are focusing on Europe as well. I'm very pleased to note that in one of the groceries you can find bottled sea moss from Trinidad and Tobago on the shelves as well. And there are two projects since we've come into office that are ongoing. One of them has been completed, as a matter of fact, which will get businesses ready for the European market. And one is developing the export readiness of Trinidad and Tobago's enterprises for the EU market. And that's a project which was funded by both the Caribbean Development Bank and also Export TT. And that is expected to be that one is expected to be completed in March 2017, and of course the main objective is to provide technical assistance to ensure that all of these businesses, small businesses as well, that they become export ready and no market is too far away or too vast to gain entry for small and medium-sized exporters and businesses as well. And so again, market access under this program was provided for some 26 exporters. Some of them, as I said, existing exporters, but some of them only emerging exporters. And we have covered under that program both goods and services as well, and that will help them with entry into UK and into France and so on, and to Germany and so on. There's another project as well, the Tobago Good Foods Project, and it's a project that is focused mainly on Tobago, and that one is an initiative of the European Business Chamber, the Eurocham TT, and is part sponsored also by the Ministry of Labour as well, Labour and Small and Enterprise Development and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. That project comes to an end in 2016, but is an interesting project. It involves technical support to 16 of Tobago's food producers in 5 subsectors, and I read them for you: the dairy goat production, beekeeping, organic farming, root crops, and tree crops. And when this comes to an end in July 2016, the Ministry of Trade will be handing over these projects. We will not be leaving them to stagnate or to wither away. We would be passing these projects on to the Ministry of partially on to the Ministry of Small and Labour, Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprise Development, and also to the THA, to the Finance Division. We've already had discussion with them to ensure that there's growth of these businesses in Tobago as well. As I said, all of these initiatives, not only goods, but also services as well. And as I say services, let me take the opportunity to say that we are also engaged in developing strategies for services as well. And on the table is the development of a trade negotiating strategy for energy services. You know that this sector has become very mature in Trinidad and Tobago, and in fact are very, very world-class and competitive. And so that, and it's because we've had such a long history in the industry. There are many nationals with an excellent reputation in the sector, and all of this can be leveraged to develop strong, reputable domestic service companies as well. By the end of the year, we would have completed this trade negotiating strategy for energy services as well, and our national services policy will also be completed as well. With regard, so what you can see from all of this is that there's some clear strategies for transforming our economy. I don't like saying away from oil and gas, because oil and gas will always remain relevant. Those are, in fact, our natural resources, but it certainly will help restructure our economy so that there's not that dependence which existed before as well. And in a sense, we would have a more broadened economy, a more diverse economy as well. So that part of the transformation of that economy and the broadening of our economy as well will center around several industries, and I'm sure that the population has heard these before, but let me say them again. The Minister spoke to them in his presentation last Friday, and these are the international financial services, also ICTs as well, the manufacturing sector, tourism, agro-processing, and also the maritime sector as well. And we feel that, and these are, in a sense, these are not new industries which we have to now enter. So in a sense that we have already diversified, but have not placed enough focus on these sectors, and we will now focus on all of these areas and building these areas and building capacity in these sectors as well. And I know that there has been much talk, but there will be much action by all of the relevant ministries on focusing on those areas. I hope I said agro-processing, but the Minister of Responsibility for Agriculture did in fact speak extensively to agro-processing as well. These are very, very, very dynamic sectors, and we know that many businesses within these sectors can in fact become employers for years and years to come, decades and decades to come, and these sectors can in fact add to the revenues of Trinidad and Tobago, add to earning foreign exchange as well. And so we're very, very gung-ho about the development of these sectors as well. Let me speak a little bit about the maritime industry, because we've been doing considerable work on it, and we've had several discussions with major stakeholders on it. As I said before, there is an existing sector, and I'll tell you a little bit about it. But we've gone to the point where there is in fact an action plan by the ministry, and it is receiving the consideration of several related ministries within the government as well. And the areas that we have a particular interest in will be ship repair and dry docking. That's an existing and successful industry, but we want to see the expansion of this industry as well. We'll be looking at bunkering and transshipment. We're doing bunkering and transshipment as it is, and of course we're looking at also the development of special economic zones as well. Looking at the ship repair and dry docking facilities and the potential of it. The local existing industry actually employs about 300 persons right now, and they receive about 600 inquiries annually from boat owners. I'm talking about large vessel owners. They receive about 600 inquiries annually. However, they are only these three existing commercial entities are only able to facilitate about 120 vessel repairs out of the 600 requests which are made annually. So that alone tells you about the scope of the industry. If we even only look at the growth of the existing industries, that alone can tell you what the scope is like, and of course the opportunity as well for earning additional revenue and foreign exchange, because these are international vessels that are indeed coming here for ship repair. These are all energy vessels, etc., coming here for ship repair and dry docking facilities. And over the last 5 years, I think, I hope this is right, but it's the revenues have been about $75 million, and so that alone tells you, based on 120 repairs done, If that is if the revenues are $75 million, it tells you where we can go. So certainly this is not a sector to be overlooked as well. So that, but there are several impediments to growth, and also the invitation to other business concerns, local and foreign, getting into the industry as well. There are several impediments, including credit sourcing, facilitating all of the regulatory approvals that are required, especially for the new entrants into the sector as well. The question of land availability and the designation of lands for the designated maritime activity as well. All of those issues we have to look at. The whole question of labor, because we're told that sometimes they flat out cannot get the required labor and so on. They require a range of persons with technical ability and so on. And so that those are those are some of the impediments, and we intend to focus in the Ministry of Trade and Industry on ensuring that we create opportunities for credit sourcing as well, so that to assist these existing and new entrants into the market as well with the financing of additional floating docks, replacing jetties and improving their locations and so on. As I said, we're not doing the financing, but we're going to assist with the credit sourcing as well. And we expect that Ministry of Planning will in fact be doing the designated land availability and so on. With regard to the thoughts on the labor crunch in that industry as well, it's perhaps looking at the development of some kind of apprenticeship program. You'd realize through the UTT under several administrations back, followed by the PNM, the UTT does in fact have a maritime campus, but the programs are in fact at bachelor level in terms of the maritime discipline. And there's also a diploma in maritime operations, a Bachelor of Science degree in maritime operations, a Master of Science in operational maritime arrangement. All of these persons are able to find work as well. But apart from that, from those the higher level of training, apart from the higher level of training that is required, as I said before, skilled labor is required, and so that there's a thought of having an apprenticeship program, and which also has been the suggestion of the existing businesses as well. The proposal has actually been put forward by the existing stakeholders who are willing to have people, skilled laborers apprentice with them as well. So there's much potential, even in the bunkering services, because in Trinidad, for instance, only 16% of the vessels that are coming into Trinidad actually has bunkering services here, utilizes bunkering services here, whereas the international benchmark is about 50%. So that's another area that we can look at in terms of being able to fuel oil tankers and gas carriers and bulk carriers and so on. And once I believe we have the proper pricing strategy and systems in place to avoid illegal bunkering, and of course we can in fact provide there's in fact a reliable and efficient fuel supply of fuels and so on, an aggressive market. This is also an area that can in fact develop, and so that there's collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries on the potential of this as well. We're also looking at the expansion of the transshipment industry. We do have an existing business here, a foreign business entity, Oldendorf Carriers, and they are involved in the transshipment of metals and iron ore. There's another proposal which is on the table as well for transshipment, and that is being looked at by I think it's Maritime Services of the Ministry of Works and Transport as well. And generally, we will look at the whole question of special economic zones, which I suppose will make the investment possibilities more attractive as well. Strategic areas for special economic zones as well. And alongside that, port rationalization is another area under study by the government as well. The member, Senator Daniel Solomon, spoke extensively about the yachting sector as well, and particularly he raised the whole question of the security concerns, and we couldn't be as well more concerned about the security issues which he spoke about. And there were in fact 2 incidences of robbery, and it has in fact been made public. And can I say that the Coast Guard and the Minister of National Security himself, he's gotten involved. He has written, we have his commitment in writing, also that of the Coast Guard as well. They've given us their commitment to ensuring that there would be none of this, that there will be increased surveillance. And all of this has been communicated to the Yachting Association, YSAC, with whom the ministry has quite a good relationship with. So I hope that all of the concerns are alleviated. I understand that when you announce something to the yachties, it goes like hot bread right across. So I think that the information, maybe the minister's information, is not up to date. So I think that...
Minister, you have five more. Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Only 5? Yeah, a member. Yeah. So, but let me let...
Never be a minister.
Okay. Yeah. Only 5 minutes. So that I want to say that this yachting industry is very, very, very important to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. As I said, we have a good relationship with them. We understand the job capabilities. I mean, I think that there are about 1,700 persons involved. So the foreign exchange earnings are substantial as well. We do have a new policy, a yachting policy for the period 2016-2021, which we have the draft. In fact, the YSAC, the Yachting Association, has the draft for consideration, and there are a number of policies in there. The minister spoke about a number of forms that have to be filled, etc., which is a concern. Well, we're putting forward we are in fact putting forward the proposal for a single harmonized form as well. And we in fact looking at enacting yachting legislation as well, having a yachting data repository, looking at standard operating procedures for customs and so on, and assessing all of the skills that are necessary for growth in the industry. The thing about it is we have been in communication and consultation with the industry, and I can tell you, he raised a concern about the VAT imposition. The Ministry of Finance has sent a senior official to meet with them. I know that there has been discussion, and I know that it's a matter that's being considered as well. So there's a general awareness of what the industry, its potential, and let us say that the industry has 100% support of the Ministry of Trade and Industry and of the government as well. I will just say, as in the last few minutes, I want to just say that the whole question of investments, very, very, very important to Trinidad and Tobago at this time. But we all know that Trinidad and Tobago, the PNM government has always been very successful at attracting foreign direct investment, certainly more than this last government as well. I could go into the statistics, but it's there in our history. And this is a crucial time for both domestic and foreign investments into this country. We at the Ministry of Trade, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, understands how critical it is to attract investments in all of the areas that we spoke of, and we are in fact doing everything that is possible to ensure that the investment regime widens in Trinidad and Tobago. We are doing everything we can in terms of providing the industrial spaces. Tamina Intech Park will be open by July. Not the kind of opening they had of the opening of a building in the Tamina Park. The 21 lots will be available in July as well. We're working on our integrated investment promotion strategy as well, so that there's a synergistic relationship right across all of the ministries towards this integrated investment promotions strategy. Again, am I fit? No more time? Oh, 2 more minutes as well. The other thing we're looking at is the negotiation of bilateral investment treaties. Again, working with other countries to create investment opportunities. And the ones that are on the table now that we propose to look at intensely would be Panama, Colombia, and also Chile as well. Our model bilateral investment treaty is a very generous one, but we're reviewing it again, once again, looking at the incentives to ensure that we in fact attract foreign direct investment. We're looking at the legislation as well, which is quite outdated. We're talking about the Foreign Investment Act of 1990. We want to in fact have a more favorable one, again, which will provide the right legislation to attract local and both the local and the foreign investors as well. Again, we've done with regard to manufacturing, we've just gotten a draft in. We contracted the University of the West Indies, Professor Clem Imbert, to do a research paper on mechanical and manufacturing enterprise opportunities, and he's listed to us some 29 areas of development within the sector as well, and this matter is under review. And so that basically this is where we are. There's much more we can say. We're working on ensuring that there's an enabling environment, a competitive, that manufacturers and exporters in particular are in fact competitive, or single electronic window. We've just put on another 23 applications last week. And we're working towards putting on even more applications after the signing of the new agreement by Minister of Planning and Development in Bahamas last week. I wish I could go on for longer to speak of the opportunities, but Madam President, I thank you.
Before I invite the next speaker, there was something reported in the 7 o'clock news tonight, and Senator Ameen has a brief statement to make.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it has come to my attention that a social media post made by myself earlier, my account was not hacked, had given the impression that I was criticizing the ruling, your ruling on a matter earlier. Let me give the assurance that that was not the intent of the post, and if it was interpreted as such, I do wish to sincerely apologize to you, Madam President. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind all members that here that at all times the dignity of this House must be upheld, and nothing should be said or posted that will affect or bring this House into disrepute. Senator Ameen, I thank you for that apology.
Madam President,
Senator Samuel, sorry.
I'm thankful to be able to be part of this debate on this act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which, Madam President, was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016 Act 2015. Madam President, before I go further, I want to acknowledge and clearly send my sympathies to the families of the deceased police officer and officers who had lost their lives in the course of their duty. And to add to that, even those of the prison services that have also in the recent past, lost their lives likewise through some gruesome situations and some violent ways in this country. And we still want to thank those police officers and prison officers who continue to perform their duties in a manner that attempts to keep us safe in this country, even though they are up against it because of the criminal intent that has so taken over in so many instances our country and has instilled tremendous fear in our citizenry. So I offer my sympathy to the families. Madam President, a young man said to me just recently, he says, Mr. Samuel, since this government came into power, I realized that they're on a high. And I said, okay. And he smiled and he said, don't misunderstand me. He says to me, high crime rates, high food prices, high gas prices, high incidences of violence in schools, high incidences, there's an increase in the incidences of HIV and AIDS in Trinidad and Tobago, and everything seems to be on a high. And he just laughed at me and says, we are in a terrible situation because of the high. And I smiled at him, and I couldn't say anything to him because that's his view. And he was speaking from the standpoint of where he lived and the customary violence that seems to take place in his environment. And the violence in the schools that we see all posted on the social medias and the problems that we have with the mindsets of our children in our country. It says to all of us that not only is the present government on a high, but probably the entire country has found itself on a high because we have found ourselves in a real bad situation, Madam President. But when you think about this mid-year review, Madam President, as it is sometimes called, we think about the fact that to review something is to formally assess the thing with the intention of instituting change if necessary. That's what a review is. As a matter of fact, if we were to think about the word review, we think about an analysis, an evaluation, an assessment, and appraisal. We think about, Webster says, it's an act of carefully looking at or examining the quality or condition of the thing or someone. So it means, Madam President, that this review was supposed to be a total examination of the quality, a total examination, looking at the thing to see if it's really what it's supposed to be. But when you think about what came to us as a review, you recognize that what is called a review is just a transfer of things from one head to the other. But then if we had to think about the word review, Madam President, we've got to also wonder why it is being transferred. Is it in the review that they have found flaws in the operations and they're saying that the heads under which they fell were not effectively functioning? If it's a review, then there should be a report. If it's a review, then we must be brought up to date, Mr. Vice President, as to what was the situation that caused the item to be shifted from one head to the next, from one ministry to the next. Is it because of the incompetence of the ministries? Is it because the thing is just not working? What has been done in the last 6 or 7 months with regards to the things that have been shifted? For instance, the Citizens Facilitation Fund that we see here in the paper. What has been done with the situation of HIV and AIDS in Trinidad and Tobago? Why is it now being shifted from one head to another? That is not being explained. And we as citizens have got to just hear, well, this has been shifted, but there is no reason given as to why it is being shifted. But a review is done with the intention to look at quality. A view is done with the intention to look at the condition of the thing and to make sure that it is operating effectively or it's achieving what it's set out to achieve. If that's the case, then something is wrong. Something is absolutely wrong, because if nothing was done, Mr. Vice President, in the last 6 months with regards to HIV and AIDS, that means we are in a worse situation than we were before. If people were not able to access the Citizens Initiative Fund in the last 6 months, it means that we are in a worse situation than we were before. And while we talk and we laugh and we say all kinds of stuff and we act in certain manner, in certain ways as to make people feel as if they are lesser than some people, and even in this house, we will not listen to you. What is the reason for the shift? For instance, probably the leader of government business in the House could probably tell me why is it that HIV/AIDS is shifted from the Ministry of Health and goes across to another ministry? Why is the Citizens Initiative Fund shifted? What was the situation that caused the shift? What was happening in the last 6 months? Was it being operated? Was it being effective? What were the flaws that they realized that now the new ministry can be far more effective and they have a plan? And those are the kind of questions I would look at when you shift something, and not just shift it for shifting's sake or shift it because somebody feels it should be by me. So those are the kind of questions, because we see the Office of the Prime Minister now has a great deal in Creese, and then from other ministries you have a decrease. And now the reason for it is not given. I sat listening in the other house when they were examining the financial matters as to the reasons, and no reason was ever given. And I think it is something that is necessary for us to understand if the thing is working or not, and that is the reason for the purpose of a review. So this review was supposed to give us some excitement, some kind of detail. The nation was waiting with bated breath to see what is going to come about, some kind of plan, some kind of ideas, some kind of initiative, some vision, some thought processes that they can now sit back in their homes while they listen and assess and say, okay, yes, we're heading down the right path. But you know something? Another person said to me, every time they think about what is going on and the last budget and now this review, they remember the Sylvester Stallone Rocky movie when he fought Mr. T. And when they interviewed Mr. T, I remember that, I think it's Rocky 3 or one of those movies. When they interviewed Mr. T, they said to Mr. T, ask him, what is your plan for the fight? And Mr. T said, pain. And this young man says every time he thinks about it, he's just hearing the word pain. Because all over, throughout the economy, everything that is happening is just bringing pain on the small man. Pain on the man at the lower echelons of the society. Pain on the taxpayer. Pain, 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 pain. The strange thing about all of this is that I smiled when I was told that, because I remember Mr. T got knocked out. And he was in pain. I wonder if that says a lot that will happen just now. But this is what is happening in our society, Mr. Vice President. We think up here when we are in positions to pass legislations and do budget, we think up here. And in many instances, we are not thinking or setting ourselves and our mindsets in the shoes of those people that are the lowest end of the scale. We can quickly tell them, well, if we increase this and we add VAT to this and we lessen those items that were non-VATable, then it will only cost you $50 more. But we don't live down there. We do not bear their burdens. I just read of a young lady who had lost her job, and she was sleeping in the pavilion of a recreation ground. And she went to her MP. And the end result was that she was told, according to the newspaper report, you're wasting my time. She and her son were sleeping in the toilet of the recreation ground. Sad state of affair. So people are feeling the pain. And while they're feeling the pain, it is as if we, at a certain level, are saying, well, all you have to take that.
And cool it.
Take it and cool it. And it's a sad state of affair, Mr. Vice President, when we can think like that. And yet feel that we do not have to give an explanation for anything. That if you ask a question, I'm not answering that. No. In this society, in the 21st century, in a parliament, I'm not answering that. I'm not speaking to you. I am not saying anything to you. I'm not listening to you. In this day and age,
no consultation.
In this day and age,
no respect.
Something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong in our society. And if that's the mentality that we have even at this level, which is supposed to be the place of legislation, if that's the mentality, you now understand why it is happening at the lower levels. Why a young girl could stand and stand and tell a teacher, I feel I could slap you up, and it's posted on social media. Why it is not a problem for violence anymore. So we've got to rethink. Because it could be that they're seeing and hearing, because this is live. And they feel what we go through. I sat here and I felt the pain of Senator Roach. He was almost in tears, and I empathized because it is not now. But while that is happening, and you see, we could always talk about who did and who didn't do. The problem is that people are suffering. You know, the sad thing about all of this, I had a friend of mine who took his car, had been taking his car to this mechanic over and over. And one day he gave another friend a lift. And while they were driving down the road, this guy says, I'm a mechanic and I'm hearing so-and-so in the car, and I'm hearing so-and-so, bring it by me. That fella ain't fixing your car good. And he started bad talk the mechanic because, he didn't know the mechanic, but he was bad talking the guy. And the guy just said, okay, I'll bring it by you Saturday. So he went by the guy, and the guy is telling him about this is wrong, and that is not tuned right, and that is not tuned right, and that is right. And he did his stuff, and then eventually the guy left to go with his car and he shut down. And you know something? This is what this reminds me of. Bad talk, the past government, and the country shutting down. Mm-hmm. There is nothing, there are no incentives for anything anymore in this country. It's shutting down. The gridlock everything is shutting down because, Mr. Vice President, we feel we have arrived. And all of us that sit here could remember that there were other people in offices before that and other people in offices before that, and governments have changed over and over, but we feel we have arrived, so nobody can tell us anything. So this is basic. The transfers are basic. But there's no explanation given, and there will be probably none forthcoming because of attitudes and personalities. So, Mr. Vice President, it is one thing to bad talk. It's another thing to perform. It's one thing to talk, and you know something? A lot of stuff we can only talk about in hindsight. And we do that every day, Senator Hadid. If we drive down the road and the morning we were not feeling like we should go out there and we were supposed to stay home, and then he said, I'm going out anyway, and you get an accident, in hindsight you would say, wow, boy, I should not have gone out today. So every kind of discussion taking place on pointing figures is in hindsight, because if oil prices had remained at $100 a barrel and things were going good, there will be no foolishness enough. But it's hindsight arguments. And anybody could argue from hindsight. Anybody could look back and see, boy, we could have done this, we should have done this, we should have done that, if we had only done that. Anybody can do that, and that is not argument. That's not good basis. That's not the basis for arguments. Anybody can do that. I remember getting in an accident, and I was angry with myself because I told myself I ain't leaving home that day. Now, I got in the accident anyway. So telling myself I shouldn't leave home making sense. I've got to fix my vehicle now. Sure. So telling the nation and pointing fingers and making sense, what we have to do is that you need to start a fix. And that's the important factor. That's the reality. But we're not doing that. We're talking like the man was bad talking the mechanic, but we ain't fixing nothing. So right now, the vehicle is working worse than when I took it to the mechanic. It's not functioning the way it even used to function. As a matter of fact, now I've got to pay more for parts. Now I've got to pay more for gas. And with Petrotrin not fixing the lead and sulfur content in gas, now I have to pay more for medication. That is the problem. So while we argue and carry on, the issue is, where are we today, right now? 6 or 7 months after a change of government, and we're still hearing the same old song. You know, Mr. Vice President, for a song to last for generations, it has to be a real good song. The worst thing that ever happen is for you to be singing a song that has become outdated and you don't realize it's outdated. And I've been hearing the same old song over and over. And you know something? When you start to laugh at your own jokes, then you're in trouble. Serious, serious trouble. So as we examine all that has taken place, Mr. Vice President, as we check and see the seriousness and the issues that face our society today, what we have not found is that in the midst of talking about the economy, there is no move to prevent waste. As a matter of fact, it is Senator Raffoul who continues to talk about the waste of energy, the paper trail. Even in this parliament, we were given iPads, but we still have a lot of paper coming home. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about how are we to conserve energy. How are we going to do that? We can start somewhere. We can begin to now deal with the society and say, hey, what's going on? You know, TNTech probably need to give some kind of incentive for people to turn off their lights. Maybe that's the way to go. Some kind of a reduction, some kind of thing that says, hey, what's going on? You have been burning $1,000 a month, and we'll give you an incentive if you can reduce that to such and such. Because we have to conserve. And if we conserve the usage of the thing, then we have more energy to now disperse and sell. Probably WASA is going to have to do the same thing with water. The citizen doesn't understand the cost of producing 1 gallon of water. They don't. So to them, leaving the hose on is not a problem. So what are we to do? Are we going to just advertise, well, if they find you at this time using a hose, we will charge you $1,000? Where are the police to drive around the country to look for hose? So you have to create what, a hose unit?
A coal unit.
Or what about an incentive if you can reduce your water bill? For those who have meters, there's an incentive for that. See, those are the kind of things you have to come up with. But I guess in many instances, there is no creativity coming out on the other side. Challenged. Creativity is challenged. Mr. Vice President, what are we doing to now cause greater productivity in the country? Everyone in here would agree that the productivity levels in this country, the work ethics is powerful. What are we doing? Isn't that going to help the economy when we increase productivity on an everyday basis? When we can get people to work honestly, an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, and increase output? What are we saying about that then? And how are we intending in this crisis to generate that and change the mindsets of the society? Rather than just come and say, take that. Take that. How are we going to get into the psyche of the society and say, hey, what's going on? You know, we need your help to produce more. The average worker. That's not being done. There's a lot of talk about this country's inability to feed itself. And if for some reason, in the not too distant future, there is a major crisis around the world, then we are in trouble because we are unable to feed ourselves. And I've heard the same message and the same discourse for the last 6 months. Plan, 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 plan.
No plan.
Assess, 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 assess.
No plan.
Healthcare. Healthcare. Let me tell you the constraints. And I want you to understand how it affects health. The average person working for the lowest income now has to pay more for everything. He has to pay more for everything. And he sits and he worries. And it affects his health. And if you can't get medication at the health center and he can't afford to buy it. And you hear the people come in this house and talk about if all they'd only do it. And the man sits right now and he can't afford it. And we expect him to be well. You know what worry does, huh? Yeah.
High blood pressure.
Yeah, tremendous stress on the system. So the possibility, leader of government business, is that we will probably have a far more stressful society. With all that is, you see, it is not just the raising of oil and the raising of gas, and it is not just that. It is the impact and the effects it has on the human being. When your children start to complain, Senator Danny, because you can't pay for certain things anymore. And you don't know how to find the money to do it. I know sacrifice is important. But we have got to now lead people and coerce people into sacrifice. We have got to have it's a different voice, it's a different approach to cause people to take hold of it, because we know they're doing it for a reason. It's not a political reason. It's a nation's reason. And it's not just because this party is in power or that party is in power. It's about how are we going to sacrifice together. And, we talk about that. I have no problems with the nation buying an effective vehicle for the Prime Minister. Fantastic. But why not a hybrid? If we so want to conserve, why not one working on CNG? Why not one working on CNG? I mean, that would have sent a strong message that here it is, you're not using premium gas, you're using CNG. That would have sent a real message. And that's the kind of nonsensical talk about hybrid helicopter and all kind of. In this day and age, when people are suffering, it's a sort of talk about hybrid helicopter now. But right now, it's easy to buy a hybrid car. A nation can buy a hybrid car for its head of state. Nothing is wrong with that. It would have sent a strong message to the nation that, hey, they're conserving. Nothing is wrong with that. That's not a problem. That is not a problem. I don't have a problem. The fact that the bite is not the issue is what? It is, what is the example we said? Buy a hybrid Benz. Nothing wrong with that. You could buy a hybrid Rolls Royce if you want. You could have it bulletproof on what? That's not the issue for me. Because they need to be protected. And they need to be protected. But we have to conserve. We must conserve. We must conserve to the extent that we have more to sell. So up comes the idea of what incentives are we going to give to the citizens to probably go solar on their houses. Go solar. And have TNTech, if possible, absorb the excess energy. So they could absorb excess energy, and it will cost them less to do what they're doing. We need to look at that, and look at it swiftly. That you tell people, okay, there will be no tax on solar panels, and no this on solar panels, and do that, and let's begin the process. 6 months of talk is killing us softly. As a matter of fact, it reminds me of the song, Killing Me Softly with his song. And killing us softly. So the healthcare system is a problem. While at one time, health centers were supposed to be opening at longer hours and attending to the society at longer hours, now we haven't taken into consideration the stress and the strain of our society. And I'm concerned about that. Because I'm seeing people on a daily basis, and they're worrying about our existence now. And we have got to, in the midst of the sacrifice, in the midst of the struggles, we have got to alleviate their minds and say to them, hey, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. There's no better system, and we're not seeing it on the horizon that people can be safer in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vice President, and today, I think it was yesterday's London Evening Star, headline, picture, British cricket star shot dead in Trinidad. Yeah. On March 29th, coming out of Canada, was an Canada advises caution due to Trinidad and Tobago's high crime rate. Could you imagine that? And if it's possible, I can read a little content to tell you how they've painted us. They're painting us bad. They're painting us bad. Canada has updated its travel advisory to Canadians visiting Trinidad and Tobago, alerting them to exercise a high degree of caution due to a high crime rate. Listen to this. The advisory updated March 18, 2016 warns of the following: frequent incidents of violent robberies, assault and rape, gang and drug-related violence, including shootings and kidnappings, crimes targeting foreigners at popular tourist sites, incidents of gangs following cars leaving Piarco International Airport and robbing travelers once they reach their destination. Tourists and foreign nationals being victims of crime in Tobago. Watch out. Home invasions being common. Sporadic demonstrations and work-related strikes that may cause significant disturbances throughout the country. This is the Canada advises. Thefts at traffic lights or in slow-moving traffic. And then it went on to talk about the responsibility of the citizenry when they travel in Trinidad and Tobago and what they have to watch out for. Violent robberies, assault, and rapes occur frequently. Cruise ship passengers should take particular care when walking around the docks in Port of Spain. Right next to us, huh? Yeah. We have to watch it too. Yeah. Gangs and drug-related violence, including shootings and kidnappings, occur and can affect bystanders. Crimes of opportunity, such as petty theft, tends to increase during the annual Trinidad Carnival in February or March and during the Christmas holidays. It's right here. Yeah. Remain highly vigilant in Laventille. And at popular tourist sites such as Fort George, Labrie Pitch Lake, Las Cuevas Beach, where crimes targeting foreigners have been reported. Incidents of gangs following cars leaving Trinidad and Tobago Piarco Airport and robbing travelers once they reach their destination have been reported. Avoid unpopular areas such as scenic overlook, especially after dark. Avoid visiting isolated and unpatrolled beaches due to the risk of crime. On certain beaches, security is provided from 8 to 6 only. Tourists and foreign nationals are also victims of crime in Tobago. Maintain a high level of vigilance and personal security awareness at all times. Avoid visiting isolated and unpatrolled beaches due to the risk of crime, even in the daylight. Ensure that your personal belongings and travel documents are secure at all times. Do not carry large amounts of cash and show sign of affluence. So look poor. Look poor when you come to Trinidad. Look poor. Wow. You have to fit in. Well, you have to fit in now. Because all of us have to look poor. If possible, stay in hotels or villas in gated communities with guards and cameras. This is what they paint of us. This is what they paint of us, Mr. Vice President. Why? Because, Mr. Vice President, if I buy a house and the people before me didn't take care of the house, now it's my house, I have to take care of it now. I can't go ahead singing a song. Well, I wasn't living in the house all the time. I have to live there and I have to fix it. And I have to fix it quickly because else it would affect me. So all this talk about it didn't happen overnight. People on the streets don't want to hear it didn't happen overnight, you know. A lot of stuff didn't happen overnight. A lot of stuff didn't happen overnight. But at the end of the day, the authority has to fix it.
60 years.
Because we are in charge now.
60 years.
And it's important for us to see that. It's important for us to see that. So Mr. Vice President, safety and security added to high food prices and high gasoline and high this and VAT and a lot more stuff. All of that affects a certain kind of people, you know, who are already stressed, who now have to probably work longer hours in a store, in a food mall, somewhere, and they have to rush home and just sleep and get up again. Those are the problems that we face. Yeah, thank you. Not only that, but in the budget presentation, VAT was expanded and extended, but the system of collection was not. So when you should have fixed the system to collect what you're supposed to collect, you didn't fix it. You didn't set the collection mechanisms in place, but what you did is you extended it. So now, with the limited capacity you have to collect more, but you don't have the capacity to collect more. So it's not set in place, Mr. Vice President. And last but not least, with all of that stress, crime, no security, the detection rate in the police service, very low. People are being sent home. Retrenchment. You could understand what's going to happen with the health system just now. You know what will happen. Because here you have a person who is already going through pain and then loses his job. He doesn't lose his job before the pain, you know. He loses his job in the midst of the pain. That is more pain. Mr. Vice President, how we understand? It's a person who worked and began to struggle and things were hard and there's pain because he started to pay more for gas and more for this and more for food, and then all of a sudden he finds himself without a job. So it is pain multiplied. Fix the health sector, you know, because you have a lot of people going to the health facilities really affected, you know. They better open the children's hospital fast, and the other hospital for the adults. They better do that fast. Why? Because they have instilled. Pain is one thing, Many a times pain is not caused by the person who is bearing the pain. The worst kind of pain is when somebody inflicts direct clinical pain on you. And they keep pressing it all the time. You are wounded, and they keep pressing it. They put their hand in the wound, they put their hand in the sore. And now it reaches to the point where you cannot take it no more. Some people are going to go crazy. Mr. Vice President, there are some answers that we need to have as to, and I know the leader of government business will do well to answer about why the things moved, what is the status of those things, why shift HIV from Ministry of Health, what were the flaws that you found in the Ministry of Health, what effective approach it will have now in its new ministry, both that and the Citizens Initiative Fund, if we can do a report on what have they achieved thus far for the last 6 or 7 months with the Citizens Initiative Fund and the benefits of it for the citizens and stuff like that, I think that will go well, as opposed to just having this a transfer from one head to the next. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Ramkissoon.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for acknowledging my willingness to join in this debate at this time. The much anticipated mid-year review definitely have been waited for and looked forward for from since October last year. It is the mid-year review that bring much eagerness and much more hope in this downturn time. We granted the request of the Minister of Finance to prepare and evaluate based on the present economy and to state the true story. Mr. Vice President, as for the factual data, information, or the government reports to help outline the strategic plan set up by this administration, we hear of, but we have not seen. Mr. Vice President, I feel like I'm left wanting, still waiting to formulate a hypothesis on what to tell persons on what is the way forward. I feel sometimes the man on the street knows more of the intentions of the government than I, who are sitting here in Parliament. We have not been given the information to go through and give a fair assessment at this time. But we continue to read from the newspapers, hear on the media, and inform ourselves through that. Mr. Vice President, I had the luxury of time to listen to most of the debate in the other place, and of course I have listened keenly to all the senators who have contributed thus far. And let me just say from listening, senators, well, to the listening public, please note that this is a money bill, and as such, we are restricted with respect to money bills and voting. So hence, we are here to urge the government to hear alternative methods in which we will present, or to urge them to look at different ways in which they can approach this present economy or this downturn in our present economy right now. I heard the Honorable Senator Khan in his closing up says we need to wake up. The people of Trinidad and Tobago needs to be aware of our present situation. And I hear you, I understand, because I stand here and I have been listening throughout. But it's a bit of deja vu, I would probably say, because since 2008, we have been asking citizens to tighten their belt. So right now, I feel we probably need to tell them, hold their breath and count to 10. Because we in Parliament and politicians have been playing with the minds of the citizens and have been telling them we have to cut down, we have to save, but yet we're seeing the government or whoever's in power doing quite the opposite. And well, I see the Honourable Minister coming back in, and it's timely, I get through. All right, so I heard on the other side, in the other place, that you said we need to earn before we spend. So if we're not gaining from the manufacturer sector, we're not earning from the exporting of our non-energy, we're not earning from our ports for generating money, I can't understand when you say we're not earning from the tourism industry right now, because we just heard Senator Samuel give a list of why Canada has warned against, right? So I can't really understand how you say we have no money that we're earning, because there's so many other areas that we are gaining and earning money from. So I would like clarification into that. Also, if you would all go back with me to the Hansard records dated the 25th of September 2009. And allow me to quote Mr. Vice President. During the period September 2008 to April 2009, it was reported that a number of job cuts have been announced in the energy, construction, and the manufacturing sectors. Within the energy sector was Mittal, Neil and Massey, Wood Group, Repsol, who retrenched 192 workers. Hilton Hotel laid off 200 part-time workers, and Digicel offered 500 employees visa packages. The industrial court at that time indicated that firms have filed a total of 1,089 retrenchment notices. Somehow 2009 sounded quite similar. So when we tell citizens, you all need to be aware of our present situation, it is very hard for them to understand what that really means. Mr. Vice President, permit me to deviate temporarily. I promise I will loop it back. And this is really after listening to the other place debates on this mid-year review debates. And I have to say, some, not all, some politicians are very much most audacious individuals. Common term, boldface. Why I say that? And I mean for both sides. Why I say this? As a politician, and I seek to educate you all, I may be in the political arena, but I do not indulge or do not seek to indulge in any knockout games or seek such invitation. But I stand here due to the highest respect for the office of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and for the love of my country, with the hope that I will add valuable contributions towards the running of the country and be the voice of reason and truthful voice amidst the many in the formulation of the best legislation for our country. So as one of my fellow independent senators says more eloquently than I, there is zero corruption in Trinidad and Tobago. Right? And I say politicians can just be overconfident. They make serious allegations and defamation of character against one another. And then they shout, you thief, are trying to thief. And then, but we must remember, we are not all in this to get heavy pockets. So, Mr. Vice President, we need to be mindful when we play in the political arena, what message we are sending to the listening public. And since we rank the 85th in corruption, we are not doing anybody any good by going this way. So, Mr. Vice President, during the wrap-up of the mid-year review debate in the other place, the Honorable Minister of Finance scolded on the lack of revenue-generating options. And I want to give him somewhat a difficult, challenging solution. Start collecting on your white-collar crimes, and then you won't have to touch our fuel subsidiary. So, the most common white-collar offenses that we face in Trinidad is internet fraud, credit card fraud, healthcare fraud, tax evasion, public corruption, money laundering, and the list goes on. Cornell University Law School conducted a study on white crimes. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, white-collar crime is estimated to cost approximately $300 billion annually. Going back to us, in the 2013 report of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, it was stated that during the period of 2010 to 2013, there was a reported 1,115 suspicious financial transactions to the value of $1.12 billion. Mr. Vice President, allow me to quote from the Newsday, March 12, 2014, the article written, White-Collar Crime in Trinidad and Tobago. With the publication of Garvin's cut drug report in 1987, many persons were amazed that the name of the individual whom tongues say was the big fish was not included. No one was charged and convicted in court as a result of the findings of the Scott drug report. Similarly, in other inquiries into the collapse of the Clico Financial, the collapse of the Hindu Credit Union, during which an accountant admitted to doctoring the books. In the inquiry into the Udicot and the inquiry into the CONCACAF, I am unaware of, and I quote, I am unaware of any follow-up action having been initiated. The article goes on to say, the cost of these inquiries to us taxpayers has been Clico inquiry, $36.2 million, Udicot inquiry, $46 million, the 1990 attempted coup inquiry, $31.8 million. Cost of inquiry into the Piaco scandal was never made public. Only in the Piaco scandal have persons been charged for fraud, corruption, and theft of taxpayers' money. The only beneficiaries from these inquiries have been the attorneys. To compound the situation, the government failed to accede to the request of the U.S. government to extradite two persons mentioned in the Piaco scandal.
Really?
Yes. We may yet pay for that, end quote. So this is over $114 million spent thus far into inquiries. Sorry. Oh, okay. Now, Minister of Finance, this is the hard decisions I expect you to hear from you. This is the hard decisions. We want to hear solutions on the way forward. This is what I consider hard decisions, not raising the price at the pumps. I heard we have to make the hard decisions, right? So ensuring that ones feel voiceless and remain silent is not the way forward. So as Dr. Diane Williams said, in the Guardian, March 31st, 2013. We need, as a society, to be honest about what is happening if we really want to solve the problem. She went on to say, in Trinidad and Tobago, violent crimes are just a manifestation of white-collar crimes. So the problem of violent crimes cannot be fixed, so no one wants to touch white-collar crimes, like the elephant in the room. Mr. Vice President, there are many oversight committees in the Parliament that seek to function, to serve as overall function, audit functions of our state enterprises, and to overlook the spending of our public funds. After serving on a committee, it was noted there was little care to try to hide the corruption or nepotism demonstrated by the cloak of the political blanket. And it feels like the working class continues to pay for the mistakes of the rich. Only this week, I went on to learn that one of our core oil and gas companies, when oil prices are low And we are trying to keep the jobs of hundreds by ensuring that financial running is on a tight ship and by ensuring the best persons for the job holds positions, and indeed we have the best decision makers. Instead, I have learned that we are having political appointees being placed in strategic positions, and I do not know for what purpose. If it is to fire workers and then complain that oil price is low, I hope that is not the case. What can we expect now? We cannot operate as before. We have to be different. This is the practice of years. Every government has done it. They promise, even before they even win elections, that they will place these persons into the positions. However, I would please urge you to do not do that, because we do not want to have political appointees bury our core existence, ruin our chances of not increasing our economic growth throughout our country. We deserve qualified, certified personnel who can lead us forward, critical thinkers who will expect to ensure that the Greece of Europe is not the future Trinidad and Tobago of the Commonwealth. Mr. Vice President, during the address in the other place, I learned of the comprehensive debt management plan. This was not circulated to parliamentarians, and I humbly request such a plan be circulated, as debt does not only affect this generation, but it affects the next generation to come. And I also heard of a comprehensive tax reform program, which is quite interesting, and I also would like this plan to be circulated, if it exists. And I learned of the property tax plan, and I would like to seek the advice or the guidance on what mechanisms will be used by the team of assessors to determine the market value of a house in Trinidad and Tobago. Also, if I am paying a mortgage for my house, is it subjected to a full property tax? And I will assume that all of this would be in the plan that should be circulated. So, Mr. Vice President, we have heard of the asset sales such as the Clico bailout. What is the present plan by the government to ensure that there isn't a repeat of this scenario to happen in the future in our country? So what is being set up to avoid the squandering of our public accounts? Mr. Vice President, I would like to share with you and this whole chamber and listening audience something that happened with me on Monday morning. I approached the gas station for the first time since the change to fill up my tank. I don't know if most of you might remember that 3 years ago, NP had this promotional package which said if you fill up over $100, you would get this little scratch that would give you a prize that you might get $20 off yes, right? So I had a very high hope of getting one of these with my vehicle. Unfortunately, I'm a diesel vehicle. I drive a diesel vehicle. So I never had the option of ever reaching 100. I told you I ran it straight down and I could have only got 96. So I was very disappointed after that, right? But I couldn't, I never got the option. Unfortunately, when I pulled up on Monday morning, a little under half tank, and when I saw the price, it was $85. And I was wondering, how come? Hey, I couldn't even reach $100 and little under half, and it's $85. And now this is diesel. And diesel not only affects private citizens, but it affects delivery trucks, your bread van, your local delivery man who brings your packages home for you. Also people who are trying to have a business and delivers to you for at a free cost to encourage business. And this is going to affect them. And how are we going to consider this in the future, and how are we going to say, okay, yes, it's 15% increase, but to what extent? And it really does pain me to see the discomfort of my countrymen, what they're going through. And now this leads me into online shopping. Mr. Vice President, I'm not sure if anyone ever asked the question, why do we have online shopping? What is the root cause? Why would we prefer to do online shopping other than buy here? Because everybody knows the local grocery, the local retailer. That's your friend, that's your neighbor. So we want to support them. But why would we go online to people we don't know? Because the price at Trinidad retailers are 3 to 5 times the price you would get it for online. And the 7% levy on online purchases, which will be added to the customs tax, the VAT on handling, the shipping charges, the fuel surcharge, the duty charged by customs, VAT charged by customs, and then the insurance fee. I know this because I got a package, so I have the list, okay? And all this, so it's not like we're not getting charged any taxes from before. We have been paying all these taxes, and now we're going to add a further 7%. So I also heard in the delivery on Friday that the minister said this levy is similar to the US, the UK, and New Zealand. And when I looked at it, I said, well, okay, if we're similar to the US, do we have Walmart on every corner? Do we have Kmart, Walgreens, Old Navy, Bloomingdale's, JCPenney, Best Buy, the dollar store? I don't know how many of you all remember Super 10, where we could have got $10 items. They no longer exist because of the escalation of prices. They had to close down. So we don't even have equivalent to a dollar store in Trinidad and Tobago. And if you listen to the Americans who are of the lower class, they will tell you that they collect these coupons so they could help pay for their groceries or their purchases in the US. If you have to get a coupon here, you have to make $100 purchase before you can reclaim it. So it's not like we have things set up to encourage you to buy here. So it feels very hopeless to think of, okay, we have to pay so much now with our online shopping and have to go to the retailers. So I feel that this amount of taxes and not consideration into our online shopping and not looking at the root cause, because we don't control the price at the retailer. We, the parliamentarians, kind of tell you need to be $10. I shared at the last sitting where there was a charger to kickstart your vehicle. It was $330 in the store. When I went online to read the reviews to see if this would really work, it was $10 US on Amazon. And that's really sad. Thank God I did not buy it, because I would have felt really silly when I went home. So I hear of discussions with the bank to decide what is the best way to collect. And I know we have some time to decide. So I am here to urge you to rethink the use of increasing taxes or to even have a levy at this time. And in order to request the credit card information, like if I call the credit card and I ask them to find out about a merchant that I purchased from, I need to give them my date of birth, my address, my security password, and all this information before I can even find out what payments I have made to a particular merchant. And here we're asking the banks to go through our personal shopping. I feel that is an infringement of my rights and my secrecy of where I want to shop and what I am going to buy. And also if I go to the US or visit the US or the UK and I go to Walmart and I make a purchase there, would you be taxing me or instilling this 7% levy on things that I have purchased whilst I was there? Because it will show up as Walmart. And then we go to even think of businesses that, who have supported this. And we have online, hackers, as you would like to say it simply, who does ATM skimming. What measures are we putting in place to ensure that that doesn't happen to us? So, Mr. Vice President, just to share with you some actual purchases, and I don't know what the government can do to ensure that the retailers don't mark up their prices 3 times. Because that is why we do online shopping, because we want to have value for our money. We work hard for our money, and we want to have value for our money. So if something costs $10 US, it should not be $330. I purchased a handbag that was $30 US from Amazon. When I looked at Trinidad, it was $1,000 $1,000 in the mall. And it continues, the list goes on. So we all know that parliamentarians have no control over merchant prices. And we looked at the last debate, we looked at lowering the VAT. However, persons were still charging 15%, and I believe we have addressed that. But prices did not go down. So now the government has lost approximately $3 billion. What could have gone to the government is now going to these retailers. So I don't want that to be the case with online shopping, where you cannot avoid online shopping. This is the future. Everything happens online. I think we saw a release today where we have free Wi-Fi throughout Trinidad and Tobago. This is what we want to embrace. This is the way we want to go forward. If this is the way we want to go forward, and we want to encourage young business owners, we want to encourage you to be online business, then we should look at other means to collect from that. Because if you go on social media, you will see people selling shoes, people selling clothes, people selling anything that you want, and they will deliver it to you at a small cost, or they might have a delivery point where you can pick up for free. So we should look at that. Okay, that's a business owner, that's a young entrepreneur. Let's see how we can encourage them and we can get something out of that, instead of trying to increase the 7% levy on these people. So, Mr. Vice President, I also had another experience where I went to the grocery, and I don't know if this is a Point Fortin thing, because I went to a grocery in Point Fortin, and I purchased red beans, chana, and cheese. That's not a full meal, right? So it's just some of it to make a meal. And it cost $110, $TT. And I felt, oh my goodness, I can't even get a meal for $100. No, like 1 pack of chana, 1 pack of red beans, and so that's why I said I couldn't believe that. So I don't know what VAT or taxes I was paying, but I couldn't believe it. And that's, again, we have no control over what the grocery is pricing it. Now, I could have just said, okay, I'm going to go away and go to another grocery, but they had no other grocery that was open at the time. So I had to pay for my meal, you know? So again, I felt like I was a ransom now. I have to buy at this ridiculous prices. So we have to understand the reason for this too is that our culture is different from that of the US, the UK, and New Zealand. It may work there to have a tax there or a levy there, but it may not work here. So why are we holding our country at ransom and demanding value for money when we're not really showing it? There's a dislink, there's a gap. Mr. Vice President, I want to speak briefly on an issue that is plaguing Trinidad and Tobago, and we are seeing it, and we try to upgrade the budget by $40,000. That is the Ministry of National Security. Thank you. And it's not nice memories to bring up, but is real live cases that are unsolved to date. I'd like to bring your attention to the lovely, beautiful Asami, our Japanese panis, who 2 months ago was strangled to death. She came here based on a tourism promotion from our country, and unfortunately it brought her end. One of our biggest events, when you ask a Trinidadian, what is your country known for? The first point they spell out is Carnival. And to date, we have nothing to show. We also can note that we are not safe from this, Mr. Vice President. We are not secluded and we do not exist in a different country. One of our very own past former independent senator, our brilliant, powerful woman who stood for only justice, Madam Dana Sitahal, Senior Counsel. Murder unsolved. We are sitting here feeling we are safe. Maybe because we are not reminded by the bullet holes seen in the red house walls. These are the plaguing memories of our past, not so distant past, and images that people hope to forget. And these are real white elephants in our room. And how do we plan to address them? Lawyers tend to fight for human rights. And the government of today, who the country citizens have faith and confidence in, and will ensure that we are not infringing on our human rights, which states, the Constitution states, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of a person, and enjoyment of property, and the right to not be deprived thereof except by due process of law. In 2009, December 17th, a mother and two of her children in Marabella was burned to death after being trapped by her burglar profile. This is security issues. We are encouraging our citizens to burglar proof, to have surveillance cameras, to set it up to ensure that we address crime, to protect ourselves. But is it really protecting us? Mr. Vice President, we are looking at other avenues to address, to increase our economy and show growth. One of them was we heard from one of the morning programs, local morning programs, that was outlined the Marine Harbor for internationals. And I thought this was a good initiative to have the harbor and see if we can have profits from there. But also, on the same breath, Tobagonians are complaining of pirates in our waters. And I thought that was very strange and confusing. We're looking at a tourism, economic growth here, but yet we can't even solve the pirate situation in our Tobago waters. So I found that to be quite interesting. Mr. Vice President, I would like to move away from that now and speak about the 17 sustainable goals that was outlined by the United Nations. And this was debated in the Senate. And I wanted to know from the last budget review, the increase in the Green Fund levy in relocating of the funds, which funds will be used to achieve these 17 sustainable goals, if we will be realigning them. Mr. Vice President, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is expected to cost $90 million to complete. And it is promised by the Minister of Sports by mid-2016, according to The Guardian, November 25th, 2015. This project was estimated to cost $1 billion in the budget review from 2015. So at the budget debates in October, I inquired on the status and the future of this project, as no money was allocated to it. And that was from the State Enterprise Investment Program 2016. Today, there's a variation to add $10 million depreciation from the Ministry of Sports. So I would like to inquire humbly from the Minister, what other projects would be denied from the Ministry of Sports to ensure that we have the Brian Lara Stadium? Sorry. I would like to know, because I know some of the plans were the swimming pool, the tennis courts, to complete even the maintenance of existing parks and grounds, and it's really outlined in this really nice book here. That we took the time to read, so we just want to make sure that, and this is what we want, was I started with, the strategic plans. And if we want to be successful, we need to stick with our plans. So if we're going to vary it, fine, no problem, but at least don't take money and then don't, say you're going to do something, then don't do it. So, Mr. Vice President, one of our greatest depressing symbols of our fall and decline as a nation is that to date we cannot repair the official house of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, whose roof caved in and remains thus. The age of the heritage of this building is 130 years. Yet no money was allocated to this. So I would like to know if this would be in the plans and if we're doing this. I would like to applaud the government on the proposal for the St. Jude home and the St. Michael's home. I had the opportunity to visit these homes, and as stated in Newsday, 26th August 2015, the state spends $20 million annually to care for 217 children in the state to run these children's homes. And NGOs receive $25,000 annually for 600 children. The management of these homes require a lot of skill and due care. And I have visited both, as I said, and they are excellently managed, such as the Mothers Union Children's Home and Hope Center. Very excellent management. But I have visited homes that are not managed excellent, or they do not even offer due care to the children. And I've noted that the Children Authority is looking at this. So I would like to know if the Office of the Prime Minister would be looking at that, as I saw funds was relocated to that division. And
You have 5 minutes. 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, because the management of the homes are crucial. Because if you look at an article that was printed on the 23rd of April 2014, 3 boys ran away from St. Michael's home to tell of their abuse and their horrific tale. And one of the roles in the Children Authority is to supervise the institutions, so I recommend that the government and the Parliament Oversight Committee ensure that the Children Authority is monitoring, and if it is to be transferred, we would like to know. In my 5 minutes, I just have to plead for the future leaders of this country. I cannot stand here and not cry out for the university students who are waiting with bated breaths for the future, of their GATE program. If they will have to drop out of school, or if they will be able to continue, or if they will be able to take a student loan. And let me say, a man without education is like a building without a foundation. I was able to benefit from GATE when I had to do my mechanical engineering degree. And it is a benefit, as GATE provides doctors, lawyers, engineers. And we don't have to go back too far in the past, but we remember when certain children were not allowed to go to school, past to university, because the parents couldn't afford to. And I mean, like farmers and lower income homes, they would allow to be sent one child, which is the oldest child. GATE was able to allow both myself and my brother to go to the university and benefit from degrees. There are many students who are deserving. I have met many when I was on campus who said they would not have been there if it wasn't for the GATE program. And I am just crying out. In my budget debate, I gave a way in which we can look at GATE by using the GPA system, where students can achieve their GPA, where if they're not achieving upper class honor degree, then you have them pay for half. And if they're not even in the honors degree, they pay for their full GATE. And that will mean that how you're not at the excess of the state. You are earning your way through school. That's one of the measures, instead of cutting out GATE for all, especially for children who are very much deserving and can't afford it. I heard on the opening debate, how much more time do I have? 1 more minute? Oh my goodness. I have 0 more minutes? Okay. All right, so one point I want to just make is that we expect much from taxes paid diligently by the working class. We don't expect the doom and gloom, but we expect solutions, and we expect growth. A definition from Einstein, the definition of insanity is repeating the same behaviors and expecting a different outcome. Let's not do that. Let's learn from the mistakes. We have the hands that I quoted from 2009. We have solutions there. We have solutions now. We can definitely build and grow. I know it is difficult to understand, and we are a demanding nation, yes, because we're educated. And we have educated the government. So the PNM government has set out the gates. They have created education for all. So we are demanding more. We are demanding more, and we expect more. So we will assist, and definitely, if you look at fighting crime in a way, we will be able to work with it. So thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the time. I know it is almost 10 o'clock. Thank you for listening, and God bless us all.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. It gives me pleasure to address this honorable House and the people of Trinidad and Tobago on this midterm review of the financial variation of appropriation bill for the financial year 2016. But before I do so, Mr. Vice President, I just wanted to comment on my good friend. He has run away, but I'm sure he will get the message. I just wanted to comment on a point he made earlier when he was making heavy weather about the Prime Minister's new car and saying he should have purchased a hybrid car. And I sat here like Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Vice President, and wondered if that was the same gentleman who served as a minister in the last government, who fasted to become a minister in his own right, who sat in the last government, who encouraged wastage of poor people's money, who agreed for the last Prime Minister of this country to use a helicopter twice and 3 times a day at $6,000 a ride, Mr. Vice President. And my good friend is making heavy weather of a vehicle that the Honorable Prime Minister is entitled to. Those who live in glass houses, Mr. Vice President, certainly ought to stop throwing stones. Mr. Vice President, I know my time is limited and I have much to say. It is also my privilege to contribute in this debate on this bill, and I wish to extend my personal congratulations to the Honorable Minister of Finance and his team for an exceptional job in assessing the current state of the economy, and in so doing, reviewing and presenting a comprehensive revised budget for Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to take the opportunity also to express my confidence in our nation, and as a people faced with economic challenges. We are creative, we are resilient, we are an intelligent population, as observed by my senatorial colleague Melissa Ramkissoon a short while ago. Mr. Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago is currently being faced with economic challenges, and we as a nation must be strong and resilient to respond to these challenges while preserving who we are as a people. This is the time to dive into our creative minds as we try to absorb the negative impacts of this economic reality and forge ahead for better Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, this administration has conducted careful examination of our national financial situation at hand and has done the responsible and patriotic thing of deliberating on reasonable measures to resolve the issues facing this country, as well as openly sharing with the people of Trinidad and Tobago and stakeholders in a manner that all can understand so that confidence and stability can return to this country. Mr. Vice President, our government has reaffirmed our position in working together with business and the labor sectors and all the citizenry of this country in moving forward in these uncertain times as we collaborate our efforts to get things right and to get the economy in a more favorable position. In keeping with my government's policy framework and the mandate of my ministry in the promotion of decent, productive, and sustainable work, we continue to strive to improve the labor market environment through skills training, targeted education, and employment generation, as well as to encourage the diversification of our reliance on energy through the development of small and micro enterprise sectors. Mr. Vice President, since this government attained office, we were faced with a sudden plummet in the oil prices, which has averaged around $33 per barrel. Given that the experts have argued that these prices will remain at this level at least for the next 5 years, the 2016 budget was based on a $45 per barrel oil price. We have had no choice, Mr. Vice President. We were forced into a position of reviewing the economy and charting a way forward, given the wanton wastage that occurred over the period 2010 to 2015. Mr. Vice President, I turn to the state of the labor market. Mr. Vice President, a productive and competent labor market is critical for sustainable development. It is the mandate of the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development to promote decent, productive, and sustainable work, which facilitates the emergence of such a labor market. Having reviewed the findings of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, the Labor Confidence Report of 2014, the following were observed, Mr. Vice President. 1, there is a mismatch between skills and available jobs in the market. 2, too many instances of unfair hiring practices. 3, unemployment among the youth is unacceptably high. 4, high prevalence of foreign workers in the energy, construction, and security industries. 5, work ethic is generally poor, and there is often a desire for higher income without increasing productivity. 6, work absenteeism is very high. 7, social programs contribute to low productivity, and the call of the private sector is for more workers to be deployed to the private sector, which they have advised is currently experiencing severe labor shortages. 7, even though minimum wages have increased, Mr. Vice President, the cost of living is still rising. And 9, wide income inequality and the middle class is neglected. Mr. Vice President, it is critical that these issues be addressed, and my government is taking all the necessary steps to have them addressed. My ministry is also in the process of re-establishing the Labor Market Information Unit, a unit which would be able to provide us, as well as all the other stakeholders, with real-time labor market information to inform our decision-making. Because, Mr. Vice President, gone are the days when we would emotionally set policies. Policies, Mr. Vice President, must be data-driven, and that is the direction in which this government intends to proceed. Mr. Vice President, on the issue of retrenchment, I am sure everyone is aware of the current crisis which exists in the labor market as a result of the downturn of the economy. Within the last 6 months, there have been approximately 1,847 reported retrenchments to the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprises Development. Mr. Vice President, and that is for only those companies who are required to report retrenching 5 or more workers. The law does not require an employer to report less than 5 persons if that company is retrenching. As a consequence, therefore, Mr. Vice President, that figure I gave you includes the ArcelorMittal workers, OS Constructora, and Centrin over the last couple of weeks. Mr. Vice President, as articulated in this government's policy framework, we hold firm to our belief in the principle of social justice and that the operation of the economic system should result in the material resources of the community being so distributed as to serve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, and that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate under inhumane conditions, but that there should be opportunities for advancement on the basis of recognition of merit, ability, and integrity. Mr. Vice President, given that this is an issue of grave concern to the socioeconomic fabric of our nation, my ministry has developed a 10-point plan titled Empowering Unemployed Persons, Turning Adversity into Opportunity, to treat with this present crisis and alleviate the impact of the mass retrenchment taking place in our country today. The objective of this plan, Mr. Vice President, is to provide immediate, short, and medium-term assistance to unemployed persons and, where necessary, their families, to mitigate against the negative financial, social, physical, and psychological effects of unemployment, and to empower them towards reintegration into decent work in the shortest possible time, either through job placements or support in establishing their own small businesses or cooperatives. Mr. Vice President, the 10-point plan consists of 1, establishment of a national register of unemployed workers, and that register is meant to also capture those workers who may have been retrenched and who fall under the radar of less than 5, for which the employer is not required to report to the Minister of Labor. 2, the development of a marketing campaign to solicit new job opportunities for unemployed persons and facilitate jobs and skills matching. Mr. Vice President, the third aspect of the plan focuses on the operationalization of training, retraining, upskilling, multi-skilling programs for unemployed. And in this context, we are collaborating with the Energy Chamber, the National Energy Skills Center, and the National Training Agency in an attempt to provide that enabling environment to facilitate the retraining of workers who may have been retrenched, many of them highly skilled but not certified. Mr. Vice President, the fourth aspect of the plan focuses on the provision of psychological and financial counseling to unemployed persons and their families. And in this context, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the international labor organizations are all collaborating with the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development. Mr. Vice President, the fifth aspect of the plan is the formation of small businesses and cooperatives and that will be guided by the cooperative unit of the ministry and also the National Enterprise Development Company, popularly known as NETCO. The sixth aspect focuses on the provision of seed capital and startup business financing for unemployed persons and support in forming cooperatives. And Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, one aspect of their operations offer seed capital to small entrepreneurs in the event that they may have an idea that they want to convert into a small business. The seventh point on the plan, Mr. Vice President, engages the financial institutions of this country to address the issue of loans, repayment of mortgages in a more humane manner. In that context, Mr. Vice President, we would have met with the Credit Union League, the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Insurance Board, Mr. Chairman, in our attempt to provide an environment where these financial organizations will bring a merciful spirit to addressing the fact that many of these workers no longer have the capacity to service their loans and mortgages at the level they would have done had they not become unemployed. And I must say we have gotten very positive feedback from the financial institutions, and we will continue to use moral suasion in that regard. Mr. Vice President, we are also exploring overseas employment opportunities. The Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development has responsibility for the Canadian Farm Project, where every year in excess of 1,000 citizens will travel to Canada and engage in employment on the farms. We have also begun a conversation with my colleague, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs in that regard, and we will continue to discuss exploring those CARICOM opportunities that may exist. Mr. Vice President, the ninth aspect of the plan deals with upskilling suitable unemployed persons to the standard of technical and vocational instructors. We, in our discussions with the Ministry of Education, we discovered that many of the schools, there are no technical vocational instructors. As a consequence, the market now has a pool of very highly skilled individuals who can be retrained and certified to become tech voc teachers in the schools. And the 10th aspect of the plan, Mr. Vice President, has to do with empowering Jobs Expo for unemployed persons, turning adversity into opportunity, which took place last week, Tuesday, at the National Energy Skills Center, Rivulet Road in Couva. I am pleased to state, Mr. Vice President, that that day was a very empowering day. It was a day that held out hope for the 1,500 or more unemployed who flowed through that Job Expo. They were able to connect directly with employers who were there. As a matter of fact, separate and apart from the employers who were mobilized under the Trinidad and Tobago Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the AmCham, the Energy Chamber. Separate and apart from those employers, there were other employers who called the ministry and indicated they had heard about the expo, they wanted to be part of it. In addition to those employers, there were a couple of employers who walked in off the streets and commented and commended the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development. There has been a request for another Job Expo in another part of the country, but that is an issue that we will be discussing as we go forward. Mr. Vice President, I am pleased to state that the National Register of Unemployed Persons was launched on Friday, March 18th, and today there have been over 300 persons registered. The National Employment Service Unit of the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development, they are currently reviewing that information to be passed on to the employers who have registered with our unit. Mr. Vice President, I would like to take the opportunity here to convey the ministry's profound appreciation to the 25 government ministries and agencies and departments who collaborated with us on that day, and those persons from the business sector, the financial institutions, and in addition, Mr. Anthony Watkins, Odyssey Consulting Limited, who gave of his services free of charge. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development recognizes the need to maintain a stable industrial relations climate in order to encourage the efficiency and productivity and our ability to conduct business in this country. As Minister with the responsibility of labor, since coming into office, I have strived to mitigate the heightened industrial action and breakdown in industrial relations created by our predecessors. I have met and continue to meet with employers' organizations, workers' organizations, civil society, in order to understand the realities of the labor market and the industrial relations challenges and possible solutions to them. I will continue to do so on a regular basis to collectively work together to mitigate against job losses and alleviate the impact on workers and businesses and the economy at large. Mr. Vice President, I turn to legislation. As I speak, the technocrats at my ministry are in the process of reviewing the amendments to the Industrial Relations Act, better known as the IRA of 1972 as amended, which all of us would agree is the defining legislation of our labor environment. I am happy to report that stakeholders' consultations on the amendments to the IRA were held in Trinidad on the 22nd and 23rd of February, and in Tobago Friday last. Mr. Vice President, I'm happy to say this. Since I have been able to address in some measure the distrust from employers and workers resulting from the lack of consultation on the amendment to the Industrial Relations Act, that bill of 2015, which was laid in Parliament on May 1st, 2015 by the last government, and in particular my predecessor. Mr. Vice President, this bill created history because for the first time in decades, that amendment to the IRA united both the employers and the trade union movement because proper consultation was not held. My government listened carefully to the call of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and commenced this consultation process in February, and it continues tomorrow. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vice President, my ministry would be hosting a workshop titled Contract Labor, Reducing the Dependency. Because, Mr. Vice President, the issue of contract labor, you talk to any young person who is on contract, they will tell you that their future does not look very bright because no financial institution will entertain any request for a loan, whether it's a mortgage loan, a loan to purchase a motor vehicle, or any other type of loan. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, contract labor in its purest sense, we have moved away from its pure philosophy, and we need to get it back on track. So we start that conversation tomorrow. It is a tripartite discussion, government, labor, and business. Mr. Vice President, I have been told that the consultations taking place on the Industrial Relations Act is historic in a sense, because since its enactment in 1972, or reenactment from the ISA to the IRA, there have not been any amendments per se. Mr. Vice President, it was also a common view that the IRA must be fair, just and balanced, and contribute to enhancing productivity and competitiveness in Trinidad and Tobago. In addition, it is clear that the need to evolve with changing realities such as globalization, trade liberalization, changing forms of work and employment relations, and also, Mr. Vice President, the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, according to Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, is fundamentally different. It is characterized by a range of new technologies that are fusing the physical, digital, and biological worlds, impacting on all disciplines, and even challenging ideas about what it means to be human, Mr. Vice President. Like Schwab, I am convinced that the fourth revolution is within control of all of us, as long as we are able to collaborate across geographies, sectors, and disciplines to grasp the opportunity. Mr. Vice President, this government will continue to consult and collaborate with all the stakeholders as we take Trinidad and Tobago to a better future filled with hope. Mr. Vice President, there is also discussion taking place on the Industrial Relations Advisory Committee report and its recommendations. And it is my intention, Mr. Vice President, to reestablish this very important committee. It's a committee that emerges from the Industrial Relations Act. The committee has a responsibility on advising the Minister of Labor and Small Enterprise Development on the necessary changes to that act. And it is my intention to reestablish that committee under the chairpersonship of Dr. Hyacinth Guy, who headed the last committee. And I must commend her and the last committee for the work done so far. Mr. Vice President, having taken all the comments and feedback of the stakeholders into consideration and amendments made, another round of consultations will be held in July, because when we pull that working document together following our consultation, the parties have been given up to the end of May to submit their final comments. We will then pull all the comments together in a working document and go back to the stakeholders for a second round of consultation to inquire, listen, we met, you indicated, you conveyed a particular view. Here is what we have interpreted your view to this. Did we get it right? Is this what you would like to see emerging out of an amendment to the legislation? And following that second round of consultation, Mr. Vice President, then the matter will be taken to Cabinet. And Cabinet undoubtedly will send it to the Legislative Review Committee. And hopefully by the ending of this year, the draft legislation amendments will come before this House. Mr. Vice President, my ministry is also in the process of amending the Cooperative Societies Act through ongoing discussions with the Credit Union League and the Central Bank. A draft bill was developed and was laid in Parliament in November 2014, again without the necessary consultation, Mr. Vice President. And that action provoked the credit union movement into a very historic action. And for the first time, the credit union movement came out in their thousands and demonstrated against this piece of legislation, Mr. Vice President. So that in moving forward, the Ministry of Labor has conducted consultation with the credit union movement in January 2016 in Trinidad and also in Tobago, and they too have a timeline of submitting their final comments before we pull together a draft policy document for further consultation before it goes to Cabinet for Cabinet's direction. Another item of legislation on the agenda, Mr. Vice President, is the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act of 1985. Given this recent spate of retrenchment across sectors as a result of the downturn in the economy, the Ministry affirms our commitment to give urgent attention to this most important piece of legislation. And in that context, we have carded the 18th of May for that process to begin. We will be collaborating with the Law Association as well as Labor and the employers with regards to culling the various views and schools of thought on the issue. But we are very mindful, Mr. Vice President, that in the process of amending this piece of legislation, we have to strike a balance that we do not create an environment that is not conducive for even foreign investors or our own local investors to invest in the economy. In my government's policy document, I propose to look at other pieces of critical legislation which impacts on the situation and would be seeking the guidance of the Attorney General in that regard. We have to look at the Companies Act of 1995, the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act of 2007, so that we will provide an environment that offer workers a higher level of protection while ensuring that business continue to find our environment attractive. Mr. Vice President, my government, in keeping with its promise to facilitate tripartite engagement between government, labor, and employer, to foster and develop a peaceful, competitive, and productive industrial relations climate, launch the National Tripartite Advisory Council under the aegis of the Honorable Prime Minister on Tuesday, the 15th of March at the Diplomatic Center. Mr. Vice President, this council, chaired by my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development, Camille Robinson-Regis, consists of 18 members. 6 representatives of the government, 6 representatives of business, and 6 representatives of labor, with the inclusion of a representative from the Tobago House of Assembly. This council would serve to promote consensus and inclusive participation in the decision-making process. The mandate of NTAC, National Tripartite Advisory Council, acronym NTAC, includes overseeing the effective implementation of Vision 2030, identifying and reviewing sustainable national development goals, enhancing the level of productivity in all sectors of national endeavor, creating additional job opportunities, maximizing the use of science and technology, focusing attention on the needs of the poor, the socially displaced, and the most vulnerable in our society, and maintaining industrial peace and harmony nationwide. Mr. Vice President, NTAC would play an integral role in the development and implementation of creative solutions to development challenges by drawing on the collective wisdom of the real players of this economy, Mr. Vice President. It would provide a forum for active participation in the decision-making process in the best interest of all, and where all players exhibit trust, respect, openness, shared responsibility, and commitment to the national good. Mr. Vice President, this is a relatively new body with a broad mandate. And unfortunately, time did not permit the mid-year review being placed before this body for its fullest consideration. And in that context, the Honorable Minister of Finance did indicate we'll do better the next time. We hear the call of the labor movement, and we would strive to work together as we move ahead. Mr. Vice President, I turn my attention to productivity. Intrinsic in the creation of better jobs is increased productivity. Mr. Vice President, greater levels of productivity benefit the workforce through better wages and rewards, better working conditions, enhanced opportunities for personal development, a greater stake in the operations of the enterprises, and a better sense of fulfillment and meaning in life. Employers reap the benefits of better opportunities for innovation, improved ability to attract investment and finance, improved ability to pay better wages, more efficient and effective enterprises, and improved profitability. Productive workers translate into profitable and competitive enterprises, and competitive enterprises are the building blocks of competitive economies, Mr. Vice President. Our core responsibility, however, remains developing a productivity culture in which at the individual level, each of us recognizes and accepts his or her responsibility for improving productivity at all levels in our beloved country. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry, in recognizing the need to maximize output while ensuring fair wages and equitable wealth distribution, appropriate economic returns, and social justice, is at present working on re-establishing the National Productivity Council, which will comprise competent individuals to focus their collective thoughts as we look at improving productivity at all levels in the economy and maintain a competitive advantage. In this regard, Mr. Vice President, my ministry is working in tandem with NTAC's objective towards improved productivity. Mr. Vice President, Small Enterprise Development. My government, in our vision to lessen this nation's dependence on the energy sector, sees the development of micro and small businesses as crucial to economic growth and sustainable development. As one of the main drivers of innovation and competitiveness, micro and small businesses are viewed as the engine of economic development in market economies due to their flexibility and adaptability, as well as their potential to react to challenging and changing environment. Mr. Vice President, small businesses account for more than 90% of the economy. In that context, Mr. Vice President, the National Enterprise Development Company Limited will undergo a realignment to its new mandate. And in that context, Mr. Vice President, a higher or greater level of information would be shared at another point in time because the process is now underway. Mr. Vice President, just a short bit on the OJT program. The OJT program, Mr. Vice President, at this present point in time operates through the public-private partnership approach. The public sector entities have demonstrated its full support to the program. It is the largest participant. 6,573 trainees are assigned to the public sector. With regards to the private sector, 808 trainees have been accommodated there. The program offers benefits to all, Mr. Vice President. to the trainees, the OJT program affords quality work-based training, an opportunity to develop strategic partnerships with the private sector and government agencies. The training provides the public sector is reimbursed by 60% of the stipend to the trainees, whereas their counterparts in the public sector are reimbursed 100%. The administrators of this program, Mr. Vice President, we are working towards the realignment of this program also. We try to place the trainees close to their home where they reside, because we take into consideration the levels of stipend being paid. In closing, Mr. Vice President, as my government seeks to steer our economy onto a path of sustainable economic growth, we are committed to investing in our people, in our country, to reap the benefits of more and better jobs, efficient businesses, a stable industrial relations climate, as well as more productive workers. Mr. Vice President, bad times do not last forever, and this government recognizes that. We have been in office for a mere 7 months, Mr. Vice President, not 7 years. And having recognized the work that must be done to take our beautiful Trinidad and Tobago into a path of prosperity that will improve the welfare of our citizens, it was imperative that we review our revenue resources and expenditure to take us along this path. This is what we did, and we presented it to this August Parliament and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. However, Mr. Vice President, we all have to share in the sacrifices, and as my friend Ferdy Ferreira would state often, money is indeed a scarce commodity today. As such, I'm making this appeal to my comrades in the trade union movement to understand that the focus right now is on saving the jobs that we have. And as such, the current economic climate cannot entertain increases in salaries and wages. We have to focus on keeping what we have at this point in time. But we will continue to engage in the dialogue, the conversation, the consultation as we work towards the transformation of this economy that must be manifested into increased productivity, prosperity, pride, sustainability, and survivability of all of us. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Raffoul.
Thanks. Can I have the glass stand? Thanks. Thanks. Does the microphone need to be changed also? Thank you. Mr. Vice President, as always, I thank you for your leadership of us and for the opportunity to speak. Through you, Mr. Vice President, I would like to thank all of my colleagues here today for their contributions and for their service and dedication to the country that we love. Mr. Vice President, please permit me to start on a positive note and to share an experience I had recently with you. About 6 weeks ago, I was in Jamaica for a conference of young global leaders organized by the Wilton Park Group, which is a division of the UK Foreign Office. And it gathers young leaders throughout the world for different conferences. There, I had a conversation with the CEO of a Fortune 500 company who was open to investing in the region. He was from North America, and he said the Caribbean region and Trinidad and Tobago was very special to him. He said in university many years before, he had a professor who was Trinidadian, and this professor really inspired him with a very deep knowledge of the Caribbean region. And he said that the Caribbean region and Trinidad in particular, was like a flame in a world of darkness. I repeat, he said that the Caribbean region was a flame in a world of darkness. This one statement was so striking to me, not only because I'm very passionate and very in love with Trinidad and Tobago and the whole Caribbean, but also affirming that other people from outside the region can see what we have here and the beauty that's here. On the issue before us today, the variation of appropriations, please allow me to thank the Honourable Minister of Finance for updating us on the economic state of the country. As a citizen and as an economist, I appreciate the manner in which the data was presented. And in particular, I would like to commend the Honourable Minister for announcing the plans to build the rapid rail have been discontinued or put on hold. I can imagine that changing position on this would have been very difficult, considering that it was an election promise, and I appreciate that since the data changed, that the decision was made. I thank you. I'd also like to commend you for the statement that regarding the years leading up to 2007, 2008, that the economy was overheating during this time. This is quite a profound statement, and most people don't understand or recognize this. Most of the media commentaries focus around the panic around the current state being a severe recession, whereas, as you properly said, that era up to 2007, 2008 was an overheating, and now it's like a return to equilibrium. The data that is available, though, is a bit limited, and I agree with Senator Ramkissoon that I would like to see a lot more data. The IMF statement said that we're experiencing a relatively minor contraction, which equates to 1% of GDP. But personally, I prefer to see data in terms of revenue as opposed to GDP, especially because we're in a resource-rich economy, and GDP can swing widely without actually affecting revenue that much. Regarding the bigger picture of where we are economically, it seems to indicate we're not experiencing a major recession, but we are experiencing a major deficit. And again, that occurred because of major increases in expenditure, which were disproportionately increased relative to the increases in revenue. And while our revenue stagnated around $40 billion annually, expenditures kept increasing upwards of $60 billion. And again, through you, Mr. Vice President, I commend the Honourable Minister of Finance for accurately diagnosing the economic context and giving us the historical context. My feedback today will be, as usual, concise, collaborative, and technical. The statement this morning on the bill had what I saw as 3 major themes coming out of it. I'll briefly give my feedback on these and my recommendations. The first theme deals with economic stability. And the observation is that much of the data, although not much was presented, but that which was, seems to indicate stability, but a decline in competitiveness. And in particular, the depreciation in the exchange rate indicates that decline in competitiveness. As such, my first recommendation is this. Let's keep focused on the economic fundamentals that impact competitiveness. These are, as stated previously, an efficient port, efficient transportation systems, an educated workforce, and a legislative framework that encourages and even incentivizes companies to create social impact in their operations. In my contribution on the tax debate earlier this year, I spoke on the issue of legislative reform, and I'd like to expand on it now. I'd also like to note that in the IMF statement after its recent Article 4 visit, that they stated that our legislative framework is in need of updating. The problem with the Trinidad and Tobago legislative framework is that it hasn't been updated in line with international changes that better stimulate growth and efficiency in business. Currently in Trinidad and Tobago, our legislative framework allows entities to register as one of 3 categories: for-profit companies, non-profits, and registered charities. And it's particularly noteworthy that in the current legislation, there's no definition of what constitutes criteria for an approved charity. In addition to those 3 legal classifications, it's also possible for non-profits and registered charities to also apply to register as approved NGOs within certain ministries in order to be eligible for different grants and tax exemptions. And as I noted previously, there's no legislation to support social entrepreneurs or social impact enterprises. On this note, I'd like to suggest that Trinidad and Tobago change the classification system for companies and include a classification for social impact companies, specifically for companies that are classified as benefit corporations or B Corps, which is an objective assessment done by the international company B-Lab. Within its assessment metrics, it includes extensive indicators to measure a company's social impact and environmental impact, and it's considered the gold standard to measure a company's impact. The second major theme of today's presentation dealt with cash flow mechanisms. And in light of this, I'd like to reiterate my previous strong recommendation that we consider innovative financial instruments like social impact bonds. Given that 37 to 50% of our revenues is spent on subsidies and transfers annually, including social and community projects and initiatives, these social impact bonds directly target and incentivize project results while simultaneously being effective tools for cash flow minimization, precisely because they use private sector bank funding as intermediaries and strong project management entities like partnering with NGOs and private sector groups for execution. And I'd also like to commend the government on its recently announced intention to include recycling in its waste reduction strategy. This is welcomed and long overdue. May I suggest that we take it a step further beyond recycling and also include composting as a major component of our waste reduction strategy. And further, not just on the what, but the how, may I suggest we do this via public-private partnership, social impact bond, or using B Corp incentives or other innovative financial mechanisms for companies that are objectively certified and transparent. And lastly, on this issue of environmental measures, might I suggest legal measures to prevent and eliminate single-use disposable plastic items such as plastic bags, styrofoam containers, and disposable utensils. Our population is calling for it. Permit me to share with you an example of a recent event that impressed me. A group of young persons 2 weeks ago coordinated the New Fire Festival, and it was in Freeport. It was a festival aimed at enjoyment of local music, local production, and critically, sustainability. There were workshops throughout the weekend, live performances of music, and different events all aimed at knowledge sharing. At this festival, there were several hundred participants, and not one single-use disposable plastic item was used. Our private sector and NGO sector are advancing in this area, and I look forward to seeing the time when our public sector has equivalent standards and measures. Already 7 months have gone by for our term, and we still have these disposable plastic water bottles on our desks and no plastic or paper recycling facilities in our parliament. We still receive paper-based invitations and communications. And despite this, unfortunately, it seems that our government documents still seem to place blame on the private sector for being risk-averse, rather than also taking heed of our own slowness to adopt sustainability into our own operations. Words are so important, and it's important for us to recognize that a culture of blame is not going to get us anywhere. Let's continue in our practice of recognizing our interconnectedness. In this case, the interconnectedness between public and private sector. And let's strengthen collaboration for the good of all of us. Mr. Vice President, permit me to share a funny story with you. Last weekend, I was at a wedding, and normally on weekends, I try to separate work from family and friends. But at one point during the wedding, a gentleman came up to me to whisper something in my ear, and curiosity got the better of me, and I wondered what he was going to say. So what he came and whispered was this: ban plastic bags. I was entertained. So I repeat, he said, ban plastic bags. I was expecting it was a wedding, you know, everyone's celebrating. Monday through Friday is work days, serious conversation, you know, trying to change our country and trying to improve things. Weekends are time to just, you know, connect with family and friends. And I really think it's a sign that our population is calling for it. It's not something that we could ignore. There's so many sustainability issues, and whether it's events, whether it's celebrations, it's on everyone's mind. And also, when I thought about it after, I realized he didn't just say, let's start a recycling program, but he took it a step further: ban plastic bags. So let's move beyond just recycling and integrate a comprehensive waste reduction strategy, banning single-use plastic disposable items and also integrating composting. It's time to recognize that our population is calling for change and that we in this House lead it in earnest with broad scope. I'd also like to point out, as was noted before, that the lights in this building are still on 24 hours a day, as well as the air condition, which is extremely cold. Not only is it cold, it's unhealthy. Our microbiome responds to, which is the core of our immune system, responds to temperature changes. And if we're constantly sending it mixed signals, our body doesn't know how to react. Also, these plastic water bottles are the single highest source of the BPA chemical, which is the highest ranked hormone imbalancing compound, according to the world-renowned Environmental Working Group, which is based in Washington, D.C. Also, this room is so cold, I personally find it very hard to focus. Right now, I'm wearing a sweater under my jacket, and I always remark to friends how cold it is in here. For my birthday recently, a friend gave me a winter scarf. When I was in New York recently for a work trip at the UN, I had about 2 hours to spare. When it was all finished, I went straight to a store and bought sweaters for hair. Nothing quite says Caribbean life like sweaters and scarves. I noticed one of my colleagues today had winter gloves. I'm glad she did, because I've considered bringing them in the past, and I didn't want to be the only one. Earlier today, Senator David Small made the remark that corruption does not exist in Trinidad and Tobago until we have any prosecution for it. Until then, there's no prosecution, and corruption does not exist. I'd like to make the same analogy with the recession, or supposed recession, and our environmental use. Environmental conservation, my apologies, and our resource use. There is no recession, there is no shortfall, there is no deficit if we continue to blatantly waste resources to such a large extent without any sense of urgency to change it. When I first brought up this issue in October, the Honourable Minister of Finance promised to look into a thermostat and light sensors for this building and other retrofit measures to reduce wastage. Okay, I look forward to positive updates. On the fuel subsidy, I agree that the time has come to adjust it, and I commend the government for making this effort. Also, I appreciate the proposal to remove import taxes on CNG vehicles and electric vehicles. Combined, these two measures not only reduce the deficit in the short term, but hopefully also have longer-term impacts towards sustainable consumption and resource use, with longer-term financial savings. This is a great example of short-term and long-term measures that are needed to complement each other and work in tandem. I will also echo the calls of Senator Small for removal of legislation that prohibits renewable energy generation, which currently applies to solar panels. And again, I will reiterate that we in this House should lead by example. One perk that comes with this position is the ability for senators to be exempt from import duty on vehicles, which means that we can purchase vehicles with large engine capacities that generate higher waste. But by not having to pay the duty on it that the rest of the population does, the ironic result is that we in this House are actually incentivized to purchase cars producing higher waste. This simply can't be right. We should be liable to the same duties and payments as the rest of the population that we represent and work for. And we should all be incentivized to purchase low-waste vehicles, not higher-waste ones. I suggest that we demonstrate true leadership and seek to eliminate this tax exemption that applies to us. And instead that we push towards financial incentives for lower waste vehicles that apply to the whole population, including ourselves. Zero duties on clean vehicles are one such measure. And finally, Mr. Vice President, the third theme of this morning's bill deals with reorganization of expenditure. On this theme, I was heartened to hear that some allocations will be going towards St. Jude's Home for Girls and St. Michael's Home for Boys. I am curious to see what these allocations are going towards. Is it just infrastructure, or will it also be going towards programs that help these children heal from the traumas they experienced that led them there? Last week, I was fortunate to witness a session organized by my colleague Tioka Dove, who is working with these institutions. The session I witnessed was at St. Jude's Home for Girls. Many times, children who commit acts of juvenile delinquency and are committed to these institutions are likely to have had childhood traumas which they have not had the support or opportunity to deal with and to overcome. Tioka is a Chevening scholar and a global shaper with the World Economic Forum. She was recognized as one of 30 young persons last year who won the prestigious Queen's Young Leaders Award presented by the Queen of England for work in the international community. She is a shining light of service, compassion, and dedication to Trinidad and Tobago and its youth. She did this entire program through obtaining donations and self-funding, and has been working for years to support others with little certainty of financing for her programs or even a wage for herself. In September's budget, we had allocated $10 billion to national security. Of all of this funding for security programs, little of it seems to be going towards genuine prevention programs and community building. There is one program which seems to be the exception. This is the Citizen Security Program, and I would recommend scale up of this program. CSP has an innovative program design, utilizing a unique community procurement plan and building relationships between communities and a relationship of trust between communities and the police. It is one of the few programs that has objective metrics tied into the program design, and its indicators of success are impressive. Because of this, it is being used throughout the Caribbean as a model, and now in Africa. This program is transparent, community building, and innovative, and is something we should consider expanding for the benefit of our communities, as well as because of its value for money. Please permit me to read a few of its success outcomes. One of the program indicators is the rate of murder in partner communities. In the base year 2008, the rate of murder was 98 murders per 100,000 people. In 2015, that rates had declined by about half, from 98.0 to 45.9. Another indicator, the rate of robbery in partner community stations went from 418.5 in 2008 per 100,000, declined by about half to 219.7 in 2015. Rate of domestic violence in partner community stations went from a rate of 173.8 per 100,000 in 2008 to 75.5 in 2015. The percent of the public in these communities perceiving the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service positively increased significantly, starting off initially at a low rate of 30.6% in 2007 to 50.2% in 2015. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for granting me the opportunity to contribute to this debate. As always, I'm here to serve my country. Thank you.
Senator Sturge.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to join this debate. Thankfully, all that I have said in my October budget contribution on the rapid rail has come to pass, so I won't beat a dead horse. The two most pressing issues facing our country today, Mr. Vice President, is the economic hardships being faced by the poor and the working poor, and the alarming rate of violent crime, which to a large extent is being fueled by a low detection rate and a criminal justice system that has virtually taken its finger off the slow motion button and has pressed the pause button. After we take away all the rhetoric from the mid-year review, Mr. Vice President, we see that this review did nothing to address the challenges we face, as I just outlined, but was simply a speech to announce the reduction in the fuel subsidy with the attendant rise in fuel prices, an online tax, and an increase in taxes of vehicles based on fuel capacity. Mr. Vice President, like it or not, this measure, and I'm speaking about the measure dealing with the fuel subsidy, that has been imposed on an already overburdened middle class and working poor, in my opinion, is tantamount to digging people's eyes out. This measure directly affects the middle class and the poor. Whether one owns a car or takes a taxi, the cost of commuting will go up. This measure will not affect the upper middle class and the rich, as this is like a raindrop in a barrel of water. This measure is tantamount to pilfering from the poor and the middle class. And the average worker who makes $5,000 to $6,000 per month, who we thought would have benefited from the increase in tax allowance, is seeing his income being eroded. He already spends close to 50% of his income on food, another $2,000 or so on rent, and now in the course of 6 months, since September 7, 6 or 7 months, the price of gas has gone up 30%. For those who don't own a vehicle, they must still fork out more money because taxi drivers cannot be expected to absorb the increase in fuel prices. And to add insult to injury, you call them, or the Minister of Finance calls them unpatriotic when they raise prices. What we need is for the Minister of Finance to call the billion-dollar oligarchs unpatriotic. These billion-dollar oligarchs, again, they have escaped unscathed in this midterm review. Again, not even a 5% or a 10% increase in corporate taxes? Why not, I ask, impose an additional tax on those banks and oligarchs who post billion-dollar after-tax profits? Why are they not carrying the burden? And why is this government treating their own grassroots supporters like a bunch of bubbleizing them? With respect to diesel, Mr. Vice President, no amount of incentive for the purchase of new maxi taxis will alleviate the burden on the working, commuting poor. That's on the basis that we assume in the first place that maxi owners have money in this guava season to buy a new maxi taxi. Most of them are required to face the banks in the first place. The banks at present are giving you less than 1% on your money, but lending you at 15%. In this mid-year budget review, this government has done nothing to protect the ordinary working poor from the pillage of the million-dollar banks. So now, maxi drivers must raise fares. And this brings me, Mr. Vice President, to the next measure, which the Minister of Finance sought to pass off as a tax on luxury vehicles. Mr. Vice President, by doubling the motor vehicle tax and custom tax on vehicles with a capacity of 2.0 and above, the Minister of Finance is trying to sell us a dream that this somehow will target the rich. This, I submit, is a statement which he should have made on April 1st. Firstly, most of the vehicles that have a capacity of 2.0 and above are not luxury vehicles. Most vehicles engaged in transportation of goods are 2.0 and above, which means that this measure, just like the increase in VAT, just like the increase in business levy, just like the increase in green fund levy, and just like increased fuel cost, will be passed on to the working poor. Secondly, with respect to this measure, there are many luxury vehicles which will not be affected by this measure. The Audi A4 1.8 turbo won't be affected. That's less than 2.0. The Mercedes-Benz C-Class 180 won't be affected. Most 3 Series BMWs won't be affected, and the list can go on. Thirdly, to give the impression that somehow the rich will feel the pinch from this measure is to insult our intelligence. If a man can afford an S-Class for 1.9 million, or an Audi A8 for 1.4, or a 7 Series BMW for 1.5, then doubling the tax will do nothing to his pocket. After all is said and done, Mr. Vice President, the poor, the unemployed, be quiet please, the pensioners will all see an increase in the cost of living, and whilst they are being slowly impaled, the wealthiest 1% haven't been made to feel even a pinprick in this mid-year review. You impale and you bubbleize your own supporters and your own financiers, Senator, not a pinprick.
Senator, the language, the unparliamentary language, please tone it down a little bit, the word bubbleize. I would prefer if you do not use that word in your contribution. Please continue.
Guided. As I move on to the next issue, the issue relative to the company now known as Grand B Investments Limited, or whatever it is. I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, in wrapping up, when he comes to wrap us, to tell us whether it is prudent to lend money or guarantee money to a business that already has demonstrated that it cannot pay its existing debts. And for the sake of transparency and accountability, can the Minister, when he wraps up, tell the public, the taxpayers, the named human being from that business entity who made the request for this loan? Can the Minister of Finance, when he wraps up, tell us the names of the beneficial owners of this company? And can the Minister of Finance tell us why we are giving away $5 million to that private company, and then instead of being repaid in US, we are being repaid in Trinidad dollars? In his response, Mr. Vice President, can the Minister of Finance also give us any good reason why he is yet to step in and protect the working poor from exorbitant lending rates imposed by the banks and from the litany of mostly unnecessary bank charges? Can he tell us why he chose not to touch the billion-dollar conglomerates, particularly when all of the policies in this mid-year review will cause hardship to small businesses? Small business, Mr. Vice President, is the lifeblood of many economies, and ours is not different. So that protectionism should be for the small businesses and not for Answer McCall and Massey. With respect to labor, we have heard nothing of substance from the Minister of Labor in terms of policy. All we have heard from the Minister of Labor is that she's begging banks and finance houses to ease up the more than 6,000 persons who find themselves on the breadline. All the other plans listed out, with my respectful view, is simply plans that will never materialize. Plans that will never materialize. PNM for your money. And this government, I respectfully submit, is very lucky that in this climate, the unions have been silenced by 15 million come shore. With respect to our tax on online shopping, if I am to understand this policy, Mr. Vice President, would the tax not apply to the shipping company or customs broker who imports? I have purchased, Mr. Vice President, many of my court clothes online, and every time it arrives and I show up at TT Post to collect it, I pay import duties and a whole host of other taxes. So am I to understand, in addition to what I have to pay to customs, I now have to pay more? I'd like some explanation when the minister wraps up. If I leave the... No, I buy it for my husband. Yeah. If
Honourable members, please allow the senator to, one, make his contribution. Honourable Senator, focus on chair when you're making your contribution and try to ignore the crosstalk that is coming at you.
Yes, guided. Mr. Vice President, if I leave the country and bring these items in myself, I have a yearly allowance when I face the customs officer in line. But since I have not left the country since 2007, barring 2 occasions, I have not benefited from the allowance given by customs. The reality, Mr. Vice President, is this tax will only hurt small businesses, whilst big business will only pay import duties, and they are therefore protected. If I... Mr. Vice President, I'm being interrupted. And you don't want me to open my mouth about you. Mr. Vice President, if a business person, for instance, owns a small store or a kiosk in one of the malls downtown, and she orders her stock online, she pays a tax online, and pays a tax to customs when it arrives, she cannot compete with businesses such as Detour Stores or Francis Fashions, who can sell cheaper, and she will be soon forced out of business. The big businessman is benefiting at the expense of the poor. You kill, in essence, the entrepreneurial spirit of the small man, and he is now forced to take up a job and join the ranks of the working poor. The Minister of Finance has chosen to levy this tax on online shopping, and in the last few months, we have been given the clear impression that this, according to him, seemed to be a drain on our foreign exchange reserves. Can the Minister now tell us, using figures, how much do we actually spend on online purchases, and how does it compare to the list of big spenders identified by the former central bank governor? Can he give us the figures so that we can judge whether the ordinary citizens are being unfairly targeted? If this measure is designed to stem the outflow of foreign exchange, can the Minister of Finance tell us whether we should expect in the near future to pay additional taxes on credit card transactions for transactions done whilst we are abroad? I move on to the other main issue facing this country, which deals with national security. Mr. Vice President, when in opposition, this government castigated the then government for having 5 different national security ministers in 5 years. And now, with a carefully disguised cabinet reshuffle, we have 3 ministers in 6 months. And given the murder rate, which has spiraled out of control since the government took office, I had hoped to hear something in the review geared toward addressing this burning issue. Mr. Vice President, we cannot hope to diversify through tourism if when tourists arrive here, they are being robbed and killed, unless you are advertising Trinidad and Tobago as a destination for blood sport. First, we have a Japanese tourist, Asami, murdered in our midst with the attendant international news headlines, and now, a couple days ago, the murder of a visiting British national, again making international headlines and attracting the kind of international media attention we could do without, particularly at this time. So in terms of national security, in this mid-year review, we see no policy direction that would ameliorate the situation. Now, Mr. Vice President, it only takes an ounce of common sense to know that there is a correlation between the abysmally low detection rate for murder and the rise in violent crime. If there's only an 8% chance of being caught, you can't expect the murder rate to decrease anytime soon. If the risk of being caught is high and the conviction and punishment is sure and swift, then that will go a long way in reducing violent crime. If I can take you, Mr. Vice President, to the Jamaican experience. In the last 7 or 8 years, our system of criminal justice has ground to a halt. So I ask, why is it that Jamaica, a country of comparable violence and less financial resources, can do a lot better in crime detection and can bring an offender from charge to conviction within 2 to 3 years? The murder trial, Mr. Vice President, of the Jamaican dancehall artist Vibes Cartel is an example of swift justice. The trial of the taxi driver charged with the murder of former Minister Kudre's daughter is another example. Mr. Vice President, in late December 2001, Lester Pittman was charged with murder. By early July 2004, he was convicted of murder, a mere 2 years and 7 months. Back then, 4 to 5 years was the norm. Why is the new norm 10 years? Why are we taking 10 years between charge and final disposition at the assizes? And don't tell me, Mr. Vice President, it is because one lawyer is representing close to 100 of the 700 persons charged with murder. What is happening with the other 600? Over the years, Mr. Vice President, I have taken up the burdensome task of doing 2 murder trials at the same time, representing poor persons whose lives are at stake, as I am doing now. So in addition to opposition work and having to attend magistrate courts all corners of the country, I am stretched thin, not because I want to, but because most lawyers who practice criminal law are content to earn between $5,000 and sometimes $10,000 per day in the magistrate's court, with free evenings and weekends, rather than come day in and day out to the High Court and still have to research legal issues at night and on the weekend. Mr. Vice President, I believe it is time that we pass legislation to make it mandatory for lawyers who have benefited from subsidized legal education to work the first 2 or 3 years of their career in the criminal justice system. And if they don't wish to utilize this option, then they must be made to repay the subsidized portion of their education in full. Mr. Vice President, in the October contribution of the Honorable Attorney General, we heard from him that giving the judiciary its own budget would be a clockbuster. We've heard nothing since. Now, I've done the maths, Mr. Vice President, and since I work in the criminal justice system, I can tell you, since the shorter murder trials last 2 to 3 months, and the longer ones in excess of a year, and if we are generous enough to say that each of the 8 courts in this country do 4 murder trials per year, for a grand total of 32 murder trials per year, and assuming further that the detection rate moves from 8.6% down to 0%, which means no new murder cases, it will take us 22 years to clear the backlog at the existing pace. Mr. Vice President, you see, there's no incentive to practice criminal law in this country. When my colleague Mario Merritt and I, PNM Mario Merritt and I were admitted to practice in 1998, legal aid paid a minimum of $750 and a maximum of $1,500 per case, no matter the length of the case. I remember doing 2 cases for 2 months and being paid $750. Many of our colleagues laughed at us, and what we made in 2 months, they made in 1 hour. The UNC government raised the legal aid fees in the year 2000 to $5,000 for non-capital cases and $10,000 for capital cases. Mr. Vice President, from November 2009 to June 2010, I represented one Sebastian Joseph by way of legal aid retainer and was paid the maximum $10,000. From mid-September 2011 to June 2012, I represented another client by way of legal aid retainer, and the judge authorized the payment of $10,000. Mr. Vice President, in essence, I would have earned more money turning chicken in KFC. And when you calculate 14 hours a day, I work for $4.25 an hour. When the last government came to office, they raised the fees from $10,000 per trial to $30,000 per trial, and that's murder. From February 2013 to September 2013, I represented one Daniel Agard in a murder retrial and was paid $30,000 by legal aid, $30,000 for 7 months' work. The special rates of $30,000 per month is payable in long and complicated capital cases where there are 5 or more accused, which means that the trial is guaranteed to last at least 1 year. That, in essence, gives a picture as to why the system has gone to a halt. If we are to continue at this rate, Mr. Vice President, we will not attract competent counsel to practice at the criminal bar. Even if we build more courts, which we must, we have no choice, and there is no incentive to attract competent counsel, the backlog will remain. Even if you build more courts, where are you going to get judges who are versed in criminal law? Decorum. The judges, Mr. Vice President, come from the bar. And if the bar remains small, we are spinning top in mud. All this talk about the cost of maintaining each prisoner per month, in my view, respectfully, is rubber talk. If a court decides that you are to serve time, if a court decides that you are not entitled to bail by law, or if a court uses its discretion to refuse bail in the public interest, we have no choice but to foot the bill. What we need is resources geared toward a higher detection rate and a speedy resolution of cases. We have seen nothing in this mid-year review to give us that hope. Mr. Vice President, allow me to humbly suggest an amendment to the law, and let me make it plain. This is not the view of the opposition, but this is my personal view. If we take one of the most popular offenses in the courts of this country, simple possession of marijuana, this takes up precious judicial time and a disproportionate amount of police resources in detecting for what is, for all intents and purposes, a non-violent crime. Why not, as a first step, make this offense a ticketable offense, where there is no imprisonment at the cost to the taxpayer, but a device where, if caught, an offender can simply avoid the court and pay a ticket. Another offense, Mr. Vice President, that is a waste of precious judicial time, obscene language, annoying language, insulting language, and these offenses fill up our courts every Monday morning. Simply because you insult a police officer, you use annoying language in his presence, or he hears you using obscene language, which you hear on TV, in the cinema, and so on, you end up before the courts and waste precious judicial time. Is it not time to unclog the courts by repealing these archaic laws? Mr. Vice President, Is it worth it, I ask, to expend resources on such trivial offences whilst murder goes largely undetected? Let us, Mr. Vice President, in the interim, look at evening courts to hear non-capital cases where offenders are out on bail, even if it means hiring temporary judges from the private bar. Let us look at making non-violent offences triable by a magistrate as opposed to a judge and jury. There are so many options available to us in the interim. Mr. Vice President, when I started, I was of the view that I would not be long. I don't see it as a productive use of our time to be here at ungodly hours. But let me in closing say that in the 7 months since the PNM took office, their supporters have moved from red and ready to red and ready to dead. And on their behalf, I pray, Lord, hear us. Lord, graciously hear us. May God have mercy on their souls. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Ramkissoon.
I think most people are asleep now by now.
No, we're fully awake.
Thank you, Bench. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me the opportunity to come in at this late hour with respect to the motion before us. But before I begin today, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the independent bench to congratulate the 3 West Indies teams for their resounding victory in the recent competition and bringing a celebratory spirit to the Caribbean and more so to Trinidad and Tobago. So to our team, congratulations. Taurel, right. And in keeping with the thrust of cricket, I think being asked to speak so low down in the batting order, I think I have to emulate the performance of Carlos Braffett for this one. So, Mr. Vice President, thank you again for allowing me the opportunity. And in doing this, I would really like to commend the Honorable Minister of Finance for his brave attempt at a punctual mid-year review for fiscal 2015-2016. I know I have supporters, you know. But if I say that I'm not concerned or deeply concerned about the financial health of Trinidad and Tobago, I would not be telling the truth. And just to quote the minister in his mid-year review when he says, "Can you imagine being faced with a requirement to repay in full a $1.6 billion debt short-term loan with oil prices below $30 a barrel?" Goes on to say, the overdraft maxed out to the limit and the exchequer account overdrawn by $30 billion. And I would like to add, business levy and green fund accounts pledged against a maxed out overdraft, $5 billion in arrears of salaries, public debt at probably the highest ever in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, declining reserves, depreciating currency, a rising unemployment, a declining GDP, closure of businesses, and according to the IMF report, absence of financial cushions, and a current account with a deficit on the current account with respect to balance of payments that were registered surpluses in prior years. And this I'm saying this to present the context of this situation and to say, in Senator Khan's words, this is what's confronting us and this is what has to be the new normal from which we have to work. And this is the context. But what is upsetting me at this financial dashboard of Trinidad and Tobago is that if we compare the revenues that we would have earned from the period 2005 to 2015, it would take us well beyond $500 billion. In the words of our AG, $500,000 million. We have accumulated or we have earned this money over a 10-year period. And I'm using a 10-year period to span regimes. And yet, at a time when oil prices have become depressed, in just over a year, Trinidad and Tobago is confronted with a financial dashboard that is in no way impressive. So the question really is today, how have we managed for the last 10 years, given in the first year or 18 months of declining prices on commodity items, that Trinidad and Tobago now has before us a financial dashboard that is not presenting a very positive outlook? I am very, very, very much concerned about that. Where is the futuristic and strategic planning for the country over the 10 years, when in some years you registered over $12 billion in surpluses, and 18 months into declining prices, we are talking about touching Heritage and Stabilization Fund. That I have a problem with. And today the question is simple, you know. If we examine our own financial health and the financial health of our own homes, does the financial health of our own homes reflect what this country is seeing? And more than likely, the answer is no, because our homes would still have some element of resilience. And if that answer is no, then why are we as leaders putting our country where we prefer not to put our homes? And that I have an issue with. We know how to plan well for our homes and our well-being, but we can't plan ahead for our country. And I'm very, very much concerned about it. If we can do it for our homes, Trinidad is our home. And let's do it for our country as well. Why put us there? Why put us there after 10 years of resounding revenue? And I did not include the access to debt financing in that figure. And I'm very, very, very much hurt as a Trinidadian and as a citizen of this country that we are confronted with this stage or this level or this situation, given we could have avoided it if we had planned better. But now, just to deal with the matters at hand with respect to the variation of Appropriation Bill 2016, I would again like to commend the Minister for keeping his commitment to the public officers in terms of the repayment of their salary arrears. I know at this point in time, it was a bill that he inherited, and the cash flows of our country may not allow him to readily do so. But the mere fact that he's committed to it is saying, okay, public servants, there's a safety net ahead of you. And I really want to commend him for that. I also observed in his mid-year report that he was saying that he may use some financing options to ensure that this debt is paid. I am saying as long as it is feasible and possible, if we can wrap up this expenditure before the end of 2016, it would be appreciated so that we don't have to carry it over for 2017. With respect to the fuel subsidy, a lot has been said about the fuel subsidy today, and especially coming from the independent bench, there have been various other solutions being presented to make sure that other areas that are subsidized, like electricity, that some initiatives are being taken now so that the brunt of the subsidy, if it has to be removed from electricity or when it has to be, will not have the impact that the fuel subsidy is having on, or can have on the community. But I'm in support of the removal of the fuel subsidy. I am, because I think we cannot subsidize these things indefinitely. It's just not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. The little challenge I am having with the fuel subsidy is, as the fuel subsidy is removed, the price at the pump will vary according to the price of oil and gas at that time. And I'm seeing in the future that as oil price moves, the price of oil and the price of fuel at the pump has the potential to move in the same manner. And therefore, the consumer may not have the time period to adjust to sudden changes in prices at the pump. And therefore, I want to ask that in the repricing or the fuel pricing regime that the minister so spoke of, that he puts some element of a buffer in place, probably 10 cents a litre from now or something like that, so that as the prices change, customers or consumers will have some element of a time period to prevent them from just having to adjust so radically at the pump so suddenly. So I really want to ask that something like that be done. With respect to the maxi taxis, a commendable effort again from the minister to at least try to offset some element of the burden to that class. The little challenge I'm having with that is that it's a it's a benefit to the maxi taxi driver or taxi owner with respect to a capital cost. Fuel is an operational expense, but the benefit is on a capital purchase. So therefore, if it is that the current owners do not purchase new vehicles, they may not be able to benefit from this. And so I'm just asking, can we reconsider the benefit that we want to ascribe to them and bring it in an operational form? And as maxi taxi drivers and taxi drivers are entitled to a 100% write-off on their fuel, on their income taxes, can we consider 105 or 110% of that write-off in terms of determining their taxable income? In terms of when they're reporting their expenses. Sort that out after. Thank you. Okay. Right. Thank you, sir. With respect to CPEP, URP, and GATE, Mr. Vice President, in my presentation during the budget debate in fiscal 2015-2016, I did highlight that our country was recording low levels of unemployment, but the business sector remained starved for labor. And while there was runaway expenditure with respect to CPEP and URP, I asked, could there be a redirection of this labor pool into a more productive sector? And therefore, I really want to applaud the minister for his decision to refocus CPEP into the business incubator while taking the labor pool from URP and reassigning it to community projects which will have tangible output and therefore contributing to the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago. So that these programs would no longer just be a social program, but there will be a direct benefit for the dollar spent on these programs. So, Minister, I commend you for that. With respect to CPEP and URP. And with respect to GATE, we've heard so much about GATE today. And just to add the independent bench's position, I think most of us would have said it is a program that requires restructuring. And I know that the minister said that there is a team assigned to it. We look forward to it. But bearing in mind that there are students already in the system for which parents may have anticipated that GATE funding would be provided to them for the duration. So please, I ask that consider the children or the students that are already in the system before we pronounce on it. But when we take these three programs collectively, CPEP, URP, and GATE, just as the social programs, we would realize that calls from different sectors of society have been being made over the past years so that these expenses could have been rationalized before. Today we're seeing that the logic being provided from the past is only being accepted now because Trinidad and Tobago is in a financial position that we can no longer sustain this level of social expenditure. Why? Why was the clarion call being made before? The logic presented, which makes total sense, which we are accepting now. But we did not do it just because we had. And that's why we are in this problem. Because the logic of the past is the logic of today. We didn't make the changes then, but we want to make the changes now. It could have been avoided. And that's the point. It could have been avoided. As a country, we just took too long to deal with it. With respect to foreign exchange, I'm again, in my budget presentation in 2020, for fiscal year 2015-2016, I was the one that said to the minister, listen, there could be a problem, a drain on the foreign exchange with respect to online shopping. I quoted the data and I did say that it was costing the country approximately 1.6 million US per day with respect to online shopping. That was in my budget presentation. And so today I am delighted to see that in the context of declining reserves, in the context of declining reserves, that because this presented a leakage of foreign exchange, and there were probably companies that were utilizing a credit card for purchases, that there is some element of a check and balance on this, on the way in which foreign exchange is being expended in this form. Forex has turned out to be a scarce resource for Trinidad and Tobago, and if we are to defend the value of our dollar, we need to protect the reserves. So in the context of declining reserves, I want to agree with the minister with tax that he has proposed. So what we're seeing here is that if it's improperly managed, a run on foreign exchange would cause a depreciating currency. And that is what we're probably trying to avoid. So in that context, I want to agree with it. However, I also wanted to applaud the minister for giving some element of guarantee that the decline or depreciating currency may just get to a level, and he proposed the 7% of a 7% depreciation of the value of the currency as at September 2015. And by my calculation, that should be anywhere around 682. The reason why I would like to say I commend you, sir, is because being a member of the private sector, it was difficult to cost imports coming into the future. We were speculating 725, 750, and therefore we were pricing with that in mind. Given the element of assurance that there is a 682 upper threshold, then we can now plan a little bit better. The flip side to that is if we hold on to a value of the currency at 682 and there's a run on reserves, we could be in problems. And therefore, I want to see that a clear and a keen eye be placed on the value of reserves in our country as we seek to defend our dollar at this value. And why am I saying that? I'm saying this because if we consider the central bank figures with respect to the amount of injections made by the central bank of US dollars in our country over the period 2013 to 2015, we would realize that the largest injection was made in 2015. If this trend continues of large injections, taking our reserves below 9 billion, which is roughly the average that central bank would have held on to for the last 5 years, we could be having a problem of a depreciating currency that we may not have the capacity to defend. So to the Minister of Finance, let's place a keen eye on reserves. Keep the population informed of the level of reserves, because each of us, as we demand US currency, will be placing pressure on the reserves of this country. So keep the public informed. With respect to financing, Honorable Minister of Finance, through you, Mr. Vice President, I need a little bit of assistance with respect to the math of the budget. In September 2016, the budget was presented and current revenue was 63 billion. Current expenditure, 63 billion. Current revenue proposed at that time, 41.6 billion, leaving a pre-adjusted deficit of 21.4 billion. And it was financed or proposed to be financed by fiscal measures, 5.2 billion, sale of assets, 13.4 billion, total finance of the 21.4 deficit, 18.6, and a net deficit of 2.8. Just to recap, in simple, current expenditure, 63, current revenue, 41, deficit, 21. Now we're seeing here that current expenditure declined by 4 billion, as projected by the minister. Current revenue declined by approximately 7.6 billion. And we're seeing now, proposed according to page 22, current revenue now being 44 billion. In September, it was 41.6. We're seeing a 7.6 decline in revenue, but it's reported as 44. And that's why I'm having a little challenge. How can expenditure fall by 4, revenue fall by 7, but we have an increase in current revenue? So I have a little challenge with the math. And if we have a challenge with the math, it is telling me that the deficit is not as 15 or probably not as the figures are arranged. So I'm just asking the minister, can you, in the same format that you presented the figures in September 2016, can we have current expenditure, can we have current revenue, can we have the deficit, and then tell us how we're going to finance the deficit? And my reason for asking for it in this format is because we will exactly know how much of the revenue is coming in, what the expenditure is for current operations, and we will know what the gap is. The gap is important because we are saying that our expenditure is running away from our revenue. So if we don't know what the gap is, we will not know what the margin is to be closed. And that's very important because as our deficits grow, our obligation to finance this deficit will also grow, and probably our debt financing. Which brings me to my last point here today by saying, with respect to debt financing, it says here, and if I recall correctly, in the budget presentation of 2015-2016, the review of the economy indicated that our debt position was at $75 billion. What has happened since? On December 8th, 2015, this Honorable House approved an access to the government of a further $50 billion, up to $50 billion to be used. The IMF Article 4 consultation report highlights that public debt is rising, although at a low rate. It says that, but it is rising. And we're seeing now that the government is now proposing capital projects to be undertaken. The Curep interchange, the Valencia to Toko freeway, the upgrade of the Maruga Road, and others. Therefore, the question is, where is the funding coming from for these projects? If we were at 75, IMF is saying that our debt is rising. We just approved $50 billion, and now we're going to undertake capital projects when our revenue, when our budget is already in deficit. Where is the funding coming from? It has to be that the funding is coming from debt. And that is a variable or an element of our financial health that we must pay attention to. In the minister's mid-year review, he did not really address or tell us the level of indebtedness of our country. And Senator Mahabe has made the call for us to become aware of what it is. And to remind us, on December 8th, Senator Khan, the Honorable Senator Franklin Khan, told this Honorable House that debt would be managed and it will be up to 65% of GDP. And I am saying to us, in a time of increasing debt, are we staying to that commitment that we gave to this Honorable House? And in so doing, at the end of that same debate, our Honorable Minister did commit to this House, and he did not give a time frame, which I must say, that he will continuously, or at least once a year, tell this Honorable House of the debt position of our country. He did not give us a time frame, so I understand that. But I'm just saying that in the mid-year review, it may have been a good time to tell us how much debt has been incurred and what debt levels could be incurred or may be incurred for the rest of fiscal 2015-2016. So, Mr. Vice President, we woke up one morning and we heard of a $9 billion overdraft. In the same breath, we heard of Green Front levy and business levy being pledged against an overdraft. We woke up another morning and we realized that the current account of the exchequer was overdrawn by $30 billion. I don't want a situation where we wake up one morning and we have a debt level that has just spiraled out of control. And why I'm saying this as well is when Moody's and Standard & Poor's downgraded our economy last year, one of the reasons cited for it is continuous deficit budgeting. And we have recognized from the minister's contribution in the mid-year review that deficit budgeting, while it could have ended in 2017, it is now projected 2018 to 2019. If continuous deficits are planned, it is a great possibility that our debt rating worsens as it spirals out of control. And if the intention is to touch the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, our capacity to buffer this increase will be weakened. And therefore, we're seeing more problems on the debt side of the economy. So therefore, as I conclude, Mr. Vice President, these are some of the critical areas that I personally think that we need to address. So, in closing, I would like to commend, as I did, the Minister for restructuring the social programs of CPEP and URP. Second, I do agree that the GATE program needs to be restructured. I also said that I agree with this online tax of 7% in the context of preserving foreign exchange balances. I also said that I was pleased, or I approve, or I consent to the removal of the fuel subsidy so as to ensure that this subsidized, or this level of the subsidy, because it cannot be sustained, is removed. But we have proposed alternative measures for the maxi-taxi drivers, and as well as a stabilization fund to reflect or to preserve or protect customers from drastic changes at the pump. However, I do ask the government to present a statement of debt to this honorable House, indicating public sector debt, indicating the debt of state agencies not covered by contingent liabilities, that would be debt incurred on their own, as well as government-to-government arrangements. For example, what the instrument that which the Couva Hospital, Children's Hospital, was funded by, so that we would know the true debt position of this country. It is very important at this critical juncture that we are aware of this, because at a time of declining revenues, how much of our recurrent revenue has to be assigned to servicing our debt? I also want to say that care needs to be taken with respect to fiscal measures, because the minister had used a Laffer curve analysis to demonstrate an increase in income should the rate of VAT be reduced. We're not seeing that increase materializing, because in his mid-year review, he said that VAT estimates are down by possible $3 billion. And extreme caution needs to be exercised with respect to foreign exchange reserves, so as not to allow our currency to run away from us. With those few words, I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I wish to thank honourable members opposite for allowing me to respond before midnight.
We're giving you until midnight.
Now, I must say I admire Senator Ramkissoon's passion. And I wish to thank him also for his kind remarks. But I would also like to inform this Honourable House, the Honourable Senator and other senators, and the population, that a lot of the information that the Honourable Senator is requesting is readily available in the public domain. As the Senator was speaking, I downloaded the Central Bank's March 2016 Economic Bulletin, which is available on their website, and I went to Table 17, which gives me the total public debt in September, in December. It gives the central government domestic debt. It breaks it down into
bonds and notes, CLECO debt, treasury bills, treasury notes, central government external debt, statutory authorities, state enterprises, and so on. It's all there. And the central bank, in fact, issues these statistics on a regular basis. So if honorable members wish to know what our debt levels are, just go to the central bank website. It's in real time, and you can get it very easily. And for the information of honorable senators, when the IMF said that our debt levels are rising, they were referring to the period 2010 to 2015. And for the information of Senator Ramkissoon, I haven't finished with Senator Shrikissoon, but let me just deal with Senator Ramkissoon. Our public debt rose from $45 billion in 2010 to $76 billion in 2015. So when the IMF makes the comment that we have rising debt, what they're really referring to is the UNC period, where they took our debt from 45 billion to 76. And you'll be very pleased to know that under this PNM government, between then and now, between the time that we took over and now, our public debt has dropped by $5 billion. And all of that is available on the central bank website. In fact, at the time of the budget, I indicated that our debt to GDP ratio was approximately 46%. It is now 42.5%. Under this PNM administration. All of that is available on the central bank website. You don't have to believe me, just go there and you'll see it. So that you don't have to worry about rising debt. Of course, there will be an increase in debt because we have to finance the public servants' arrears. We have our infrastructure projects to do and so on. We have budget deficits. We need to borrow. But what we are doing is we are seeking to very prudently manage our public debt. So it's the complete opposite of what is outside there in the public domain being promoted by the uninformed. But let me go back to some statements made by Senator Shrikissoon. He asked about the figures. Now, the total revenue was $60 billion. This is total. So this included both tax revenue, which is current revenue, and capital revenue, which is dividends, proceeds from the Phoenix Park IPO, and so on and so on. So the total revenue is projected to decline from 60 billion to 53 billion, more or less. That's where the 7% are, but not the tax revenue per se. So we're expecting current revenue for this year to be about $44 billion. This is tax revenue, because we've introduced a number of measures in order to increase taxation. I can tell you we expect to collect in value-added tax about $1 billion more in fiscal 2016 than in fiscal 2015. So I just thought you should know. That's the difference in the figures. One is total revenue, one is current revenue. I can understand that there might be some confusion, but I hope that clears it up. With respect to the other issues raised, Senator Shrikissoon made the point that in just 1 year, Trinidad has gone from a situation where we had surpluses to the current very difficult situation. Or this is the message that you put out, that how could in 1 year could we go from a situation where we had surpluses to a deficit? I just took note, that's what you said. How could this happen in 1 year? Let's see if I can paraphrase it that way. How can we can go from where we were 18 months ago to where we are now? It didn't happen in 1 year. That's okay, Senator. I'm not arguing with you at all. But it didn't happen in 1 year. It happened in 5 years. And what happened in the last 5 years is that our cash balances moved from positive 6 billion in 2010 to negative 9 billion in 2015. So $15 billion in cash just went. It disappeared from the system because we were $6 billion in credit in the central bank in May 2010. We're now $9 billion in overdraft. So $15 billion in cash evaporated under the last administration. I've already indicated that they took our debt from 45 billion to 76 billion. CPEP doubled from 300 million to 600 million over the last 5 years. Expenditure moved from 46 billion to 62 billion. The NGC lost $14 billion in cash. That just evaporated from the NGC's account. It was taken out of the NGC's account. So if you take the cash balance of the central bank, you take the NGC cash, that's about $30 billion just gone under the last administration. So I hope you now understand, it didn't happen in 1 year. It happened in 5 years. And it happened because the previous administration just spent money like water. That's what happened. They spent money like water.
Some of it we can't even account for.
So when you look at Gates, CPEP, and URP, they now total $2 billion. These things didn't total $2 billion in 2010. A fraction of that. That is what we're faced with. We're faced with Gate at 600 plus million, URP at 600 plus million, CPEP at 600 plus million, $2 billion for these three things. It was less than $1 billion in 2010. So that is what happened. And you say it could have been avoided? Yes. If the population had voted PNM in 2010, it could have been avoided. We might still have $15 billion in cash. NGC might still have $14 billion in its reserves. Mr. Vice President, could I ask for your protection?
Members, we don't have long again. Allow the Minister of Finance to make his response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm just dealing with facts, you know. Facts? We had $6 billion in, Mr. Vice President, please.
I just asked that we can maintain some silence, so that we allow the Minister of Finance to wrap up. Thank you.
We were going so well.
Vice President, I know it's very difficult for members opposite to hear the truth. We had $6 billion in credit in the central bank. We now $9 billion in overdraft in the central bank. Courtesy them. They doubled the debt. They double CPEP, they raid the NGC. These are facts. I know they don't want to hear this. So that deals with the issue of what has happened to Trinidad and Tobago. That's what happened. The UNC happened. Now, in terms of online purchases, I thought I would look at an article. There's an article here that was drawn to my attention, BBC article, dated January 2014. And its headline, Argentina restricts online shopping as foreign reserves drop. I mean, what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago we're not unique. And Argentina saw its foreign reserves drop by 30% in 1 year. And they decided that, and I'll read, anyone buying items through international websites will now need to sign a declaration and produce it at a customs office in Argentina, where the packages have to be collected. Argentina's reserves of hard currency dropped by 30% in 1 year. And the government has introduced a number of restrictions on transactions with foreign currency. Items imported through websites, such as Amazon and eBay, are no longer delivered to people's homes. They have to come through. They have to be collected by customs. Okay, so Argentina faced this problem and they put in restrictions because they saw a dramatic drop in their foreign reserves. And the thing with online purchases, paid for through a credit card, is that they are automatically converted into foreign exchange. It's completely different from people who have to go and line up in the bank, ask for money, and may or may not get it, or may get some of it. Not so with a credit card. And if you have a limit of $20,000 US, you could do that every single day, you know. You could use 20,000 US on your credit card every day and replenish it the next day, and then go with the next 20,000 US. So that people need to understand that at least 12 to 13% of our foreign exchange is leaking out through online purchases with online retail stores. That's what the banks are telling us. And if you do the maths, you come up to about 6 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars per year. It's leaking out through online purchases. We have to face reality. And a lot of these items are not declared. A lot of them.
That's right.
People talk about having to pay VAT and duty on purchases. Yes, they do on some of them. But on a lot of them, they don't pay. These things come in without being declared and without tax being collected on them. So a number of countries throughout the world have sought to deal with this in different ways. And in many jurisdictions now, there's a tax on online purchases. But as I indicated, we're going to take 5 months to work out the mechanism, look at exemptions, look at a threshold, look at the way the tax is to be collected and so on. But these are things this country just needs to do. And, you know, I listened to the contributions from the opposition. And honestly, I mean, Senator Mark was, as per usual, shouting at the top of his voice. Senator Sturge is similar to Senator Mark, except he talks in a monotone. And honestly, I really didn't hear much from the honorable members on the front bench. There really isn't anything to respond to. So let me move now to Senator Ramkissoon. Senator Ramkissoon said that in her view, 2016 appears similar to 2009. It is similar in some respects, but very dissimilar in other respects, and I'll explain why. In 2008, the price of oil was $143 a barrel. This dropped to $41 a barrel and briefly to $35 a barrel in February 2009. If you look at the graph, you see a precipitous drop from July 2008 to February 2009, just about 7 months. But by August of 2009, oil was back up to $71. That's the difference. There was a very short period of recession. By April 2011, oil was back up to $116. And that is what's so different in this era from 2014 to now, to the 2009 period. Yes, there was a precipitous drop, but it didn't last long. It went right back up to over $100 and stayed there until July 2014, when it began its slide down to its current levels. I don't think anybody in the world anticipated that oil prices would go down and stay down for as long as they have stayed down. This is really, really very unusual, and that's why this era is so different from 2009. 2009 it went down, yes, we went right back up. And you know, that is why the incoming government that came in 2010, they benefited from oil prices of $116, $100, $90, and so on. And maybe that's why they felt emboldened and why they could increase expenditure from 46 billion to 62 billion. I have no idea why, but perhaps that's why they were looking at oil prices and felt it would last forever. It's easy, Senator Ramkissoon, to say that instead of removing the fuel subsidy and so on, we should recover money stolen through white-collar crime. That's easy to say, you know, but not easy to do. It's not easy to do. Look at the Piarco matter. I checked the dates. Commission of Inquiry in 2002. Charges laid in 2004. 12 years later, where are the matters? They're still stuck in the magistrate's court. They haven't even reached the High Court. You don't throw that question at me. Throw that question at the administration of justice, the way our justice system is set up. People have many different, multiple bites at the cherry. They can go through a constitutional motion, as these people did. They could go all the way to the Privy Council and come back, and then file another motion and go all the way to the Privy Council and come back. It has taken 12 years for the Privy Council to reject the applications made by the people charged in the Piarco matter twice. Privy Council had to reject it twice, and now it's come back to the magistrate's court and it hasn't moved out of the magistrate's court. That is not something.
Is that a matter before the court?
What's he talking about?
What are you speaking about?
Mr. Vice President, I think people need to rise on a point of order, don't they?
Yes, Senator Hadid, if you want to rise in a point of order, you do have to indicate what point of order you're going to rise on. Until you've done so, Honorable Minister of Finance, continue.
And Mr. Vice President, that demonstrates to me that Senator Hadid does not understand the sub judice rule. The sub judice rule is that you cannot comment on a matter that is pending before court in a manner that would influence the court. How on earth could, Mr. Vice President, could I ask you to control Senator Hadid?
Well, Honorable Senators, again, allow the Honorable Minister of Finance to wrap up. Senator Hadid, again, if you want to rise in a point of order, do so that I can adjudicate on that. Honorable Minister of Finance, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. How on earth, stating a fact that these matters have been stuck in the magistrate's court since 2004, could possibly influence the outcome of that matter? How on earth does one arrive at that convolution that Senator Hadid would want us to look at? I can't understand it. But anyway, the point is that these matters, Senator Ramkissoon, have been stuck in the magistrate's court for 12 years. So it's easy to say, but not easy to do. But rest assured that this government will do all that it can in its power to bring criminals to justice. We'll do whatever we can. Now, let me go to the other points made. I brought in the article about Argentina because Senator Ramkissoon spoke about lack of encouragement to young entrepreneurs who might want to open online shopping businesses. But how does that help Trinidad and Tobago? How does an online shopping business help Trinidad and Tobago? What does it do for us? It does nothing. It does not promote the use of local goods. It does not promote local manufacturing. It does not earn foreign exchange. What is the benefit of online shopping for Trinidad and Tobago? Zero. The only thing it benefits consumers in terms of getting goods at a cheaper price than they might get in Trinidad and Tobago for one reason or another. Perhaps some of them don't pay taxes on the goods, but it doesn't benefit the economy of Trinidad and Tobago in any way. So that there are always two sides to a story. I do not agree that we should encourage young entrepreneurs to open online shopping businesses. I think this has more negative effects on Trinidad and Tobago than it has. It contributes to foreign exchange leakage, it adversely affects local business, and it demotivates people from buying local and encouraging people to get involved in local manufacturing. With respect to the 10 million that's being moved from the Ministry of Sport, that is for the management of regional complexes, which are now the responsibility of the Ministry of Community Development. So it's not taking any money from sport, it's just shifting money from one ministry to another because responsibilities have been shifted from one ministry to another. With respect to GATE, I want to re-emphasize, because the UNC has this habit of attempting to take ownership of P&M programs. I was a Minister of Tertiary Education who had the honor and privilege to develop, create, and launch GATE. That was me as a P&M minister. That was a P&M program. We developed it. We dreamt it up. We created it. We introduced it. So we understand it. And the whole point was to increase the participation in tertiary education from the rate it was, which was 11% at that time, in 2003, 2004, to its current level of over 50%. We set a target of 50% participation by that cohort that comes out of secondary schools and goes into tertiary education of 50%. And it was achieved because of the GATE program. The arguments now as to whether it's 55% or 60%, but it's over 50%. So it went from 11% to 55%. It went up by 500%. So we've achieved our objective. Abuse crept in, especially under the former administration. We had professional students going from one program to another, dropping out of programs, doing 3 and 4 different degree programs, and not completing their education. So we have a program where abuse has crept in. We have programs where people are buying degrees. That's happening in Trinidad and Tobago, where certain degrees are being awarded that are not worth the paper they're printed on. That's what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. We're not serving our development needs with the GATE program. And the GATE program was also non-discriminatory in terms of beneficiaries. So whether your family was earning $200,000 a month or $2,000 a month, you were eligible to GATE. So now the time is, having achieved the objective which we established in 2003, 2004, of over 50% participation. Now is the time to refocus that program and align it to the country's development needs and to introduce means testing. In the current economic environment, I heard Senator Mark screaming about the rich. In the current economic environment, it is simply wrong to allow a family whose income is $200,000 a month to benefit from free education at the expense of the taxpayer. So we're now going to introduce a means test. And that's why I have a difficulty with the members on the front bench, because they're contradictory. Exactly. You say punish the rich. That's what I hear from Senator Mark. But don't touch GATE, which benefits the rich. Everything is just contradictions on that side. So that is Senator Ramkissoon and Senator Shrikissoon. Senator Raffoul, one of the issues, and I thank you very much for recognizing that we've given up one of our prime projects, the rapid rail. It wasn't easy to do, but we felt we had to do it because it's an expensive project, and in these economic times we just couldn't go along with it. In terms of data, the problem is the Central Statistical Office. It's dysfunctional and really deteriorated over the last couple of years. That's why we're introducing a statistical institute, which is well on its way. Mr. Vice President.
You mislead the capacity. This late hour, can we control the outburst, please?
Not at all.
Understandably, so we control the outburst and allow the Honourable Minister of Finance to finish and wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Vice President. So we are creating a statistical institute comprising persons from academia, from the private sector, from the public sector. We make it quasi-independent, and we hope we'll get accurate data in due course. I want to commend Senator Raffoul. I think the Honourable Senator clearly understands the economic challenges facing Trinidad and Tobago, and the entire country needs to understand what is going on. I would look at all of these issues with respect to social entrepreneurs and social impact companies and social impact bonds. I am not too proud to say that these are things that I'm not entirely familiar with, but now that the Senator has brought it up, I will do the necessary research, and certainly if it is something that will be positive, it will be incorporated into our policy. With respect to the temperature in the Parliament, the thermostat doesn't work. So I was told that today. In fact, there's a view that there isn't even a thermostat, that the air conditioning just has an on and an off switch. So that I was told that today. So we'll deal with it. And I mean, that explains why when you tell the Parliament staff it's too cold in here, they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If it is in fact that there is no thermostat, I understand what the problem is. With respect to the comments of Senator Roach, Senator Roach spoke about Saudi Arabia moving away from a dependence on oil and made the point, if they could do that, who is we? And he's absolutely right. But I wanted to make a point. I'm sorry the Senator is not here. I've seen this comment with respect to the assets that belong to CLICO and CLF. There's a view that these things belong to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. They don't. These are the assets of Colonial Life and CL Financial. They don't belong to the government. So it's not a question of the government owning the shares in Republic Bank or owning the shares in Angostura and so on. They're not ours. What happened was that the government agreed to bail out CLF and Colonial Life and put money into these companies, taxpayers' money, and now we need to recover the money. These are not our companies. If for them to become our companies, we'll have to buy them, and we'll have to agree that we'll offset the debt owed to the government by the shares in Republic Bank and so on, and we will have to essentially nationalize these companies. That was never the intention when this government and the previous government agreed to bail out Clique. It was never the intention we had nationalize Republic Bank and make it a government bank, and nationalize Angostura and make it a government state enterprise. So people need to understand there's a misconception. These companies do not belong to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We have to buy them if we want to make them our assets, and we essentially have to nationalize private companies. So it is not as simple as it appears on the surface. And why should we do that? Why should we nationalize Republic Bank? Why should we convert Republic Bank from a private bank into a government bank? Why should we convert Angostura from a private company into a government company? These things are easy to say, but not easy to do, They're not easy to do. The success and value of these things derives in large part from the fact that these are private companies. They're not run by the government. Republic Bank is not run by the government at this point in time. Angostura is not run by the government at this point in time. So that, it's easy to say, don't dispose of these companies, but they're not ours. And their value might be diminished if they become state assets. So that the original plan was that there would be an orderly disposal of these assets to repay the money put in, the taxpayers' money put in, to Colonial Life and Clico. And this is still the plan. The plan is not to nationalize these companies and make them government companies. I heard a plea from Senator Roach about problems with young, talented local coaches. I am sure that my ministerial colleague, the Minister of Sport, was listening intently, and we'll see what we can do about that problem, as well as the issue that the National Stadium is not accessible to disabled people. I think that is really quite shameful, and we need to do something about that as a country. And one of the points I made in my notes is that, Senator Roach made the point that the National Stadium is not accessible to disabled people, and something needs to be done, and the UNC banged the table. They were there for 5 years. They put any disabled facilities in the National Stadium? No. So why are you banging the table when the goodly senator is saying something needs to be done? Why didn't you do anything? This is what bothers me about the honorable members opposite. I really get bothered when they bang the table when one of the independents makes a point, as if they did not exist between the 2010 to 2015 period. As if there was no UNC government in that last 5 years. As if all of the things that happened in the last 5 years were not caused by them. You wonder what country these people are living in. They're not living in Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly not in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me go now to Senator Small and Senator Mahabir. Senator Small spoke about linking the cost of electricity to NGC's minimum cost. I think it's something we need to look at. The fact that electricity rates are linked to the cost of gas to TNTEC by NGC at a loss. And I think the senator worked out there's a loss of $750 million, somewhere around there, per annum. I completely endorse the recommendation to remove all taxes and duties on solar water heaters. Consider that done. In the same way, we are trying to shift the population towards the use of CNG-powered vehicles, electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and so on. And the idea of also pushing maxi taxis towards CNG in terms of removing taxes on original manufacture CNG vehicles and so on, again, consider that done. Because we have to move people away from the dependence on fossil fuels towards other clean fuels. I mean, CNG is a fossil fuel, but it's a clean fuel. And other, so that reduces the carbon footprint, and renewable energy, other forms, alternative energy sources. Of course, we have to deal with the availability of CNG. Yeah? It's a big problem. That, again, it's easy to say, convert to CNG, and then you can't fill up in the station. And then for long-range vehicles, it's a real problem because you don't have the capacity and the capability to access CNG at the intervals that you need it. So if you have a vehicle running for a long period, you may not be able to get the CNG. So we as a country, we need to deal with that. We need to expand and increase the availability of CNG all over Trinidad and Tobago. Otherwise, this thing will just be just paying lip service to this thing. That, let's convert to CNG, but what's the point if you can't access the CNG in the gas stations? In terms of Atlantic LNG, have no fear. We have a team working on the whole concept of revenue leakage through sales of LNG. I will report on that in due course. We have an expert team working on that. And certainly we'll be looking at train 1. When it expires, we'll be looking at exactly what should be done with that gas. And certainly, if we continue with LNG, we would certainly renegotiate. Well, not renegotiate, it'll be a completely new arrangement, but we'll make sure that that arrangement is in the public interest and for the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and not for the benefit of multinational companies. Senator Mahabir. I like the idea of government bonds to motivate savings. I just have to look at the interest rate and what the tenor of these bonds would be, and the other issues surrounding government bonds. But savings bonds is a good idea. Countries all over the world have done it to motivate people to save, to give them a return on their money, and also to create cash flow for the government. In terms of bank charges, I just like to say, for the benefit of those who do not know, and you know what I find strange? I mean, I'm not a financial expert. I'm not an economist. I'm not an accountant. But I know a little bit about legislation. And when I became the Minister of Finance, the first thing I did was read all of the laws that are associated with the financial system in this country. And I went in particular to the Central Bank Act. And I looked at Section 44 of the Central Bank Act, and I will read now Section 44A. And the side note is fixing of interest rates. And it says, the bank may fix the maximum and minimum interest rates payable on deposits received. This is the Central Bank we're talking about. And may fix the maximum and minimum interest rates, fees and charges to be charged on loans, advances, and other credit facilities by a financial institution. And 2, the bank, after consultation with the minister, may set the maximum spread between interest rates chargeable on loans and interest rates payable on deposits which a financial institution may earn, carry, or charge. And I was shocked that, as far as I know, no previous Minister of Finance ever looked at this. Never looked at the fact that the central bank and the Minister of Finance can regulate the spread between deposit rates and lending rates and the fees and charges charged by. I see, Senator Haide. Well, I'm glad that you recognize that no previous Minister of Finance has ever seen that. So, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So that it's in the law, and I can tell you, Senator Mahabir, I've asked the central bank to initiate discussions with the banks on this. Because we're not going to go like a bull in a china shop. But this is like a culture shock to the banks, that someone will come to them and say, hey, we're going to invoke Section 44A of the Central Bank Act.
Yeah, just on a point of clarification, Honourable Minister, the section really is very relevant, but the section really refers to the fees and charges levied with respect to the lending activities, not with respect to the other services, the ATM services, savings account services. And I think that's where we may want to review the legislation to make services, in fact, amenable to review.
Thank you, Senator Mahabir. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Thank you very much. But I just wanted to point out that there is a provision already. And of course, we will look at your recommendation that we expand this section. Again, I've indicated that I will hold discussions with the banks on guidelines for the availability of foreign exchange, in terms of setting priorities for medical, tuition fees, trade, and so on. And the last thing I will say is I heard Senator Mark at the top of his voice screaming that if the PNM touches the Heritage Fund, they will lead a march and force an election in this country. Well, that and God face you will not see. I beg to move, Mr. Vice President.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016, Act 2015, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016, Act 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In accordance with Standing Order 57, I beg to move that the bill not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016, Act 2015, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question therefore is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016, Act 2015, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2016, Act 2015.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question, I would just like to say that the Leader of Opposition has agreed to move the matter to be raised on the motion for the adjournment to the next sitting. As such, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House does now stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.